That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो. And we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं. मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है. तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस. घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं. SBI, देश का फैन.
टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना.
तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना. नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना. बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है. कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो, उस जीत की जरूरत तुमसे ज्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born,
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो. And we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं. मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है. तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस. घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं. SBI, देश का फैन.
लाइफ में टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना.
तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना. नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना. बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है. कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो। उस जीत की ज़रूरत तुमसे ज़्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज़्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
विघ्न हरता हे बप्पा विघ्न हरता सहस्र भक्त जन का तू एक करता धरता द्वेष मुक्त मन वो तू जिसमें वास करता इसीलिए तो सबसे पहले बोले बप्पा मोरे हरे विघ्न हरता हे बप्पा विघ्न हरता लग तेरा है माथे पे जिसके भी निखरता मन की कसौटी पे है खरा उतरता इसीलिए तो सबसे पहले बोले बप्पा मोरे
खतरा खतरा हट रहा था भाव तन से तन से तन से तन से जब उजाला मिट रहा था मेरे मन से मन से मन से मन से नाम से तेरे है अंधेरा मिट रहा था धीरे धीरे आसमां भी चट रहा था नाम से तेरे अंधेरा मिट रहा था धीरे 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 आसमां भी चट रहा था नाम तेरा ये ज़मीं भी चीखती हो गणपति 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 गण 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 गणपति गण 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 गणपति गण 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 गणपति हे पप्पा मोरया गण 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 गणपति गण 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 गणपति गण 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 गणपति हे पप्पा मोरया
मौसम ऋतुओं का हमारे मन पर एक गहरा प्रभाव होता है। जिस मौसम में बादलों का पहरा हो वो कितना मनभावन होता है। बूंदों के स्पर्श से देखो धरा कैसे मुस्काई है। मेघों ने झूमकर आज धरती की प्यास बुझाई है।
pani da ma ga re ga ma pa ma ga ma ga re sa ga ma ga re pa da ni da pa ma ba da da ni sa ga ma ga ma ga pa 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 pani da ma ga re ga ma pa ma da ma ga re sa ga ma ga re pa da ni da pa ma ba da da ni sa ga sa ni da ma ga sa ni da ma ga sa ni da ma ga re sa da ni sa ni tu ge ga ni sa ga re sa da tere na di tare kani tere na tare kani tum de re tum de re tum de re ta na 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 tum de re tum de re tum de re ta na 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 dere ding 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 dere na dere na dere na ding 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 dere na na de na ni tu de na ni ka de na dere na ni dere na ni are ga ni are ga ni are ga ni dere na te da re ga ni na de na ni tu de na ni na de na ni tu de na na de na ni tu de na ni na de re ga da
सात समंदर पार बसी है मेरे देश की दुनिया धरती का हर कोना कोना मेरे देश की दुनिया सबसे रिश्ता बांध चुकी है मेरे देश की दुनिया सरहद सीमा लांघ चुकी है मेरे देश की दुनिया वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव
ज्ञान का दीप जलाकर मन के अंधेरे भगाकर ज्ञान का दीप जलाकर मन के अंधेरे भगाकर स्वामी नारायण ने मिटाया दुनिया का ये भरम एक है ईश्वर हम सब एक है ये है सत्संग हमारा एक है ईश्वर हम सब एक है ये है सत्संग हमारा वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम साधु संत की वाणी और वचनामृत का पान करो राम कृष्ण है चिंतामणि इनका निस दिन ध्यान धरो सत्संगी जीवन को गुजारो जप तप हर क्षण करते रहो काम क्रोध ईर्ष्या को त्यागो मन में स्नेह प्रीत को भर लो मत भूलो पल पल जीवन यहाँ पर अब हो रहा है कम एक है ईश्वर हम सब एक है ये है सत्संग हमारा एक है ईश्वर हम सब एक है ये है सत्संग हमारा रतम रतम
स्वामी नारायण 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 स्वामी नारायण
What a wonderful performance. So we would like to thank Surbhi Shitut and her team, Pragati Jha, Pankhi Jain, Anushri Soni, Avni Mishra, Ritika Singh, Yashi Bhatnagar, Dhamvi Pawar, Mansi Mishra, Aradhya Sharma, Pranavi Mishra, Adhya Raman, Idya Khandelwal and her team. Now, I would like to invite IMA EC member and business guru, Dr. Rakesh Jain, to carry on the proceedings.
Good morning. Namaskar. I welcome you all to this 31st International Management Conclave of Indore Management Association. फ्रेंड्स, भारत आज से 700 वर्ष पूर्व तक विश्व गुरु था। टेक्नोलॉजी में, बिजनेस में और रिसोर्सेस में हम टॉप पर थे। अब पुनः इस अमृत काल में हमारे राष्ट्र के पुनरुत्थान का समय आ गया है और हम सब इस कॉन्क्लेव में इस लक्ष्य को पाने के तरीकों पर विचार करेंगे। इसीलिए इसकी थीम है अनलॉकिंग ग्लोबल पोटेंशियल, शेपिंग द फ्यूचर ऑफ भारत। May I request AV team to play the IMA's coat of arms. May I now request IMA President, Mr. Akhilesh Rathi, MD of Savit Universal Limited, to escort our eminent speakers of this inaugural session, IMA Chairman and IIM Director in the Dr. Himanshu Roy, and MD and Senior Partner of Boston Consulting Group, Mr. Alpesh Shah, onto the stage, please. And before they set on the stage, we request them to start lamp lighting proceeding. I also request Mr. Satish Gupta, DGM State Bank of India, to join for the lamp lighting. Also request Mr. Manoj Jain, MD Sriram Group, Sriram Life Insurance, to join for lamp lighting. And also Mr. Ashok Jain, MD of Arihant Capital, to join for the lamp lighting ceremony, please. I request all the panel of speakers to please take their respective seats on the dais, please. May I call upon Mr. Manish Shahara, MD Ruchi Reality Limited, to do the floral welcome of Dr. Himanshu Roy. Yeah, Manish Shahara is coming. Now invite Mr. Girish Matlani, MD Sonic Biochem Limited, to do the floral welcome of Mr. Alpesh Shah. I now request IMA Chairman Dr. Himanshu Roy to declare this conclave open, please.
I declare the 31st Annual IMA Conclave open.
Thank you, Dr. Rai.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now I request IMA President, Mr. Akhilesh Rathi, to give his welcome address.
Good morning. I think we need a lot more energy. Good morning. That's it. It's a real bright and pleasant morning, and I am extremely delighted on behalf of Indore Management Association to welcome you all to this great event, IMA International Management Conclave. Friends, I am happy to share that this is the 61st year of IMA. It was founded in 1963. The principal association, the principal body, All India Management Association, was founded in 1957, and Indore took a lead in forming a chapter in 1963. Also, this is the 31st year of the conclave. While I was seeing the dances in the inaugural session, prayer to Ganeshji, there were two things which were very important. One was a theme song on Vasudev Kutumbakam. I think that is what is our theme, also talking partially, unlocking global potential, seeing the world as one family. And the second part was Deepak, Andar ke Deepak ki Jyoti jalaiye, so shaping the future of Bharat by igniting the light inside all of us. So while we were deliberating on selection of the theme, like Indian economy is at a historical pace, growing to become $5 trillion economy very, very soon. And I think the journey from 5 trillion to 10 trillion will be among the fastest in the world. There are many indicators which indicate towards that. This morning only, we are all delighted to see the quarter of October-December growing at 8.4%, which is a fantastic number as against the estimate of less than 7.5%. See, out of 195 countries, India is 14th largest in exports. And last year, India has attracted the largest FDI in the country, in the world. So we are truly galloping towards a mega growth, and all of us should make the best out of it. That is why the theme of the conclave is unlocking global potential, shaping the future of our Bharat. For a holistic view on this entire story, we have many experts from diverse fields to enlighten us. I welcome you all once again. Friends, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome our chief guest, Mr.Alpesh Shah. You see, people, companies, corporates, global conglomerates look at him for his advice. Not only people, not only companies, but also the government of India look at him for his advice on what to do, how to foster growth fastest. So we welcome Mr. Alpesh Shah, Managing Director, Boston Consulting Group, to this inaugural session as the chief guest. It's also an additional privilege to welcome our own Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore, who has brought IIM to a level where it is now counted among the top institutes in the country. I mean, IIM, of course, it's top, but among the IIM Indore rating has gone up substantially in his leadership. So, welcome, Himanshu. I also welcome the galaxy of speakers who are going to enlighten us for today and tomorrow with their words of wisdom. When we talk of innovative architecture, we have Mr. Manish Gulati. When we talk of experts in finding and growth in real estate, funding and growth in real estate, we have Mr. Ramashray Yadav. Dr. Parimal Merchant is, of course, guiding various family businesses about their future charters and the opportunities for growth for them. Welcome, Dr. Parimal Merchant. If you see any brand, I think half of the brands of India have some connect with Mr. Jagdeep Kapoor of Samsika Marketing Consultant. We welcome Mr. Jagdeep Kapoor. Mr. Bala M.S. is an expert on digital transformation and how it can change businesses. Welcome, Mr. Bala, as well. We have Mr. Samir Garde, who is a global tech leader who has been heading Dell and other top companies. He will be guiding us on how the technology will transform our lives and the future of business. From the startup space, from the young generation, from Reliance Group, we have Mr. Amay Mashelkar. He is the head of GeoGen Next. It is the startup ecosystem of the Reliance Group. We also have the youngest rocket scientist, Dr. Jatin Vahane. Jatin Vahane missed his flight this morning because the airline overbooked and he was left out, though he's a rocket scientist, so taking an alternative flight and coming to Indore. And after a very hectic day, we have a very pleasing poet, Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, to soothe our mind. Tomorrow again, it's a very, very wide spectrum, very wide color of speakers, like the colors of Bharat. We have Maharaj Lakshyaraj Singh Ji Mewar, who's the royal coin of Udaipur. If you have seen all the 5-star hotels, which are palaces of Udaipur, and of course the Pichola Lake, these are all owned his personal properties, and he runs variety of businesses and philanthropic activities. He has over 1 million followers on the social media. Last year, if you recall, we had from Surat, Saujibhai Bhai Dholakia, and this year we have his Kaka, whose business is almost the double of Saujibhai Bhai, Govind Dholakia. So Govind Kaka, with his simplicity, philosophy, and spirit of entrepreneurship, will enlighten us. One of the most respected fund managers in the country, who was heading the equity investment part of Reliance Mutual Fund, managing over 1 lakh crore, Mr. Sunil Singhania, will also be with us tomorrow. I welcome Mr. Sunil. Presently, he is managing his own fund by the name of Abacus, and his own fund also manages 25,000 crore rupees. Mr. Chandrasekhar Sharma, he is a banker with a very multidimensional personality. He will also be addressing us tomorrow. He is the CGM of SBI. We must have seen Vishal Mega Mart, which has been taken over by some multinational company. The Vishal Mega Mart's founder has set up another venture, which is V2 Retail. So he will be speaking to us about the journey of entrepreneurship and how to, rise after a fall again. We welcome Chandra Agarwal. Mr. Rajesh Mittal, who is an auto expert, and he's heading Isuzu Motors India. He will also be throwing light because auto sector is also one of the fastest growing sector in the country and the second largest employer in the country after agriculture and textiles. Then we have another, I'm leaving the guest because he's coming in his personal capacity. So he said, please don't announce the name of a conglomerate where he's a CEO, and that's an Ahmedabad-based conglomerate. I'm sure you are all able to guess, one of the largest enterprises in the country. He is not only a CEO there, he's also an entrepreneur, a guitarist, a writer, and he's a rocking speaker. I'm sure you would all love his talk. Welcome Mr. SnehaL B.Desai. Mr. S.S.Mundra, he's again a multi-dimensional speaker. 6 languages he speaks, but the best he speaks is the language of money. So he will be with us, how to move in this dynamic world. Then our president of IMA, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, I think the list is going on, just 1 or 2 names more. Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, he is the managing director of Triveni Turbines, who's the leading light of India in management. He is the president of our parent body, All India Management Association. Then we have an actor, writer, activist, and who's also a technologist, Prakash Bilawade, who will also speak to us. After all this, stuff going into the mind, for a lighter comedy, we have a stand-up comedian, Atul Khatri, tomorrow evening. to lighter our moments. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, and I invite you to enjoy this 2-day journey, knowledge to wisdom and wisdom to opportunity. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Akhilesh ji. Now we move on to our sessions. I request AV introduction of Dr. Himanshu Rai, please.
Professor Himanshu Rai is the director of IIM Indore. Under his leadership, IIM Indore got the Triple Crown accreditation of AMBA, ASCSB and EQUIS. He has been the Dean of SDA Bocconi India Campus, Professor at SDA Bocconi Milan and has taught at IIM Lucknow and XLRI. His profile includes a stint of over 8 years at Tata Steel. He is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and KREC Surat. His book titled Negotiation, published by McGraw-Hill Education, is a bestseller, and his TEDx talk on ethical leadership, lessons from the Vedas, won him several accolades the world over. His latest book, titled Organizational Behavior, is co-authored with Stephen McShane and Mary N. Von Dino. He has trained over 25,000 professionals, both in the government as well as private sector, in negotiations and leaderships. Himanshu is the chairperson of the advisory board of Durban University of Technology Business School, South Africa, and member International Advisory Board, ESC Clermont Graduate School of Management, France. He is an independent director on the boards of several companies and advisor to several startups. Himanshu also practices and teaches yoga and considers the Himalayas his spiritual abode. Passionate about mountaineering and trekking. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Himanshu Rai.
Thank you. Dr. Himanshu Rai, sir, please be the opening batsman of this conclave and address the gathering on our conclave theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting and rather long introduction. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And unlocking global potential and shaping the future of Bharat. I think even before I begin talking on this particular issue, I'm going to make 5 predictions about where would India be in 2047. So do note them down. I'm sure somebody is keeping a record of it. Do note them down and then hold me accountable as to where India is going to reach, according to me, in 2047. India will become the second largest economy by 2047. India will be a major hub for information technology, biotechnology, and renewable energy. India will be super advanced in healthcare, driven by artificial intelligence and telemedicine. And what it really means is that we would have a massively improved life expectancy of the people of Bharat. India will be a global leader in skilled workforce. And finally, my 5th prophecy is that India would have completed manned space missions, significant interplanetary projects, and would have landed somebody on the moon. In fact, that's likely to happen much before that. And therefore, my talk today is going to be centered around what are the challenges that we might face? What do we need to do about it, and how do we go doing something about it? There's a concept that management education has come up with, and they say that we are living in a Bani world, B-A-N-I. And that is going to pose the biggest challenge to Bharat's journey. The B of the Bani stands for brittle. And that is situations or systems that might appear to be strong, but they're actually brittle and they break down suddenly under stress. For example, the global supply chain. We thought that the global supply chain was very, very solid. But when COVID came in, suddenly that chain broke. And that chain broke to the extent that people had to wait for almost a year if they wanted a new printer. Could you have imagined this 10 years back? Clearly, the systems are not so strong as we thought them to be. The A of the Bani stands for anxious. Constant change and unpredictability is making institutions and people anxious. For example, even in our educational institutions, we are having a big chat about what is going to be the role of the educational institutions, because we are moving towards an autodidactic world. We are moving towards a world where participants are going to choose how they wish to consume education, where they wish to consume education, when they wish to consume education, and in what form do they wish to consume education. And therefore, what's going to be the role of the educational institutions? What's going to be the role of the universities? And likewise, people are worried that AI might take their jobs. And I keep telling everyone, and obviously Alpesh is going to bear me out on that, it is not AI which is going to replace people. It is people who know AI who are going to replace people who do not know AI. And therefore, what you have to understand is that artificial intelligence is a tool, and we need to understand that tool, be it people in education or be it people in the industry. The N of the Bani stands for non-linear. Events or outcomes that do not have a very, very clear cause and effect relationship. Now, I don't want to name countries because I know that I'm being recorded, but you would have found that a war in one country led to the increase in real estate prices in another country. And those two countries are separated by thousands of miles. And the reason was that the people fleeing from the war-torn country were actually putting in their money, clearly not the white money, into the real estate in some other country. And therefore, these non-linear kind of cause and effect are something that can create a challenge. And finally, the I of the Bani stands for incomprehensible. There are some things which we understand, there are some things which we know, but there are some things which are perhaps unknowable. Climate change, for example. Now, a lot of people keep talking about climate change, but what we don't know is that irrespective of what we do, climate change is going to happen. Climate change is happening and it's going to happen. Why? I mean, I'm sorry to be the harbinger of the bad news, but it takes 80 to 100 years for the greenhouse gases to dissipate. So even if I had a magic wand, and even if I were to wave that wand and say, no more greenhouse gases being emitted, even then the climate change will continue to happen. How do we deal with it? Is something that we will need to think about it. However, what is it that we need to do? And can we do something about it? The answer is yes. The one thing that we all need to do is to have an organizational vision and a personal vision. Every time I keep talking about vision, people say, what is the point in having a vision? And I keep reminding them of the story that had actually changed my life. Now, I know that some of you would have heard that story from me. It is a passage from a book called Alice in Wonderland. For those of you who have not read that book, Alice in Wonderland, it's a story of this 12-year-old girl called Alice who walks into a rabbit hole. And when she comes out on the other side of the rabbit hole, she reaches an anthropomorphic world, a world where animals talk just like human beings. And Alice is walking when she reaches crossroads, roads going in multiple directions. And she's confused where to go. Fortunately, she sees a cat coming from the other direction. His name is Cheshire Cat. So Alice asks the Cheshire Cat, where do I go from here? Which road do I take? The cat says, that depends a good deal on where you wish to reach. Alice says, I don't much care where. The cat says, then it doesn't matter which road you take. But that's not the end of the passage. Alice realizes that perhaps this was not the best answer to give. So as an afterthought, she adds, so long as I reach somewhere. The cat says, you will reach somewhere if you walk long enough. There are two messages in the story, ladies and gentlemen. The first message is, if you don't know where you wish to reach, then do anything. यदि गंतव्य की जानकारी नहीं है, तो इंदौर के रेलवे स्टेशन जाइए, किसी भी ट्रेन पे बैठ जाइए. क्या फर्क पड़ता है कि वो ट्रेन कहाँ जा रही है? But the more deeper lesson is, if you work hard in your life, you will reach somewhere. You will become someone. But is that where you wanted to reach? Is that what you wanted to become? And the day the answer to that question comes as a no, everything that you would have achieved till that point of time in your life will become meaningless. डरा नहीं रहा हूं, कुछ लोग भयभीत लगने लग गए यहां पे देखने में, but that's a fact of life. So you need to have a vision, this country needs to have a vision, your organization needs to have a vision. And what I want you people to do is sprinkle a little bit of imagination onto vision. What imagination? Imagine what kind of a universe would you want to be a part of. Imagine what kind of a universe would you want your children and your grandchildren to step into. Imagine what kind of a universe you would want to leave behind you, and also remember, nobody else is going to create that universe for you. You and I will have to create that universe. When you combine this vision and imagination, that's when you get purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us, including our country, including our organization, needs a purpose. The second thing that we need to do is to introspect. We need to introspect as to what kind of a lifestyle do we need to adopt. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has talked about something called Mission Life, lifestyle for environment, where the world, as a response to climate change, is talking about recycle and reuse. We are talking about recycle, reuse, and reduce. And for that, we need to look at our scriptures. Can we reduce our consumption? Can we reduce things that we spend? Can we differentiate between our need and our desire? Because if at all we keep focusing on our desire, like what Gandhi said, this universe has got enough to satisfy every man's need. But this universe will fail to satisfy even one man's greed. Yad jagrito durumudaiti daivam tadu suptasya tathaivaiti. Duram gamam jyotisham jyotirekam tanme manah shiv sankalpamastu. Yajurved says that the human mind, ये जो हमारा मन है, जिसको चंचल मन कहा जाता है, ये जागृत अवस्था में भी उतनी दूर चला जाता है जितना कि सुप्तावस्था में. और इस मन में जागृत होती हैं इच्छाएं. इन इच्छाओं को यदि हम अपनी आवश्यकताओं से भिन्न कर दें, then we will realize that we have enough to satisfy our needs. जो हमारी आवश्यकताएं हैं वो सीमित होती हैं, लेकिन जो हमारी इच्छाएं हैं वो असीमित होती हैं. And this is a lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that even I learned during COVID. I used to think of myself as a very minimalist person. मुझे लगता था कि मैं कभी भी अपव्यय नहीं करता हूं, जितनी मेरी आवश्यकता है तदनुसार कार्य करता हूं. लेकिन जब कोविड आया तो मुझे भी कुछ समझ में आया. कोविड के पहले मैं कोई भी सूट है ये 2-3 दिन के लिए पहनता था, उसके बाद ड्राई क्लीनर्स को दे जाता था. My shirt I would wear for a day and then I would give it to the dry cleaners. When COVID happened and when the lockdown happened, suddenly there were no dry cleaners. And I realized that I could wear a suit for 7-8 days and it was fine. I realized I could wear a shirt for 2 days and then I could wash it in the washing machine. I didn't need to give it to the dry cleaners. And therefore what I realized was that all of us have the capability of consuming less. And that's when I started looking at my own life. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the axioms that I've lived by, and I would suggest you to look at it, is a Socratic axiom which says, an unexamined life is not worth living. I repeat, an unexamined life is not worth living. You should always try and examine what you're doing, why you're doing, and can you do things better. उदाहरण के तौर पे जब उसके बाद मैंने और विचार करना आरंभ किया तो मुझे पता लगा कि यदि मैं शावर की जगह बाल्टी और मग का प्रयोग करूं तो मैं पानी कम खर्च कर रहा हूं. और यही नहीं, उसके बाद मैंने एक और चीज देखी कि यदि मैं अपना मग छोटा कर दूं तो पानी और भी कम हो रहा है. क्योंकि क्या होता है कि पहले 3-4 मग हम ऐसे ही डाल देते हैं हुड़ 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 करके, जिसकी आवश्यकता वैसे नितांत नहीं होती है. And therefore, even if you use a smaller mug and you use a bucket and a mug, you will consume less water. Indore is reeling under a water crisis right now because of the Narmada pipeline which has broken down. And therefore, please remember, we will have to make sure that we do our bit. Each and every individual sitting over here has to do his or her bit to make sure that we unlock the potential that this great country of ours has. The third thing that we need to do is to discover. And what do we need to discover? The first thing that we need to discover is ourselves. Who am I? Who are you? What is your true identity? And it's important to understand what your true identity is. Why? When I was introduced, the first thing that was said in that AV is that this is Himanshu Rai, the director of IMA Indore. Please note, that's my most superficial identity. Why? Because it is drawn from a designation that I have. Now, there is a clear and present danger if you start associating your identity with your designation. It's okay if the world calls me the director of IIM Indore, but it's not okay if I start thinking of myself as director of IIM Indore being my only true identity. Why? More often than not, we tend to associate our self-respect and our self-worth with our identity. Now, look at this connection. If I'm drawing my identity from my designation, and if I'm drawing my self-respect from my identity, the day the designation goes, so will my self-respect. So will my self-worth. I'm not going to be the director of IIM Indore forever. It's a 5-year tenure. And my board was crazy enough to give me another 5 years, but that's it. They cannot give it to me more than that. The law doesn't allow them. So after 5 years, I'm not going to be the director. And therefore, I need to draw my identity from something deeper. Where do I get my motivation from? The Pandavas and the Kauravas have finished their education in the ashrams of Drona and Krip, and now they are going back to the palace. परंतु राजमहल के अंदर जाने से पहले उन्हें एक रंग भूमि में जाना होता था, और रंग भूमि में घुसने से पहले उनको अपना परिचय देना होता था. So they go in the order of seniority. Yudhishthir goes in first and says, मैं भीष्म का पौत्र, गांधारी और धृतराष्ट्र का भतीजा, पांडु और कुंती का पुत्र, blah 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 blah. Yudhishthir. Bhim goes in and again gives a very long introduction. मैं A B C D E F K K G. Bhim. Arjun goes in and says, मैं द्रोण शिष्य अर्जुन. And he enters. And Vidur says, Parth, क्या तुम्हारा यही परिचय है? And Arjun says, the point of time in my life that I find myself in, this is my only relevant identity. And if you have watched the Mahabharata, of course, thereafter the camera pans on to all the old wise men of the Mahabharata days, and all of them are doing, thereby saying that what Arjun said was right. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you have to draw your identity from something deeper. So if any of you ask me, who are you? I'll say I'm a teacher, or I'll say I'm a mountaineer. Because those are the two things from where I draw my passion from. Those are the two things that make me truly happy. And therefore, find out what is your true identity. And once you have found that out, find out what is your relationship with the universe around you. Why is that important? Because one of the things that it does is, the moment you find out your relationship with someone, you automatically know what your responsibility is. If I know that this is my father, I automatically know what my responsibility is. If I know that this is my student, I automatically know what my responsibility is. Understanding the relationship is extremely important. I urge you to find your relationship with air, find your relationship with water, find your relationship with plants, find your relationship with animals. Om Dyau Shanti, Antariksham Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Rapa Shanti, Roshadaya Shanti, Vanaspataya Shanti. Find out your relationships with each of these, because the moment you find out your relationship, you will also find out what is your responsibility towards water, what is your responsibility towards air, what is your responsibility towards plants, towards trees, towards animals. And that is what we need to do to make a Viksit Bharat. The final thing that I want to address is, how do we do it? And the first thing in there is, develop fortitude. Apne andar nirbhayata laiye. We need to learn as a country, as a culture. One of the things I've always said is the biggest weakness of our country and biggest weakness of our culture is that we don't appreciate failure. We don't appreciate failure. We don't like failure. We look down upon people who fail. Please understand, till such time that we started appreciating failure, we will never have an Apple coming in from India. We will never have a Facebook coming in India. We will never have a Microsoft coming out of India. We need to appreciate failure. We need to get over the fear of failure. Because remember one thing, you will fail if you're trying something new. If there's anybody who's told you from this stage or any other stage that he or she has never failed, he or she has never fallen, he or she has never stumbled, then he or she is either lying or they have never done anything in their lives, which is new. Only if you're walking on a path which has been walked by millions before, will you not fail, will you not fall, will you not stumble. But if you're trailblazing, you will fall, you will stumble. The problem is not with the falling, the problem is not with the failing. The issue is, do you have it in you to get up again? Uddameni hi siddhanti karyani na manorathai, nahi suptasya singhasya pravishanti mukhe mriga. If a lion were to open his mouth, the deer is not going to come and sit inside. The lion will have to go out and hunt. Why am I talking about lions? to a group of people in the Indore Management Association Conclave. Because to me, I see so many of my young friends over here, to me, you are the lions and lionesses of my country, who are going to make this country proud, who are going to make this country great again. Now, I don't know how many of you know this, but a lion succeeds in its hunt only once in 4 attempts. Now, imagine you're a lion. You're chasing your prey, you fail. What would a lion do? Would a lion sit down and say, I'm not going to chase again? No. The lion rests a bit, takes a few deep breaths, Bhastrika pranayam karta hai, punah daudta hai. The lion fails again, rests again, chases again, fails again, but the 4th time when the lion chases, that's when he gets his prey. And therefore, the moral of the story, ladies and gentlemen, is hard work is necessary, but it is not sufficient. Beyond hard work, you need to have the perseverance. Beyond hard work, you need to have the resilience that even if you fail, even if you fall, you stumble, you get up again and continue walking towards the purpose that you have set for yourself. 2 examples which have really made a difference to our country. APJ Abdul Kalam. When he was turned down for the job of a fighter pilot, what did he do? Did he stop? No. He just pivoted around and then got into the space program and built our missile system and also our most beloved president. Dhirubhai Ambani failed several times in a small village in Gujarat, started with a gas station in a country which was so far away, Yemen, and then created a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. These are the examples that we should be looking up to, that even if you fail, even if you fall, you continue to get up and you continue moving towards a purpose that you have set out for yourself. The second way of doing it is reflect. You need to reflect on what does success mean to you. Because many a times we start associating success with certain milestones in our life. And here's a lesson from my life that I want to share with you. I've been fortunate enough to be trained in mountaineering by Bachendri Pal, the first Indian woman who climbed Everest. When I was young, and believe me, I was young once upon a time, I was very competitive. I always wanted to come first in anything that I did. Even when it came to mountaineering and trekking, I wanted to be the first person to reach the next camp. And I still remember this was my 3rd, 4th expedition and Bachendri was leading it. And this was a rather large group of 20, 25 people that she was leading. And this was the 4th day. And once again, I was the first person to reach the next camp. And I was waiting there with that smug look on my face, waiting for the others to come in. Bachendri walked up to me when they came after half an hour. And she said, Himanshu, why do you come to the Himalayas every year? And that took me aback. I said, Bachendri, what do you mean? You're a friend now. You know me very well. I love nature. I love the mountains. Mera naam Himanshu hai. Him ka anshu mein. She said, really? Tell me one thing. Today in our trek, we came across several waterfalls. How many waterfalls did we cross? I said, I do remember waterfalls, but I can't recall how many. She said, okay, we saw several varieties and colors of buttercups. Now, buttercups are these tiny flowers which come in multiple colors, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and they're tenacious flowers. So tenacious that even if it has snowed over, the moment the snow melts, the first thing that comes out is a buttercup. And I said, I do remember seeing buttercups, but for the love of my life, I can't recall what all colors. And she said, and you still say you come here for nature. And I realized that I was so obsessed about reaching the top that I'd completely forgotten that the joy lay in the journey. And much to my horror, I realized I was doing the same thing with my freaking life. I was so obsessed about the milestones in my life that I'd completely forgotten that life was what was happening to me between those milestones. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please remember what matters is the here and now. This moment, when I'm talking to you and you're listening to me, this moment when we will be listening to a galaxy of wonderful speakers is the moment that matters. That is what matters, being in the here and now, and we have to define our success in our own unique ways depending on where we are. That is the reflection I want you to do. Many people say, okay, I'm going to do my reflections once I retire. Please note, it doesn't matter then. Why does it not matter? I'm sure a lot of you are interested in music. What is a melody? Melody is a collection of notes. But tell me one thing, can you ever create a melody if you do not insert silences between the notes? No, you can't. If you don't insert silences, what you will get is a cacophony. You can never get a melody. Likewise, a life which is just full of action is a cacophonous life. You need to take pauses in your life and reflect and introspect to be able to make sure as to why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. And finally, the last thought that I leave you with, ladies and gentlemen, is make the right choices. Make the right choices. And what do I mean by that? Always remember, there are some things which you cannot control, but there are some things which you can control, and they are a matter of your choice. Getting angry on someone is natural. Staying angry is a choice. Disliking someone for something that the person did or did not do is natural. Nurturing hatred for a person or a community is a choice. Feeling guilty about something that you did or did not do is natural. But beating yourself up over it for the rest of your life, that's a choice. Ladies and gentlemen, make the right choices. And make the right choices not because of what you will get out of it. Make them because they are the right choices. I leave you with chapter 2, shlok 47 of Gita. Everyone knows the first line. Karmane vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachan. I want you to focus on the first part of the second line. Ma karmphal heturbhu ma te sangos akarmani. Ma karmphal heturbhu. Don't do something for the sake of what you will get out of it. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Don't take care of your children so that they will take care of you when you become old. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Don't take care of your parents so that they will leave your name on the will before passing away. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the past may have belonged to those leaders who did things well, but the future will belong to those leaders who not only do things well, but also do the right things. Thank you very much.
Wow. Dr. Rai, you have set the tone for the 2 days, for this conclave. You have set the theme in the right perspective. In fact, you have given the predictions for 2047. You have given the challenges, and you have also given the action plan. And that is the whole structure of our conclave. Thank you so much for this. May I now request AV team for the AV introduction of Mr. Alpesh Shah, please.
Mr. Alpesh Shah. Alpesh Shah leads Boston Consulting Group's India office. He has extensive experience in the insurance, financial services, telecommunication and technology sectors in Asia and specifically India. He has assisted a variety of banks, finance and insurance companies and telcos on topics including segment-specific strategy development, portfolio analysis, new business launch, breakout growth strategy development, pricing, channel effectiveness, operational efficiency enhancement, cost management and reduction, post-merger integration, business divestiture, and implementation support. Alpesh is also a member of FICCI Insurance Committee and the CII Asset Management Committee in India. Prior to joining BCG in 2000, he has associated with Booz Allen and Hamilton. Alpesh holds a bachelor degree in computer engineering from LD College of Engineering, Ahmedabad, and an MBA degree from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Alpesh Shah.
May I request Mr. Alpesh Shah to give you the presentation and show us all a roadmap to unlock global potential of India Inc.
So I guess still morning. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, Dr. Himanshu Rai just said that he was very competitive. I guess I thought I wasn't, but I heard him speak and I said this is going to be a tough act to follow. So I guess, as you look at what I thought I would share with you, I thought I would start by talking about what do we, and I look at literally a few hundred people in this room. This is India's leadership team going forward, right? And as I look at that, the question I have is, what do we need to do? I think Himanshu has clearly laid out, we will be the second largest economy in the world in 47. You can argue whether it is 47, 48, 46. There is no doubt. You can do all the math you want. We will get there. I guess the challenge is, it's not easy. And it will take all of us, and I repeat, all of us, whatever the 1,000 people in this room, and the 1.5 billion outside this room in India, to help us achieve that. So why is it not easy? Himanshu started with, at least I heard a new acronym, BANI. I'm going to start with an older acronym, which I'm sure you've heard of, right, which is VUCA. Why is it not easy? Why will getting to the second largest economy in the world not be straightforward? Because we are living in a VUCA world. And in case you haven't heard of this or you are not clear what it is, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Right? So what is volatility? So for those of you who are ever invested in Bitcoin, that is volatility at its very worst. It goes from X to 4X to X to 3X to 5X to 10X to 20X to X. It is just crazy, right? So that is volatility. You look at uncertainty, water, rains. You have no clue when the monsoon will come, how much rain will be there. Every year, we are actually hoping that we have a normal monsoon. So that's the uncertainty. Complexity. You look at any car engine, it has so many moving parts. Right? It's actually a pretty complex piece of work. Though, according to me, the most complex machine in the world is the human body. Right? We have no clue what the connections are. That's complexity. And then there is ambiguity. So just look at this. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw this picture. So is this a man wearing a duck ring or a duck wearing a man ring? Right? Two of us can look at the same picture and form a different point of view. We can look at the same context, the same situation, and have a different point of view. That's ambiguity for you. Right? There is no one right answer. And so if you put that together, that is the VUCA world we are living in. So what do we do with that, right? VUCA makes planning difficult. So we're talking about 47. Forget 47. Let's look at 37. Let's look at 27. Let's look at this person. He was looking at 27 seconds ahead. He could not even get the size of the font right when he had to write planning ahead. Right? So imagine how difficult it is to estimate what's going to happen 1 year from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. What should I be doing? Unfortunately, as leaders, we will all have to do that. And that is the world that we live in. Right? Why is it difficult? Because as human beings, we are very bad at making judgments. We're actually very, very bad at it. Not only are we bad, but we're overconfident. We think we are right. So being bad and right is a deadly combination. Let me give you a few examples from history. Lord Kelvin, in 1895, for people who follow science, was no mean scientist himself. He went on record saying, nothing heavier than air can fly. And so there is no way humans will ever fly. Less than a decade after that, as we all know, the Wright brothers flew the first manned flight across. And they were not the only ones. They were just the first ones. There were at least a dozen people in the world going live with that. So if they hadn't done it in 1905, somebody else would have done that in 1906. Right? The Decca Corporation in the 60s refused to sign the Beatles because they said guitarists were dead. As we know, for those of you who follow music in the 60s and 70s and 80s, as they say, the rest is history. They could not have got it more wrong. Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft in 2007, again went on record, like I said, bad at judging and overconfident, saying iPhones will fail. iPhones have no use case. He actually, if you go and read it up, in 2007 he said, you will not sell even 1 million iPhones in the world. He was right. We didn't sell 1 million, we sold 1 billion and counting. Right? Take a different field. Margaret Thatcher in 73 was so annoyed with the MCP world and the way women were being treated. She actually went on record saying there is no way this country will have a female prime minister ever. Right? And as they say, never say ever. She said it. Little was she to know that 6 years later she would be the prime minister. And not only for 4 years, but for 8 years. She had 2 terms of a very successful prime ministership. So this is the challenge, right? We are bad at judgment, but we are overconfident. And we just believe that we will look at the past and predict the future. So this is what I call the Piche Dekho Aage Badho strategy, right? You look at the past and say, it has not happened, so it will not happen going forward. So I give you an interesting anecdote. I was with a very smart Marwadi businessman who had just sold his business, had a pot of money. I was having a conversation with him. Suddenly his secretary comes in with a sticky, typically a polite way of saying the next person is waiting. So I looked at him and I said, Mr. Jain, time to go. He said, no, Alpesh, these are just some slick investment bankers, and with no offense to investment bankers. He said, these are just some slick bankers who are selling me, because I have money, wealth products. If you have the time, sit in, it'll be fun. So I sat in there, and along came this smart person giving them very complicated structured products. And it basically said, I make fun of structured products. Said, you stand on your right leg, lift your left leg, hold your left ear with your right hand, and if you do that, then you'll certainly get a 30% return. So this is a very smart businessman, 67, 68 years old. He looks at him with a deadpan serious face and says, but what if this scenario happens? And this smart banker says, sir, don't worry. We have looked at it. This has never happened for the last 30 years. Now, Mr. Jain is a very earthy businessman, very grounded. He looks at him with a very serious face. Says, young man, I am 67 years old. I have not died for the last 30 years. Will you bet on me not dying for the next 30? Right? And that's the challenge. You can't look at the past and predict the future, right? So that's the struggle that we have with trying to look ahead. So if I look at it, coming to what do we have to do as leaders? Why is it so difficult? What are all the changes happening? And now let me look ahead for the next, like I said, I can't even see 10, 20 years ahead, but even if I take the next 5, 10 years, what are the changes that are happening? And the changes are massive. I try to club them together into 4 buckets, right? So bucket 1, in India, the shift in demographics. When you start looking at every year, you don't realize it. We say India is a very young country. The median age in India is 28. So yes, we are a very, very, very young country. But the fastest growing age group in India is the 60 plus. If you were to project out just as near as 2030, India will have 350 million people over the age of 50. Okay, 350 million. I will let that sink in. So we would have a US over the age of 50 by the end of this decade. Just imagine. So if you're running a business and you think India is a young country, so I should create all the products and services for the young ones, think again. India, we don't have the data. In the US, I looked at the data. Okay, US has a lot of data. People over 50 control 75% of the wealth in that country. I repeat, people over 50 control 75% of the wealth in that country. So if you are running businesses in India, targeting the 50 plus is actually the best thing to do. People successful, have made money, have saved money, and I don't think India will be very far from the US. People over 50 will have more than 2/3 of the money, and that is 350 million people. Okay, just one example of the change in demographics. The second one, which I feel very proud about, 2014 was the first year in the history of India, at least in the recent last couple of 100 years, more women joined primary school than men. Okay, I repeat, more women in absolute numbers joined primary school than men. And why is that relevant? Because as I fast forward 12 years later, they're all going to be graduating. They're all going to get into the working force. As BCG, we do a survey of about 20 to 25,000 customers every year on their buying behaviors. And it is quite remarkable. We do this across 100 product categories. I can proudly say that as of last year, 2023, 54% of all decisions in this country are made by women. Okay, not 50, not less than 50, but 54. And even erstwhile male-dominated categories, that I call them male-dominated in quotes, automotives, computers, electronic gadgets, financial services, even in those categories, women are calling the shots. So again, as a business, I look at all these advertisements and again, more often than not, they address the male customers. I look at this and say, again, businesses and corporates, which actually focus on women, will be laughing all the way to the bank. Right? So just two examples, and there are many other changes that will go out. Tier 3 towns. Right? Tier 3 is Tier 3 and beyond, if I go beyond the top 50 cities. India is a remarkable country, one of the few countries which is not urbanizing as fast as the rest of the world. So if I share some data with you, today, India is only 35% urban, and even if I fast forward 10, 20 years, India will only be 40% urban. Unlike, you can take any country, Thailand 60 plus, Brazil 60 plus, China 60 plus. All the other countries have urbanized a lot more. India is a lot more decentralized. Again, as an input for businesses, that's something you have to think of very, very differently. So that's the first dimension of what I call the demographic shifts. If I take the second bucket, clearly customers are evolving. Simple differences. When I grew up, I was taught, be conservative. No matter how much money you earn, you save. You save today to spend later. I look at my children, the exact opposite. The next generation coming in, all of them look at this and say, consume today, save later. People want a lifestyle today. People will consume today, right? So one big shift. The second one is the demanding nature of our customers. In the past, sab chalta tha. I remember having waiting list for MTNL lines and BSNL lines for years. You had to apply for an MTNL line and you got it after years and you were fine with it. Today, you ask a customer, I order even a bottle of water. I want it in 30 minutes. I want it in 10 minutes. Right? Why? Why would you not plan ahead? You're saying, why should I? And I call it the Amazon culture and not making fun of it, but I order something, I will get an update saying your order has been recorded. Then I will get an update, it has been picked up from Timbuktu. Then I get an order saying it's now in the warehouse in Bombay. Then I get an order saying it's out for delivery. Then I get an order saying he's outside your gate. I'm saying, why do I need so much information? But it gives me information. It's better than not getting the information, right? So as you look at it, that is what customers expect across now. Not only with products you're buying from Amazon, but in everything in life, you expect the same kind of service. So that's the shift in customer behaviors. And again, I give you a few examples, but there are many other shifts that are happening, right? Today, people are willing to invest in experiences. So I've seen people in my office gift their parents a massage, gift their parents a vacation. In the past, it was always about assets. You don't waste money on an experience. You actually buy products which will last you a lifetime. I have been surprised people rent stuff. So, in my family, we don't have a camera. But my daughter really loves taking pictures. The iPhone makes up for it. But whenever we go on vacation, she rents a camera for a week. And I would never have imagined it a few years back, right? But that's the in thing now. You rent things that you only need once in a way. Why would you ever buy it? That is the shift in customer behavior that we have to be ready for. I take the third bucket of themes, obviously technology and the progress in technology. It is completely incredible. I got my first mobile phone when I was 30 years old. I don't think anybody can imagine living without one today. Right? We were all comfortable calling locations. I would call Ram's house. I would not call Ram. Today, we only call individuals. And it sounds very strange. You never call a location. You call an individual. Right? That's the shift. And I know it sounds like, obvious, because, we've been living it, right? But it is a major shift. And the pace at which all these changes are happening are completely incredible. So all of you would have heard of, or may have heard of these laws. There are Moore's law and Butter's law and all of that. Very simply put, Moore's law is one of those laws, I'm a computer engineer. I grew up on this, which says that the cost of computing power is doubling every 18 months. The power is doubling every 18 months, the cost is halving every 18 months. It sounds obvious, which says fine. It's okay, 18 months, double, big deal. But if you think about it, if it doubles every 18 months, that means in 15 years, there are 10 cycles of 18 months. So it is 2 to the power 10, which is 1,000 times. And in 30 years, it is again 2 to the power 10, which is 1,000 times, which means in 30 years, it is 1 million times. Just think of that. In 30 years, the computing power has gone up 1 million times. Okay? That's how stark it is. The laptop that I carry, my first computer in 1987, had a 40 MB hard disk, and I thought I was God. It had a 4 MB RAM. Today, if you have a phone will give you a GB. Right? It's just completely remarkable how things have changed. That is the power of computing. Right? What does it allow you to do? This power of multiplying is quite remarkable. Let me tell you a story. There was this person who created chess, supposedly somewhere in India, China, wherever. The king was very impressed with this person and looked at him and said, "Thank you very much. What can I give you? What reward can I give you?" This wise person looks at the king and says, "I don't have any major needs. Just give me rice. On the first square, give me 1 grain of rice. On the second one, 2. On the third one, 4. And just keep multiplying by 2. Just double the rice." And the king is looking at this person saying, "What an idiot. How stupid is he? He could have asked me for anything. Jewelry, gold, diamonds, rubies, whatever. Land, palaces. And he's asked me for rice?" Little did he know that he was going to go bankrupt, just giving him that rice. I told you the power of multiplying. 10 times gets you to 1,000. 20 times gets you to 1 billion. 30 times gets you to 1 billion. 40 times is 1 trillion. And after that, I don't know what the number is. As a result, when you got to square number 64, if you ever do the math, 2 to the power 64, this is the number. Right? This is the number of grains of rice. Like I said, the king went bankrupt. He just didn't have them. But that is the power of multiplying. If you keep doing, Himanshu is talking of doing the right thing, and if you keep doing it consistently, day after day, week after week, year after year, the returns that you get are completely humongous. And this is now enabling analytics. Now, analytics was always in vogue. I'm now giving away my age, but I grew up watching Agassi and Becker, 80s, 2 of the better tennis players at that point of time. Becker was known as Boom Boom Becker because he had a very big serve and people could not pick that serve. Agassi, in their first 3 matches, lost badly until he figured a trick out. This is analytics. This is native intelligence. He figured that when Agassi had his tongue out the left way, you can see his tongue is out right now when he's serving, he would serve one way. If his tongue went the other way, he was going to serve the other way. This is analytics 101. Agassi figured out before Becker would hit the ball, which way the ball was going to go, just by looking at his tongue. And so it's interesting, when Becker was serving, Agassi would not look at the ball, he would look at his tongue, because he knew which side he had to go. The outcome of that was, after that, they played 11 times competitively. Agassi won 10 of those 11. He only lost once in 11 matches after that. Right? And he only shared this after he retired, obviously. He did not share this, and this is a real story. This is, Agassi shares this in his book as well, The Open. But this is analytics. Now, what is happening is, with technology, with unlimited computing power, with unlimited memory, with unlimited data, analytics is becoming very, very real and very easy now. And this pace of changes, we spoke of all these changes. I told you the example of the mobile and the laptop, but the pace of change is humongous. Let me take something that didn't exist 30 years back. I told you, right? No mobile phones in India 30 years back. 95 was the first mobile phone. There was actually no internet in this world. Roughly, internet only went live in 91, 92. Digital was not heard of in the 90s, right? Well, that's 30 years back. All of us now live it. Let's look at something that didn't exist 20 years back. The first iPhone was only 2008. There were no smartphones before 20 years. There was no concept of analytics. While Agassi might have dreamt it up, there was no concept of analytics. Even closer home, if I look at something in the last 10 years, who was talking about climate 10 years back? Nobody. There was no UPI. UPI started in 2017. Okay? Just imagine, UPI only started in 2017. It is only 7 years old. How many of us can live without UPI today? How many of us don't make a UPI payment? None of us. Right? 7 years. Just look at the pace of change. Right? And now we're talking of AI and GenAI, but the pace of change is accelerating. So that is what I literally look at it, we have to live with. And because of all this technology and digital, you can go business after business, it is getting disrupted. So you look at the world's largest retailers have no inventory, literally. I mean, they do, but not much. The world's largest auto companies, crudely put, or the taxi companies, have no assets. They own no cars. And you can go on, right? In every field, you're actually looking at this and saying how technology is actually completely changing the nature of the business. And then the last theme, the fourth theme, is what I'm calling other macro themes. We looked at, Himanshu started by talking about the war between two countries which he didn't name. But geopolitics is completely changing the face of the world, right? Take the US-China, take Ukraine, Russia, take what happened with India-Canada as well, right? You just look at how one event, one episode suddenly starts changing it. My son did not apply to any college in Canada because he was not sure he would get a visa. So Himanshu was talking about how a war in one place was changing real estate prices somewhere else. The same way here, one event somewhere suddenly meant that students could not go to Canada. Indian students found it difficult to apply to Canada. The number of applications this year to Canada is down by 80% because people were just not sure. Right? You look at the development of the India stack, we just mentioned UPI. It is completely remarkable, the whole conversation on green. So if you just take the India stack, right, you've seen how Aadhaar has really helped, and Modi ji keeps talking of the Jam Trinity. Right? I think it is completely remarkable how that is transforming each of us and each of our lives. Just one example, I mentioned UPI. Do you know how many transactions we did in UPI with UPI last month? 12 billion. Just think about it. 12 billion transactions as a country in the month of January. February we'll find out, we just finished that yesterday, so I don't have the Feb numbers, but we did 12 billion transactions. There are only 1.5 billion of us, which means an average of 8 transactions per person per month already. Right? And not all of us use it. If I look at the latest numbers, only 300 million people use UPI, which means that the number could be 5x if all of us start using it. That is how stark this is. If you talk to the people who have created this, they believe that we will start hitting 1 billion a day. Right now we're hitting 12 billion a month. We will very soon get to 1 billion transactions every day. Okay. So as you put all of this together, I go for a run every Sunday morning. Just look at how convenient it has become. There is the coconut person on the lorry or on the cycle standing there. I don't have to carry any money. You pull out the phone, pay the person, get what you want, and you can do it for as little as you can pay an auto rickshaw fare for 12 rupees. You can buy a coconut for 50 rupees. You can do what you want. There is no charge. This is the biggest revolution. Right? India payments is ahead of any other country in the world. And it is a decade ahead. Nobody is even close. But this, if you look at it, are the 4 themes that I put out. These are all the changes that leaders will have to contend with. This is happening and will continue happening at an accelerated pace. So then I have, if I now bring this to a close, I have 6 thoughts for you to say, what do you do? But why is that important? Because we've spoken of multiple changes. But even one change can completely disrupt businesses. Let me make that come alive. When you've seen the oil prices. If you take oil prices, like the volatile prices for Bitcoin, they also move up and down. In 22, when the war, Feb 22, when the war between Ukraine, or the armed conflict between Ukraine and Russia happened, or Russia invaded Ukraine, the oil prices went up. So you can see the extreme right of the chart. They went up from about $25, $30 to $70, $80, $90, 3x. When prices go from X to 3x in a short time, it can have a large impact on businesses. Here is Hindalco, aluminum business. Energy is a large part of their cost. Actual numbers from their publicly available annual reports. Their fuel energy cost went from 10% in 22 to 15%, up 5%. As a result, their EBITDA fell 5 to 6%. If the companies were not as efficient, it would have gone bankrupt. When such fluctuations happen, companies have to plan around this. And it's not easy. Hence comes the role of leaders. And what will you do as leaders? All of you are going to be leaders if you are not already leaders, right? So as I look at it, I have 6 imperatives for you. So as you think about leaders in India, imperative 1, don't fight the change, literally embrace it. You can't wish it away. Everything that we have spoken about will happen and more, because we don't even know what's going to happen. In 2015, if somebody had said you will have a UPI payment ability to pay 10 rupees in 3 seconds, all of you would have laughed and said, ha, dekha jayega. Because we don't know what we don't know. Right? We are all like Lord Kelvin. We are all like Steve Ballmer. We only know what we know, and there are too many things that we don't know. So embrace the change. Right? And I say this with all humility, but for the first time in history, and there's a very interesting quote, for the first time in history, there is a topic, technology, where younger people with less experience know more about something. My children can teach me about technology, things that I will never know. They are far more adept at it. What that means, but the sad part is all decision rights are with these older people who don't know anything about technology. Or don't know enough. Anything is a strong word, right? What that means is we will also have to embrace change in organizations. The organizations that combine both the wisdom of experience and the exuberance and the knowledge of youth are going to laugh all the way to the bank. Right? So for example, I don't know how many of you watched this movie, The Intern. There was Anne Hathaway, who was this bubbly person creating this new business, had no process, no structure, but she had all the ideas. And there was Robert De Niro, who was the relaxed, experienced, 67, 70-year-old person who brought stability to her life, but they needed each other. And I don't think this is an either or. So as a country, we have to accept this, which says that the 50-year-olds and the 60-year-olds have to value what the 25-year-olds bring, and the 25-year-olds have to value what the 60-year-olds bring. We will both have to work together. The second imperative for all of us is, you laugh at this word, I call it stregility, which is agility in strategy. Right? You will have to be agile. You've seen the pace of change, everything is changing, and it's changing very fast. No strategy that you define is going to last. My clients don't even want a 5-year strategy now, because it is impossible to put out a 5-year strategy. You have no idea what's going to happen in 5 years. At best, I have done now 3-year strategies, which is 3-year strategy with a more concrete 1-year plan, right? And so you need a lot of agility in your strategy. So let me make it funny. Why do you need that agility? Because when you fail fast and you fail cheap. So let's assume I was commissioning a painting and I wanted a painting. And I got a painter in and told him or her to paint the Mona Lisa for me. He starts or she starts and does the first version, does the hands, 6 months in, does some part of the body, 24 months in or 12 months in, does some part of the neck, 18 months in, and 2 years later gives me the Mona Lisa, which I don't like. I've spent a lot of money and we've lost 2 years. I have to start all over again. The agile way of doing things is this one. The painter does a sketch literally in the first month or 2 or 3. I look at this and say, yeah, directionally right, more color, more color. The painter adds color and I say, oh, not clear enough, make it sharper. And then I say, give me better resolution, and you actually get what you want. And if you don't get what you want, in the first step, when you get that sketch, and let's assume I wanted a lion and not this, right? I had given the wrong instructions, I can stop there. You save the painter's time, which means you save resources, you save a lot of money. That is the agility that you need in your business. Right? So you have to be agile when you think about acting. The third one is every challenge is an opportunity. No opportunity is not going to come on your door and knock, saying, here I am. Every opportunity comes as a threat. It's a threat in disguise. You see it as a threat. Let me tell you a story, right? If you've seen all these churches, especially in the Western world, in Europe especially, they have all these big bells. You go to most of the towns, they will have this big bell which is usually used to announce things to the town or the village. And there are these vergers, V-E-R-G-E-R, people who usually are on those white cassocks, who go and ring the bell every hour or whenever there's a notice, right? So there was this verger, to cut a long story short, who had this role from the age of 22 until 41. He had been doing this for 19 years, ringing the bell. Suddenly, in this country, they came out with this rule saying everybody who's employed by the church has to be literate, has to be educated. Now, this verger was not educated, and he had a fear of the unknown. He did not want to undergo any education. The person who was heading the church tried his best. There were not only him, there were 4 or 5 employees of the church who were all not educated. So he started doing classes on the side, but this verger refused to join any of those classes. The deadline was a year out. He turns 43, 21 years he's been doing this. He's still not literate. He loses his job. What happens next? He's now obviously very sad. He's now walking along the road, and this was just outside London. He's walking along the road, getting home, and he wants a cigarette. He walks a few hundred meters, a kilometer, 2, 3, and he finds there is no cigarette shop along the road. Challenge converted to opportunity. He decides to open a cigarette shop. To cut a long story short, it's a very tough beginning. The first year, there are rains, his stock gets diminished. He has only a little savings, so he's got a very small stock. But he manages to survive the first year. By the second year, he's beginning to make some money. By the third year, it's a flourishing business. But now his antenna goes up. And so he starts walking different streets, and he finds that there are many places which don't have cigarette shops. He opens a second one and a third one, and 10 years out, he's got 100 shops. He's made a lot of money. But he's not literate. He doesn't know what to do with the money. It's sitting in his mattress, old style. Suddenly, one of the bankers realizes, now this has become big, that this is a lot of money, this is a good target customer for me. So the banker reaches out, tells him, what are you doing with your money? Can I help you? So again, to cut a long story short, he says, yes, I'm sitting on a couple of million pounds extra. Let's invest it. And the banker fills out the form for him, tells him, sign karo. The guy says, I'm illiterate. I can't sign. I don't know how to sign. So the banker is aghast, says, sir, just imagine, you don't know how to read or write, and you have this flourishing business. Imagine, what would you have achieved if you knew how to read and write? He says, if I knew how to read and write, I would have been ringing the bell even now. Right? That is what you have to do. If you ever see a challenge, recognize, just peel through the layers, there is an opportunity behind it. Right? Every challenge is an opportunity. The fourth one, Himanshu already mentioned this, be bold. That was his first ask of you, right? Try new things. Now this is very, 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 and I repeat, very, 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 very important. Why? Why is it important? There's this very famous quote by Mark Twain. I will read it out because it's very powerful. It says, 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things you did not do than the ones you did do. Okay? I will repeat. Yeah? 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the things you did not do than the ones you did do. So throw up the bowlines, sail away from the sail harbor, catch the trade winds, explore, dream, discover. Right? Are you ever disappointed by what you did? Typically not. You'll always look back and say, agar ye kiya hota to acha hota. Right? So be bold. One of my biggest and simplest lessons very early on in life, and this applies to all businesses, if you try 10 things and you get 3 things right, you'll have a good business. 3 out of 10. Going back to Himanshu's 1 and 4 for the lion, okay? 3 out of 10, you'll have a good business. If you get 5 out of 10 things right, you will have a great business. You will have a very, very, very profitable business. If you get 7 out of 10 things right, think again. You should be unhappy. You did not try enough things. You were not bold enough. You cannot get 7 out of 10 things right. No business has the right to get 7 out of 10 things right. Right? So that's the fourth one. The fifth one, I would say this is the toughest. You have to challenge your own mental conditioning. Right? Why do I say it's the toughest? Because I told you at the beginning, piche dekho, aage badho. That's what we are used to. What does that mean? I will tell you the story. This is a National Geographic video. To make it brief, a dog is put in a kennel next to a hedge. Every day, 3 or 4 times a day when it's meal time, the food tray is put next to that hedge and the high frequency whistle is blown. The dog walks out of the kennel, jumps over the hedge, eats, jumps, goes back. Day 1, week 1, month 3. After some time, the hedge is cut off. You again blow the high frequency whistle, what happens? There is no hedge. The dog continues to do what he or she was used to. This is what all humans do. We always look at the past and repeat that. It is completely remarkable how easy it is to forget that things change. So, how do you change your own conditioning? Your mental conditioning is something that you really have to change. Otherwise, you will actually be the dog who's jumping even when there's no need. And the last one, as leaders, you have to lead from the front. And I'll end with both a saying and a story, right? So, if you look at it, this is a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. He defined leadership. He defined what is a good leader. I love this, and I'll tell you why. What's a leader? A leader is one who takes the first steps towards a goal she or he deeply cares about in ways that others choose to follow. Every word is measured. Okay, and I'll highlight just a few words. First steps. So that's the leader. Towards something that you deeply care about in ways that others choose. Himanshu again made this point. It's got nothing to do with the title. You can be the CEO, you can be the CFO, you can be anybody. It is not because of your title that the person or the group chooses to follow you, but because of the way in which you do it. And so if I look at it, let me end with this story which I really love. Many of you would have heard it, so I'll keep it brief. But there was this author, a really successful author, who suddenly develops a mental block and is not able, what's called a writer's block, is not getting any ideas. Luckily, he has rich friends who tells him, Goa mein mera beach pe bungalow hai, why don't you go there and, find your juices, right? So this author lands up there. Next morning, 6:30 in the morning, is on the deck having a coffee, and far away, he sees some odd motion. He's intrigued, so he gets off the deck and starts walking towards that. As he gets closer, it seems like somebody is dancing. He's very intrigued, saying, "Ye dance kyun kar raha hai koi? Subah 6, 6:30 baje." He gets closer and he sees it's not somebody dancing, it's a teenager who is actually picking up a starfish and throwing it into the sea. So he goes to this young person and says, "Young man, what are you doing?" The young boy says nothing, goes, picks up another starfish, throws it into the sea, and he continues doing that. So this author is very annoyed. He thinks this young boy is rude. He walks back in a huff. But he's not able to sleep well that night, wondering what the hell was that kid doing. Next morning, 6:30 again, troubled night. He's having his cup of coffee and he sees the same movement. Today he's smarter. He knows it's not somebody dancing. So he walks there with purpose, saying, "I will find out. Aaj to pata karke rahunga, kya kar raha hai ye bachcha?" He goes there and tells him, "Young man, what are you doing?" Doesn't respond, goes, picks up a starfish, throws it into the sea. Then he comes back and tells the person, "Isn't it obvious? When there is high tide, the starfish get stuck on the beach. As the water recedes and there's low tide, they're stuck on the beach and they die. So I'm actually picking up these fish and throwing them into the sea so that they live longer." The author is wonderstruck and he looks at this kid and says, "But isn't it a waste of time?" The young kid says, "Why?" He says, "There are thousands and thousands of kilometers of beaches on which there are millions of starfish. What difference can one individual make?" The young boy does not answer, goes, picks up a starfish, throws it into the sea, and says, "I made a difference to that one." And so that's what I will end with. Himanshu spoke of purpose. I would convert that into a metaphor for you. Find your own starfish. Right? Find your own starfish to pursue your purpose in life in a way that at least the 1,000 people in this room and a million people beyond, and hopefully a billion people beyond, will choose to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for giving us deeper insights on how to make decisions, what actions to take. May I now invite Mr. Ashok Kumar Sojatia, Chairman of Acropolis Group of Institutions, to present memento to Dr. Himanshu Rai, please. Thank you. We thank both the speakers, Dr. Himanshu Rai and Mr. Alpesh Shah, for enriching. Friends, we have finished this inaugural session. And before that, may I request AV team to play the IMA anthem. Thank you, AV team. Friends, may I now invite Mr. Rashmi Rathi Tiwari, CEO Gyrex Technolabs, to conduct the next session. Mr. Rashmi Rathi, please.
So before that, I kindly request IMA Vice President CA Naveen Khandelwal to provide the information regarding IMA Lifetime Outstanding Award. Thank you, sir.
ओ पहलवान, लड़कियों वाली फेयरनेस स्कीम लगा रहा है। कल नेल पॉलिश लगाएगा, परसों लिपस्टिक। लंगोट उतार, लहंगा लपेट ले।
पहलवान फेयर एंड हैंडसम लगा भी साधारण मर्दों वाली फेयरनेस क्रीम से ज्यादा असरदार, ज्यादा फास्ट।
इमामी फेयर एंड हैंडसम।
आइए सर, ये आपका दीवाने खास, ये आपका सिंहासन, ये आपका पिए, ये आपका एम्बुलेंस नंबर।
एम्बुलेंस?
कबिनवा इतना बड़ा है तो जिम्मेदारी बढ़ेगी, जिम्मेदारी बढ़ेगी तो वर्कलोड बढ़ेगा, वर्कलोड बढ़ेगा तो टेंशन बढ़ेगा, टेंशन बढ़ेगा तो एम्बुलेंस। ये तो प्रॉब्लम है, सॉल्यूशन भी है सर। तेल नहीं सर, नवरत्न तेल, टेंशन का रामबाण इलाज। खोपड़िया में लगाइए, टेंशन फ्री हो जाइए।
9 आयुर्वेदिक जड़ी बूटियों वाला नवरत्न तेल।
पकड़ा तूने। गुस्सा।
अरे इमामी डबल बुल सीमेंट के आगे सिंगल बुल क्या करेगा?
इमामी डबल बुल सीमेंट, मजबूती का वादा, जरूरत से ज्यादा।
तकलीफों का बजाने बाजा, आ रहा है राहत राजा।
मालिश, ठंडी मालिश चंपी, सर दर्द से फटता जाए और बदन कहे आए हाय। आजा प्यारे पास हमारे, नवरत्न आजमाए, एक चंपी तो हो जाए। थकान हो जब तन में और तनाव हो जीवन में, अरे भरी जवानी बाल पके और नींद न हो अखियन में नींद नहीं आ रही है। अरे सुन सुन ओ बेटा बेटा सुन, ओ जो बॉडी में शॉर्ट सर्किट सुन, नवरत्न लगा के सारे दर्द मिटा ले, फिर तुझ में बजेगी ये कल्ला जैतून। आयुर्वेदिक जड़ी बूटियां इसमें है समाई, नवरत्न आजमाए, नवरत्न आजमाए। अरे ठंडा ठंडा कूल कूल, ठंडा ठंडा कूल। अरे भैया कब से गा रहे हैं ठंडा ठंडा कूल कूल? सुनाई नहीं देता का? चलो इधर आ बाबा, चल।
फ्रॉम तेरा यार हूं मैं टू सलामत रहे दोस्ताना हमारा, और अतरंगी यार टू दोस्ती का नाम है जिंदगी। और जयवीर की बात करें या रांचो के दोस्त की बात करें, what is common in bonds between friends? IMA celebrated this unique combination of bond in friendship and business by conferring the IMA Lifetime Achievement Award to two friends, Shri R.S.Goenka ji and Shri R.S.Agarwal ji, who came together to come out with a solution for every problem of me, that is Imami, a household name. The two Ratans and the co-founders of the Imami group created Navratna oil to keep your head calm and made you heal with Zandu balm. Dermicool brought the summer temperature a bit minus, and they added charm to winter with Boro Plus. They brought energy with Chavanprash Keshar King, and Ayurveda Kesh King made the hair swing. On 25th of this month, the award was given in divine presence of Pujya Swami Chidanand Saraswati ji to Shri R.S.Goenka ji and R.S.Agarwal ji. So, thoughts of wisdom flowed from Swami ji, and as it happens in any bond with souls attached, 3 E's are very important. The 3 E's are experience, expressions and emotions, which came out from the Lifetime Achievement Awardee, that were the major important takeaways of the session. Let's have a small glimpse of the same. अचीवमेंट अवार्ड टू a जोड़ी of two friends जिन्होंने कभी दूसरे का हाथ नहीं छोड़ा और न कभी किसी दूसरे का साथ छोड़ा. Yarana at the rate 50 years and will continue till infinity.
Mr. Agarwal has won numerous accolades, which include the Global Zavarian Award, Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award, amongst many other recognition and honor.
The mightiest warriors conquer themselves. A pioneer of modern business, Mr. Goenka continues to drive Emami Group's stellar value with his 50 years expertise in taxation and strategic planning.
Today is a very special day for both my childhood friend and partner, Shri R.S.Agarwal and myself. It's indeed a very humble experience for us to be felicitated with the Lifetime Outstanding Achievement Award 2024 by the prestigious Indore management. I would now like to share some of the secrets of our togetherness for 50 years. Normally, दो पार्टनर जब रहते हैं, दो फैमिली साथ में रहती है, तो लीडर एक ही होना चाहिए. तो दो लीडर हो जाते हैं तो आपस में हर तरह की क्लैश हो गई. तो हम लोगों की 50 साल जो साथ में पार्टनरशिप रही है, उसका मैं ज़्यादा क्रेडिट इसी को देना चाहता हूँ कि अग्रवाल जी को हमारी फैमिली ने, गोविंदा फैमिली ने उनको लीडर माना. इसी कोई भी बिजनेस में डिफरेंसेस तो होते ही हैं. हम ये सोचे कि 50 साल में हम साथ में रहे, कभी कोई तरह का डिफरेंसेस नहीं हुआ कि गलत होगा. जब कहीं भी डिस्कशन होगा तो डिफरेंसेस आएंगे, लेकिन मतभेद कभी भी मतभेद होता था डिस्कशन में, मनभेद कभी नहीं हुआ. मनभेद का 20 साल से हम तो पूरे फैमिली मेंबर्स, हमारी ज्वाइंट फैमिली है, हम लोग सब साथ ही रहते हैं. आई एम द एल्डेस्ट, लेकिन खाना हम लोग चारों फैमिली एक साथ ही खाते हैं अभी तक. एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात मैं बताता हूँ. अग्रवाल जी ने जब अपना मकान बनाया अभी रहने का, तो उसका नाम अद्वैत रखा. अद्वैत का मतलब आप सब जानते ही होंगे. और उसी तरह हमने भी अपना नई बिल्डिंग बनाई तो उसका नाम ऐक्य रखा. ऐक्य का मतलब टुगेदरनेस. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि खाली हम वर्ड्स से काम वर्ड्स में है, एक्चुअली एक्शन में भी वही है जो हम आपको बताते हैं. हमारी फैमिली में जितनी भी मैरिजेज वगैरह होती है, अब कोई भी फैमिली का फंक्शन होगा तो उसमें हमारा और अग्रवाल जी का नाम दोनों बनेगा. किसी ने क्वेश्चन किया आपसे कि भाई एक म्यान में दो तलवार कैसे है, क्वेश्चन. यहाँ मैं आपको थोड़ा सा ठीक करना चाहूंगा. म्यान एक है तलवार की लिपि, अग्रवाल की तलवार का धार वाला हिस्सा है और मैं उसके पीछे वाला हिस्सा हूँ.
इतना बड़ा एम्पायर, इतना बड़ी इज्जत, लेकिन कलकत्ता में किसी के पास आप कहीं चले गए, राधेश्याम जी भगवान को बस भगवान को आदमी है. ये रहना कष्ट किया है, समस्याएं दिया है, लेकिन उन समस्याओं में भी दोस्ती नहीं टूटी. जो है सबके लिए है, एक के लिए नहीं. जो मंगाया, जो भी आया, ये नहीं है शॉपिंग को अपने लिए बढ़िया बढ़िया सामान के जो भी होगा चलेगा. जो भी है सबके लिए, अपने लिए लेस है ना. सामने वाला हाथ तो मैं तो पीछे वाला, ये अपने आप को बना के रखना, ये तभी होती जो जीवन में विनम्रता होती है.
So IMA believes that दोस्ती, किताब, रास्ता and सोच सही हो तो जीवन बेहतरीन हो जाता है. And that is why it organizes such conclave for networking, for future directions, positive thoughts and knowledge to carve out the future. Let this bond between you and IMA keep flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naveen Bhaiya. A very good morning to everyone present here. I am Rashmika Tiwari. I request AV team to play the session AV, please.
Session 1.
I request Mr. Saurabh Mehta, Director of Kriti Industries India Limited and Executive Committee Member IMA, to escort our esteemed speakers, Architect Manish Gulati, Principal Architect and Founding Partner, Mofa Studio, Mr. Ramshray Yadav, Founder and CEO, Integro Asset Management, and Dr. Parimal Merchant, Director Global FMB Programs, SP Jain School of Global Management, to the stage. Architect Manish's visionary leadership has propelled the firm to the forefront of India's design scene, with a diverse portfolio spanning public spaces, institutional buildings, and humanitarian projects grounded in sustainability and innovation. Sir's approach underscores the transformative potential of design in addressing global challenges. Mr. Ramshray boasts over 2 decades of expertise in real estate, banking, and investment, with a philosophy rooted in incremental progress leading to substantial impact. He spearheads India's financialization of real business states. Dr. Parimal specializes in family business education with over 30 years of experience. His unique insights have shaped the landscape of family business culture in India. I request CA Santosh Muchalji, partner Muchal & Gupta Chartered Accountancies and immediate past president IMA, to do the floral welcome of architect Manish Gulati. Mr. Kalpak Gandhiji, Managing Director, Methodex System, to do the floral welcome of Mr. Ramshray Yadav. And can I have Mr. Arpit Jain sir ready? Mr. Arpit Jain, Managing Director, Arihant Capital Markets Limited, will do floral welcome of Dr. Parimal Merchant.
Introducing Manish Gulati, an acclaimed architect and distinguished alumni of CPT, Ahmedabad, founder of MOFA Studios. Manish's journey began in the dynamic realm of events and exhibitions, evolving swiftly to establish his own firm. Under his visionary leadership, MOFA Studios has garnered numerous awards. accolades, and widespread recognition, firmly positioning itself among India's top design firms. Renowned for their expertise in crafting public spaces and institutional buildings, their portfolio encompasses a diverse array of projects, from expensive stadiums to intimate private homes and impactful humanitarian research endeavors. At the heart of Manish's philosophy is a deep-rooted belief in the transformative power of design and innovation. He champions a holistic approach, seamlessly integrating sustainability into every facet of the design process. With an unwavering commitment to excellence, Manish continues to push the boundaries of creativity, believing that through design, solutions to the world's most pressing challenges can be realized. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Manish Gulati.
This is what, yeah. Hi, good morning, everybody. I am delighted and ecstatic to be in such esteemed audience, and the session before me paved the way for what I'm going to be talking. It was a great session for me to pick up from there. So you must be wondering what an architect is doing in a session like this, where we're only talking about management and finances and everything, and what does an architect know about all of these things. But I'm here today, and the topic that I've taken is computation and use of AI for the development of global growth. What is computation in construction and architecture? We are about a 20-year-old firm, and in these last 20 years, we have gone through a journey of construction and building where technology has also gone simultaneously with us. We have grown the construction industry. At the same time, how the technological changes have happened, it's revolutionary to kind of use that and make it more efficient way of building. And we call our work always work in progress. We are a studio, we are a small laboratory where we are experimenting and we are creating newer and newer systems, more efficient systems that make the construction process, that make the design process more sustainable, more green, but at the same time more efficient and more financially viable. I mean, it's a term that architects don't usually use, ROI, but it's something that we have sort of started looking at. I mean, sustainability cannot be just environmental sustainability. It has to be financial sustainability as well. It has to be socio-economic sustainability for every project. So for the first 10 years, which is what I call MOFA 1.0, if we explored the basics of architecture through the basic construction of buildings, of institutions and public buildings, we understood the behavioral patterns of how people use the buildings in this country. How we have done projects all over the country. The closest one here is a stadium we've done in Devas, Tukoji Rao Stadium, which was done more than 15 years ago. And more such public projects help us understand how people use public spaces in India or locally, or how they're connected at a global level. MOFA 2.0 is a more specific need in terms of integration of services, integration of how a building functions like a machine, like a flawless machine, where it's not just putting up a structure together, but it's also at the same time saying that it's energy efficient, it's water management efficient, the air purification systems, the quality of air, all those are monitored and self-monitored using technology. As a future projection, now we have also started using a lot of simulations, computation, and AI, so what we call generative AI, in which we are able to predict a very specific pattern of a building, of how it's going to react in the next 10 years, 20 years, to the next 50 years, and that helps us understand what is a global impact of buildings of certain nature, what needs to be done and what should not be done. I'm going to be presenting 3 or 4 projects today. This is a project that got inaugurated last week by the Prime Minister in Goa. It's a National Institute of Water Sports. As a public institution building, it is a Ministry of Tourism venture, first of its kind in the world that gives licenses on adventure water sports, rescue operations for defense, and including BBA and MBA courses in tourism, all under one roof at a government level. There's no other government in the world that's providing something like this under one umbrella. So when we got this project, and this project did take a long time to construct, and this is where I'm coming to, when we use the traditional methods of construction and traditional methods of doing things, we have learned and understood the way forward to cut down that time and cut down those financial impacts on projects of these kind. National Institute of Water Sports, in a poetic language, was conceived more as, what if you're trapped inside a wave? You're a water sports adventurer. What is the main thing as an adventurer? You don't want a classroom which is static. You want an environment that challenges you, that is dynamic, and that's something that replicates your experience inside the sea. Because most of the people there, let's face it, are not there for theory classes. Theory classes are very little, but the major component of the building is to act like a connection or a bridge between the land and the sea. So these are some initial paper models as how every conventional architect works. We make paper models, but from here on, the entire process changed. The first rendering or the bird's eye view that we presented to the government as what the project vision was. These are the visionary images, or what we call the artist's impression. And from there, we started analyzing, breaking down the building, literally like how a doctor scans a body, but there's no body and you're constructing that body. It's a reverse engineering of the whole thing. So right from understanding daylight, every classroom should get certain amount of lux level, certain amount of light, certain kind of air, ventilation. We did multiple simulations, and there have been more than 200 iterations to understand just the form, just the lights, skylights, windows, openings, through a long computation and a simulation process. The whole thing was done to control costs, to create an accuracy of a design like this at a government setup. Because when you're doing an L1 contract, and we all are aware of how L1 contracts work all over the world, it's not just about India, everywhere, a lowest bid contractor it is an extreme challenge to do a building of this nature with the lowest cost. So another challenge to us with L1 was we couldn't use any mechanical methods or cranes to build a building like this. We had to sort of break it down into smaller components so that we could build smaller components and it could be manually built together on site. And what we had to do was we had to sort of recycle a lot of construction waste that was getting generated by the building itself into making of the building and the finishing of the building. So that was a huge challenge that we put ourselves onto. As an initial form, we broke down the entire roof into smaller modules. And these modules, now if you basically understand, if you're doing a large curved roof and you want to construct it, how do you measure it? How do you put it together on a large scale like this? And I'm talking about 40,000 square feet of roof, which is spanning from one end to another end, almost 200 meters. How do you get the accuracy to get that form and that shape? So you build smaller modules. And if we understand the dimensioning system, X, Y, and Z axis, unless you get the Z axis for every point in the roof correctly, you're not going to get a complete form like this in a correct manner. We couldn't use cranes to put it together. So I think I went back to my understanding, and there was this image in Mahabharata of Bhishma Pitama lying on a bed of arrows, how the body is pronked up on those arrows. And we realized that there was a lot of waste reinforcement bars, the steel on the side from the construction of RCC. We used those to get our Z-axis to build these smaller modules, and these smaller modules were then taken up and constructed as a highly accurate and a perfect geometry roof with only a margin error of 3 mm by 3 mm. We did a detailed rainwater analysis. Goa rains a lot. It almost rains 1 meter per hour in the extreme rain situations. And if not taken care of, the whole building would be leaking. So we did a detailed simulation with the exact climate data, with the volume of water that would be coming in for the last 20 years, and a prediction of next 20 years with how the sea levels are rising and everything, to understand how to design the gutter systems or the drainage systems for a building like this. The construction drawings were done as an automated process within the office. We created an entire software to have detailed construction drawings where every steel pipe could be cut and bent at a specific angle. And these 5,000 drawings literally translated into a roof, out of which a lot of it was also done as file to factory. And a file to factory concept, if I explain, is you send a CAD file, and that CAD file sort of, you cut it, bend it into a factory, and bring these prefabricated modules, and you place them over the entire thing. The monitors are off here, so I'm not able to see. That's during the construction. For a large space like this, there's also a problem of sound, acoustics. How do you handle that? A detailed simulation was done where we did not want to close these classrooms off with large walls. We wanted to have the visual continuity, but at the same time, create a system that could contain the sound of every classroom within the same space itself without spilling over. So a simulation for sound that was done. And this resulted in 2 classrooms of this nature, where the acoustic panels on top take care of the entire sound spillage, right from high frequency to the low frequency, and one classroom sound does not go to the other classroom and there's no physical barrier. Beyond a certain height of the wall, it's all open, but the sound is completely contained. Some of the photographs, can I have these monitors on, because these are not on? So yeah, that's the overall project. Now, that's how it sits in front of the sea, and that's its overall context in Goa. Next time any of you are in Goa, please have a look, visit this project. It's one of its kind. Now I come to the next level. That was a conventional way of construction as far as I'm concerned. Now we're getting into a newer realms of construction, and we've heard of 3D printed buildings. I think the biggest example everybody has been giving off late, that China has been constructing these 3D printed buildings, and they construct an entire 8th floor in about 36 hours or 48 hours or those kind of figures. Yes, construction technology has gone to the next level now. And since that has gone to the next level, we also changed our entire designing process. Conventionally, an architect would draw lines, would draw plans, would layouts, and those layouts would go into a 3-dimensional building, and that would get constructed. Here, we reverse engineered. We didn't think about creating lines or layout plans here. But for us, what most important for every project is the functional brief. What are the functions inside a building? You have a multi-purpose hall, you have a salon, you have creche, it's a public building, it's a club. The functions of the club, how they're interrelated to each other, you cannot understand them only at one layer of plan. So we didn't want to create a building where you say these functions are on the ground floor, then first floor, and then second floor. No, there is no division of floors. But what is most important for a project of this nature is the interconnectivity of functions within themselves, as what we call a mother and child relationship. Now, in a simple terms, if I look at this hall here, there is a space outside that's connected to it, which we call the ante space, or the space where the tea coffees are served. That will always be part of the banquet hall. So banquet hall becomes the mother, and that space becomes the child. So we did this interconnectivity of mother and child relationship and wrote a program that now this is understanding from how the animal kingdom works, how the insect kingdom works. If you look at ants and termites, they create these nests. So you have the queen ant and you have the other ants, and they are all so well interconnected in the animal kingdom that they're able to carve out spaces which are more organic, yet they are able to feed to each other without layering and dividing the way we humans do. We did multiple simulations where the moment you change the area within the Excel sheet, the whole form of the building and the interrelationship of function changes. And these are the first initial models that came up. It almost represents an anthill, what we call in the architectural terms a Voronoi structure or a honeycomb structure. A honeycomb structure is very simply, we all understand how the bees make their colonies. a very stable structure that stays on the trees, hangs from cliffs and mountains, and nothing happens, it stays against gravity. So a similar interconnected structure is what we have conceived for a project, which would be 3D printed. We're starting on this construction. With this kind of a project, the construction would not take more than 3 weeks, but the planning of it would take about a year, because we have to be absolutely precise in terms of where the cables, conduits, pipes, walls, glasses, everything is going to go, so that we can, while it's getting 3D printed, we are able to leave notches and gaps and everything for the future sort of doing of the whole thing. Now, this is where it gets interesting. We have started integrating AI with the generative computational coding. So the moment we are developing a certain form, the AI is helping us visualize what it's going to look like in the real terms, with real textures, with real light, with real simulations, with people, with scale. And every time we change a function, it helps us visualize what the entire space could be, or what is the quality of natural light or the sunlight we're getting in. How much sunlight we'll get into a building like this. Unless we're able to visualize this, we're only working on mechanical terms. It helps us visualize scales, making it more human or humane at the same level. This brings me to another project, and you must be wondering, why am I showing a single house, going from that scale to this scale? But here, this is not just a house. It's one of the most technologically advanced houses where everything is based on automation and voice commands. Right from the air quality temperature to the temperature, to even the opening of doors or the security systems is all controlled using voice. The process of design for something like this, again, very similar to how we did the clubhouse, where the client wanted a very large basement area or the lower ground area as an open space for public gatherings, parties, almost 100 feet by 50 feet space, and the rest of the house is supposed to hang on top of it. But at the same time, the challenge was that the basement should get enough sunlight for him to grow a tree or a patch of greens inside that basement. How do you achieve something like this? Now, you can predict, but the sun patterns, and to understand that, we again went into reverse. Now, keeping that in mind, we simulated, we put these conditions that, okay, in 1 year, one space of the house should get sunlight for at least 3 hours, which is that corner of the house in this kind of plot with the way it's sitting, which is that space which will get at least 3 hours of sunlight every day. So we wrote a program that gave us more than 27,000 iterations or various plans or arrangements in one single night. And we narrowed it down to lesser iterations. We added more functions to it. We added functions of bedrooms and functionality to the entire thing, and a plan sort of started appearing out of these iterations. And we were able to get a layout which is the most efficient layout, which gives us enough sunlight, which works functionally, and we still haven't drawn a single line to show to the client that, you know, this is where your bedroom is and this is where your living room is. It's the generative AI that is doing this entire back-end calculations for us and telling us and predicting that this is how your house should be. Ultimately, the house section or the plan appears where if you see the yellow part is the lower basement, which has got a height of about 40 feet. It's an open space, and the main house sits on top of it with a swimming pool. The purple areas are the service areas. So this is simulation of sunlight, right from morning till evening in every sort of season. We took one date in every month and simulated the shadow pattern and the sunlight pattern. And today, in fact, I don't have that photograph with me right now. We took a photograph on 25th of December because that is what I had predicted to the client, that on this corner of your house, 25th of December at 11 a.m. in the morning, you will get a patch of sunlight. And we took that simulation, we took that photograph, it's exactly the same. In fact, the whole house was designed using virtual reality because it was COVID times. The client and us did not meet for 6 months. This whole thing, this whole exercise was happening in a virtual reality environment where he's wearing a headset and I was wearing a headset, and we are entering a virtual space where he's able to visualize how the internal spaces are, and we are talking while we are interacting in that virtual space, and we are designing the whole house without meeting even once during that 6 months. In fact, once the house was designed and it was going into construction, the first time we met when we started the Bhumi Pujan. So that's what I'm talking about, the future of design, the future where we use augmented reality and virtual reality to our advantage. The house model has been built to such a large detail that every structural beam, column, air conditioning duct, electrical pipeline, plumbing pipelines have been detailed model, and there's a simulative behavior that has been predicted. So right from the fluid control of water to the air, everything has been simulated in such a way that, of course, this is a romantic photograph of an interior, of what this whole house is going to look like, and that's the natural sunlight being predicted coming to the house. That's the basement, and we are almost 25 feet below the ground. The structural system, detailed analysis, this is a detailed model that was done. So we are able to predict the forces. The structural engineer is able to understand the bending moments and the nature of the building at every bolt and every junction with a model of this nature. Same goes, this helps us make the whole house into as a kit of parts, like how the Lego build-up happens. The whole house has been built using these beams which have been fabricated in a factory off-site, brought to the site, and then assembled like a Lego. So within about 6 months, we were able to construct the entire house, 6 floors from scratch. Of course, the structure is complicated because it's 50 feet of span without any columns, and those holes that you see, they take all air conditioning ducts to electrical conduits to drainage pipes and everything. So it's a very well laid out system like a human body. You've got the bones and the nerves and the arteries running through. That's some of the photographs during construction. The service layouts, the detailed service models, where the blue ones you see are the air conditioning ducts, where we're using a high efficiency air conditioning system where the duct is only 2.5 inches with high CFM, and high CFM is more air in less amount of time, is to make this whole air conditioning system more efficient and thereby saving about 70% of electricity. This helped us create something called a digital twin. This model, which is a virtual model, carries every information like a DNA of the building. So tomorrow, whenever a client wants to look through the building, you look at this thing, you don't know where an air conditioning pipe is or where this is inside the roof because it's all hidden. This is like an X-ray model. He can cut the building through at any point and see what is running inside that specific area and at that specific point. So he can monitor the nature or the health of the building using the automation system through the digital twin model itself from his iPad or his iPhone. I come to the last part of my presentation. What are we doing this? What is the digital impact of design? What is the entire nature of design today? How people perceive? I think we all have to agree that there's a generational shift that has happened. We hear these terms, Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, and we are all aware of these terms. When we say a Gen Z, and we say they were born with technology, what does it mean? What does it mean on the behavioral pattern? How does it affect the design world or a design practice like ours? Of course, traditionally, the practice was always divided into the academic and the build side. Then there is communication, there is PR, and then what we have is the unstoppable social media. The social media, no matter how much we kind of say that it does not affect the life of ours, at every point, at every step, social media is slowly, we have already entered the matrix. And what we are living, and this is a very interesting term that I heard, 60-second real life, where the life and death of anything, any concept or any idea lives for 60 seconds on social media. A trend, if it lasts, if it goes viral within that 60 seconds, it goes, otherwise it dies down. So the entire world that exists in this virtual simulated reality, we have two things happening. A digital consumerism where fast-paced images are thrown at you. If you're scrolling your phone and looking at the reel, you're consuming those images by the second, by the millisecond. And almost everybody wants to be exclusive. Everybody wants to be famous. Everybody wants to be viral on that. But when everybody wants to be exclusive, everything becomes neutral. What is trending also becomes neutral within the next few seconds. So what we're living is this simulated reality, and we reach to a stage where we call digital neutrality. Well, there is absolutely no difference. Within the same chaos, everybody is following the same pattern. People are trying to be different by the second, but within that same few seconds, everything becomes neutral. So how do you stand out? The next generation is looking at newer and newer ideas of being non-conformist. There's a whole generational shift that's happening between how we thought and how the younger generation is thinking. They want to be non-conformist to the ideas that have been existing till now. There is impatience because you can predict and you can see things much faster. This whole paradoxical thinking has, and I was surprised by my own media analytics team, that your social media engagement, if it doesn't happen within the 7 seconds, it will die down. So now we've come from 60 seconds to 7 seconds of engagement time on social media. And this is our social media where you can see the audience retention on the best of things, best of views. By the 3rd or the 4th second, it starts dying down. That is what we're talking about. I mean, these are some of the visuals that we generated. And we are entering this world which we call the surrealism, visualization, and collective memories. A reality that does not exist, has never existed, and cannot exist. But within the world of AI, and which is what the future is, there are multiple realities that are existing and will exist. The realities that you and I do not think about. The realities that you and I have never imagined, but AI can imagine. And this has been done. I used a popular icon of Gandhi and made him sit consuming fast food in a fast food restaurant. That situation has never happened in the world. But AI can generate it to that precision. It's a famous quote by Umberto Eco. Newspapers teach people how they should think. Unfortunately, all we learn is fake and deformed. The popular culture consists of a reference made by the fake that is replacing the truth to itself, as mentioned in the simulation theory, not a reality away from itself. Now, if you look at that photograph, that beautiful photograph of a burger, it's no photographer in the world can click that. It's generated using AI. If you can do that, one can create any photograph, any burger, any food that has not existed. And these have become images that are getting circulated day in and day out. So we said, why not do an experiment? Why don't do a social experiment to understand this whole concept? We got a project to design a restaurant. And we said, why don't we design it in a way that it responds to social media, it responds to the pressure of what's happening right now. And why do you go to restaurants today? There was a time 30 years ago we used to go to restaurants to eat food because food was the main hero. You knew that you want to eat this with your family and you go there. But if you look at the younger generation, you look at the newer restaurants that are coming up, the theme restaurants, they're not for food. Food is taken care of by the aggregators. Swiggy and Zomato would deliver the food to your houses. You don't need that. You're going to the restaurant, not also for the experience, because a lot of the experience you're still getting sitting at home. You're going there so that you can post a story of yourself sitting in the restaurant, which you get tagged and you get multiple followers. I mean, that is what the reality of going to a restaurant today is. It is designed and a curated culinary experience. It's not the overall reality. You're not just eating a masala dosa. You're eating a curated plate which may appear to be that way, but it's got a lot more happening behind it. It's funded by the private investors, and I don't want to be killed in this conference talking about finances because there are experts sitting out here. But it's also controlled by the aggregators, influencers, and social media. Today, a restaurant can run well or bad based on what the prediction of a social influencer is. I mean, if an influencer has written it off, or if one of the aggregators like Zomato and Swiggy write it off, that restaurant will die down, in especially cities like Delhi and Mumbai where the investments are very, very high. So we said, let's do an experiential visualization using AI. Let's design a restaurant completely using AI. Let's not put our minds to it. And we'll use the popular images. This restaurant is coming up in Delhi, and there's a popular trend that was going on, and we picked on that. There are trends that keep happening on social media. There was a Wes Anderson trend. Now, Wes Anderson is a very famous Hollywood director who uses the perfect color theory, perfect sort of views, symmetrical frames. So every frame in this movie looks very aesthetically pleasing. And this term aesthetic is, I've heard recently from the youngsters, in a very different connotation. For us, aesthetics meant the design of a building which is, which is pleasing or anything. But aesthetics today to the youngsters are a reel that they create or a social media post that they create, which has got a certain visual value, a certain beautiful visualization. Wes Anderson is an expert in that. So we said, let's use the color palette defined by Wes Anderson. Let's take clues from Old Delhi, the architecture of Old Delhi. Let's mix it up with the references of Wes Anderson movies. They've been shot in south of France, they've been shot in Paris, they've been shot in all these locations which are local locations within Europe. What if we were to mix these two up and ask AI to generate certain views? This is a view from his movie, another view from Wes Anderson movie. We picked up these images, wrote prompts, and generated hundreds and hundreds of these images, which look like Old Delhi, but are not Old Delhi. They are almost a visualization in the most pleasing colors, done like Old Delhi, but has references from Europe. Going further into it, writing these further prompts, we started coming more and more closer to what a restaurant or a cafe of this nature could be. And these AI-generated images then started resulting into a 3D model for us. This is the design for the restaurant itself, which is pretty much based on the same ideas. And to our surprise, when we do something like this, when we go into this kind of perfection, it also kind of hits on the collective memory of the people who are building it. The contractor who was building it has seen an arch like this somewhere. It hit his collective memory and he's like, I've seen it. I can build it much more easily because I know it's not something new. So we are picking up elements that exist in the collective memory and can be replicated faster and easier because this restaurant had to be completed in about 45 days. So that's a simulated view, and that is a real view. This restaurant is opening up in the next week. So I'll show you, this is what a simulated view on AI is, and this is what we have constructed. This is one of the spaces which is just sitting out, it's inspired from Suraj Kund. So we took references from Delhi, from places of Delhi, or a train, local train of Delhi. And that's what the real space looks like. This brings me to the end of my lecture. And so all I would say in the end is computation today is not about computing. It's about living. It's about understanding and making our lives better. It's not about just making your comfort level. It's also hitting at your psychological level. Because what you are feeding yourself today on your smartphone is actually shaping the thinking for tomorrow. It's shaping how you think, how you imagine things. So that gap between the simulated reality and the actual reality is thinning down. So what you choose to see is what you are going to produce tomorrow. That, to me, is a wonderful phenomena as a designer, as something that I understand and build upon. Thank you.
Personally, being someone experimenting and developing AI day in and out, so your practical approach to use AI in a more traditional work is really phenomenal. I request the AV team to play the introduction AV for Mr. Ramshkar Yadav.
Mr. Ramashray Yadav, founder and CEO of Integro Asset Management, is an alumnus of Harvard Business School. He is a leading proponent of India's real estate. Mr. Yadav has over 20 years of experience in construction, real estate, banking and investment, and has built multiple businesses from scratch. His thought philosophy is firmly rooted in multiple small steps aggregating to quantum leaps and exponential impact. Integro Asset Management is India's first real estate-focused asset management company. Integro is at the forefront of the financialization of real estate assets of every class and aims to democratize ownership by ensuring every Indian has a real estate wallet. He is also a board member of India's first listed PropTech company, Aurum PropTech, which has several investments in property technology companies in areas of CRM, blockchain, fractionalized ownership, metaverse, co-living and co-working software platforms. Prior to this, he was CEO of real estate advisory practice, Edelweiss Financial Services Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ramashray Yadav.
Good morning, everyone. I think that's a good arts to start with. I thought I will end with that, but it seems that's the first screen. I have put a lot of numbers together. It's please don't get confused or carried away with that. It's an engagement for next 20 minutes, which I thought I will talk about. Can we start this presentation from the first page? No. Yeah. Yeah. So the magic is already out at last, where I had to spend time on that piece of art. I'll talk briefly about what, and you will figure out how. And I think in the morning when Professor Himanshu and my friend Alpesh, they spoke largely about why. So why is taken care of? And I thought, let me bring some whats, and what a better way than setting the context that what is really happening in the country currently. And all the numbers that I talk about are simply setting the context, and then we'll talk about the challenges and what as entrepreneurs or leaders that you are supposed to do if you can pick a leaf from today's this 20-minute conversation. I think my job would be half done. So that's what I'm here for. In India, there are basically three themes at play. And the first one is robust demand that we have seen in last 20 years. A very, very robust policy framework that we have seen in last 10 years. Pretty bold from the governance side. And third one is India becoming the global magnet for investments. I've been in the career for last about 24, 25 years, have covered as seeking investment from India, almost 70% of the globe between US, Europe and Asia. But the kind of respect for India and Indian entrepreneurs that we have seen and witnessed till 2010, 2015, and what we witnessed today, there is a complete 180-degree shift towards India, the way people look at. And I think this plays a very, very important and vital role in why it is important and how can we manage that magnetic field towards attracting the investments in India. Historically, we have been a capital-starved nation. And today, if you look at the amount of foreign reserves, they are almost 500 times if we compare to 1993. And that is the core that how India's story has been unfolding. And as I say, this is just the start. This is just the tip of where we have to really go. My point given to me today was about Indian infrastructure and how the investment is shaping up there. We touched a total investment of about 100 billion. That 100 billion mark was touched in 2021. And as we speak now, for 24-25, that amount stands projected at about $134 billion. For the first time in this country, the government exceeds the targets of spending on infrastructure, and I hope 134 will end somewhere at about 140 to 150 range, and we all are pretty confident about it, and these are our own numbers. What is happening with this infrastructural growth? There are basically three themes at play. The first theme is that the rural income is increasing exponentially. From mere 150 rupees as minimum wage, we have come up to about 375 rupees. Now, from numbers, it still looks very, very small for a country of our kind. But if you look at how this jump has happened and that doubling, it took 20 years for us to double to that 150, and then it has only taken about 7 years to double from there. And from where we stand, we are very confident that the next doubling will happen in about 5 to 6 years. The second one is the industrial growth, the manufacturing growth. Yesterday, the numbers of GDP came out, which is about 8.8% compared to, for the quarter, compared to the expectation of about 6.6. But what intrigues me is not the 8.8, but the industrial growth of top 8 industries in India has grown by 11.5%. And that is the real impact that we are seeing of the One Plus China policy from the global perspective. And you will be surprised that this growth is not matching to the exports still. Government is trying to do many things, many policies where the export increases, and even at a 10% incremental export growth from the country, our manufacturing and industrial growth will grow almost consistently at 10% for next 15 to 16 years. So that's the opportunity that lies there for manufacturing. The third one, which our company and I specialize in, is the real estate. Currently, we are at a size of just about $300 billion odd, and that number is going to grow to about $1 trillion in next 8 to 9 years. And that's the kind of growth we are talking about. If you look at the real estate specifically, the growth, last year in 2023, the total sale of residential apartment was about 4.5 lakh crores, about 38% growth from the 22. If you look at that number of 4,50,000 crore, that was the total saving size of the country in 1997. So that's what we are seeing in terms of growth. The total grade A office buildings in India today are at about 700 million square feet. The total number of new commercial office spaces, which are in construction today and will get completed between 4 to 7 years, stands at about 600 million square feet. What we delivered and what we are using for last 23 years, we are going to see that same amount of delivery in next about 6.5 to 7 years. And this, if you look from a global crane index, India stands at number 1. Just for you to know, crane index basically is an index to measure how much of construction activity is happening in any country. We have 27% of global cranes deployed in country right now. And that will give you a size of where the infrastructure and real estate is moving from current size. So that's the push to the real estate that we will see going forward. Why this growth is happening, and I call it as 300 days of change of India's destiny that has happened in last about 35 to 40 years of the economic reforms in this country. The last big push that we saw was between 92 to 93, when the liberalization came, the digitization started happening between 95 to 96, and that's where you see a very, very highly competitive global market, which is about $3.7 trillion today. That same moment has happened between November 2016 to July 2017, and those are the 300 days, I say, which are the defining moments of where this country is moving. In November 2016, we had the demonetization, the much talked about. There are both the sides of the story, but still it's a big change. The second one was the RERA in May 2017, and third was the GST in July of 2017. This 300 days, ladies and gentlemen, is the real pivotal shift of what we will see this country in next about 25 to 30 years. What has happened with this three big changes? Today, if we talk about in terms of number, is when it comes to real estate, and I wrote a small article a couple of weeks back that is the real estate the armpit of the universe or the dream builders? And there must be developers here, at least a couple of them who will be sitting. One of the big challenges is the way the perception of real estate industry has been set in this country. And that largely happens because of the practices and lack of investment in the governance that the developers have actually invested towards. And that job has been made easy through RERA. After RERA and the formalization today, we have 26 states who have adopted the RERA. There are about 96,000 projects which are registered. Now you can really get the hang of the data that what is happening in this country. And out of this 96,000, roughly only 7 markets, 7 micro markets, hold about 80% of the inventory. So the real growth which will happen in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities is yet to start. We have been taught, and there is a language that metros, we have always restricted ourselves to the 4 key metros in the country. But as you would realize, now there are 12 metros and 20 satellite cities already in place today. It's just the, enabling the new language of talking what would be the definition, new definition of the new metros, and people will start talking about it. But there are now 32 districts in India which are propelling the economic growth. And this says a lot about why the financial or commercial activity from just couple of states is now spreading across. Northeast was not even in the picture. Northeast is a new propeller of the growth. And this has also happened not only because of the policy, but also the competitive spirit of the states. If you look at the investor summits in last about 6 months, there are 4 states which have set their agenda to reach $1 trillion economy at the state level. If these are the 4 states going to $1 trillion each, we are still at 3.7, and we talk about 5 trillion by 2030. My sense is it will be little earlier than that. And why we are so confident about why will this happen, at least in the real estate. Our mortgage to GDP ratio is at about 11%. Even if we look at China, it is at 18% now. So there is a huge space. I'm not even talking about where US is, because the culture itself is borrow and enjoy the life, or consumerism through credit. Even if we leave that culture aside, for the massive, the demographic advantage we have and the amount of, the banking regulations in the worst of the times, even in 2008 and 9, the way our regulators have really stood ground is commendable. And I think that's where goes that it is in our DNA to be careful, to be risk-averse, to walk the mile one at a time. And I think this DNA, if we are able to preserve, and which we are very sure we will, I think it's not just the growth, but also the sustainable growth. This is the magic which I believe personally, which is the core to why India will keep growing. We are a hungry nation. And hungry, when I say it, today we are at about $2,300 per capita income. In any economy globally, the real magic, the real behavioral change towards consumption happens in that range of $2,000 to $6,000 per capita income journey. We are at 2,300, and next 11 years, as we scale this per capita income, I think that's the core that you have to, so this will change the behavior towards how we think about real estate, how we think about lifestyle, how we think about the other consumption. So from a real estate perspective, triangulating how the infrastructure growth has happened, this is one number that we need to keep in mind that will be the real propeller of growth in this country. Now comes the favorite picture, and this is a picture created by an artist when I was speaking in one of the seminars, and I kept on shuffling between the opportunity and the challenges, and he presented this picture to me saying, this somehow represents what you are talking about. And I'm in a very great place of Indore, the place where Ahilyabai Holkar, belonged to. And I thought, why not bring this to the context of management? I think the best managers are the women. And there's no doubt about it. The kind of, skill they show in using the 8 hands of managing the house, managing the emotions, and then now managing the businesses and the policies. I thought this picture would do the justice of where we are coming from. I think in this country, we need to be sure of challenges in place. The opportunity I talked about, but there are many, many challenges that we have to really think about. And the first one in that series is, from the global perspective, the aging global population. I think what China could do between late 80s to early 2000, they had a increasing consumerism across the globe, including the West. Today, as we look at our economy, we are looking at, and Alpesh talked about a huge number, even within our country, of growing an aging population. We are left with a global economy where we have to really think about the aging population. The second is the unstable and unkind neighborhood. I'm not taking the names of the countries, as Professor Himanshu mentioned, to remain politically, neutral. But unstable neighborhood is one of the biggest challenges for India. And we really have to account for it when we are thinking about the business from the global macro perspective. The third one, we all talk about technology, and our friend Manish was talking about how AI is changing the design and the landscape of what we do. But there are also the challenges. We cannot comprehend what technology will do. In one of the companies where we are invested through the PropTech platform, runs the third largest co-living platform with about 23,000 beds. And when we did the survey, that the youngsters who are either students or the first-time job employees from STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, of all the parameters, that why would they choose a particular house to live? It was not the facilities, it was not the community, it was not even the kind of building and neighborhood and location. The first preference was given to the degree of Instagrammability. And I'm talking about 23,000 beds being managed by a company. Now, this is the age that we live in. And that's a challenge, because most of the technologies, Alpesh talked about UPI, 7 years in existence, 12 billion transactions in a month. It has changed the banking forever. Now, this can happen in your business, this can happen in your industry, and you need to be really taking this macro factor in account. And I think most of other macro factors you still can predict and project. But when it comes to technology, you have to get every day morning and think about what is happening. We were also fascinated with ChatGPT, which came in December of 22. And before we have really, settled with that technology, we are now talking about Copilot and a new AI platform called as Pop AI, where you just put the entire document, be it 2,000 pages, 4,000 pages, just put that document in popai.pro and you can question anything, including you put an annual report and ask what's wrong with the company and it will give you some answer. So that's the kind of technology. I mean, overnight, not only journalism, but the profession of accounting is at stake because of one technology. So that's the third one. On local side, there are basically three challenges. The first being we are moving from farm to formalization of our India's biggest challenge is how do we engage the young farmers, increase their income, or bring them to the stable industrialized society. I think that's a big divide that locally this challenge will have to be addressed and you need to be careful about. The second is the bridging the wealth divide. While India is growing, we are talking about $2,300 per capita income, but India is not one India. We all must realize India is three Indias. 3 to 4% of people are in that 80 to 85,000 or moving towards that $80 to $85,000. About 40% of people are struggling in the middle class between the $4,000 to $8,000 and rest are struggling to make that $2,000. And I think this is where I say that there are three Indias within one India. The third challenge is maintaining the bold policy stance. At the end of the day, we are a democracy, and most of the decisions that are made from the perspective of who comes to the power in next 5 years and who controls the policy making. We have been very lucky that policy making has been very consistent, but you need to take care of this aspect of the economy. So that's the local and global. Now, what do you do in this? I mean, I talked about the opportunity and the challenges. So what do you do? The first thing is adapt to innovation. You have to consistently ask yourself a question and maybe take your balance sheet and provide a particular percentage of capital to innovate. Whether you innovate on the edge or you innovate through startups, you do whatever you want to do, but to remain in the business and to remain significant, you need to adapt to technology through innovation. The second is invest in risk management. While we talk about opportunity, in Indian corporate houses, if you see, the average age of large growing companies in a particular area is only 11 years. Every 11 years, you see the market cap of 100 companies, 70 would have gone. 30 companies which have either, grown in other businesses or have invested, they have really survived and grown. But that's a big challenge. And not many companies think about risk management. Of all the 4,000 actively traded companies on the stock market, it is a pity that only 150 companies have CROs, the Chief Risk Officers. And that says a lot about what we think about. We have to respect the risk. We don't have to really sit at home, but we have to respect. We have to really know about it. And the third one is, which Professor Himanshu spoke about, so I'll just touch upon, is find the purpose to the profit. If you do not have it, you'll take the shortcuts. And we have seen in 22, we had 67 unicorns. In 23, we had 3 unicorns. But what is most important is the value of all the unicorns combined has come down by 40%. And if you really ask one single reason, it's not the market. It's the risk and the governance that the country overall has missed upon. So with that, I'll end this discussion, and I hope we can have the discussion on the side. Thank you.
So, you did mention that one should not get carried away. But your presentation of what magically had us glued into dreaming big. I request the AV team to play the introduction AV for Dr. Parimal Merchant, please.
Dr. Parimal Merchant. He is the director of SP Jain School of Global Management, Dubai, Mumbai, Singapore and Sydney, in charge of the global His PhD project was on inducting the next generation members in Indian and SME context. He has over 30 years of association with management education, of which 25 years specializing in the context of family managed business. With over 6,000 students from family businesses, he has developed matchless insights into the family business culture of Asia. In the area of family businesses, he has created management programs not only for sons and daughters, but also for fathers from families. Dr. Parimal Merchant is an advisor to the Asian Institute of Family Managed Business and a jury member in Singapore-based Startup O. Dr. Parimal Merchant graduated from Mumbai with a bachelor's in Commerce and Law, completed his ICWA in 1982 and his PhD in 2018. He has been actively involved in the humanist movement for more than 40 years, working for global cooperation for better society and better personal life. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Parimal Merchant.
सब लोग यहाँ आके बोलते हैं और मुझे प्रोफेसर है ना थोड़े चलने की आदत है, तो मैंने बोला मेरे लिए थोड़ा ये अरेंज करना। ये देखिए इतनी बड़ी बातें होती है ना, तो हमारे फैमिली बिजनेस वाले की तो हालत ख़राब हो जाती है। इतनी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी की ग्लैमर, इतने सारे दुनिया में काम हो रहे हैं, और घर में जाके फैक्ट्री में बात करनी है तो वर्कर नहीं आया, अभी क्या करेंगे? कहाँ ये ग्लैमर और कहाँ पे हमारी रियलिटी की लाइफ, जहाँ पे हमको रोज जीना पड़ता है फैमिली बिजनेस वालों को। सो दिस इज वेयर इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज, एंड यू कैन इमेजिन माई बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम, 25 years डीलिंग विथ
sons and daughters of business family, and all are under the illusion कि नया generation बहुत smart है. You know, we are talking about technology, and I was at a platform called Industry 4.0, and a person from German company was telling, you know, in our plant, machine talks to machine. बोला हमारे फैमिली बिजनेस वाले की तो हालत खराब, कहाँ पे दुनिया गई और हम तो कहाँ पे चक्की में आटा पीस रहे हैं. But then I have to tell you that change has not happened in the world for the first time. Only thing is we are talking about the change for the first time. You know, 1865 अमेरिका में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी तो नहीं थी, पेट्रोल भी नहीं था, स्टील भी नहीं था, सीमेंट भी नहीं थी, ट्रेन भी नहीं थी, तो लोग क्या करते थे? एक छोटा सा गांव रहता था हर जगह पे, कोने कोने में. रात को लाइट करने के लिए केरोसिन भी नहीं होता था, तो घोड़े पे जाते थे. अपने गांव में जो होता है वही दुनिया थी उनके लिए, और वहां पे ही सब बार्टर सिस्टम चलती थी. 1865 वंडर बेल्ट ने जब रेलवे बनाया, पहली बार गांव का एक आदमी बाहर गया और देखा दुनिया कितनी बड़ी है. 1870 रॉकेफेलर ने केरोसिन बनाया, एंड सडनली लोगों को लगा रात को भी दिया जल सकता है. 1870 एंड्रयू कार्नेगी ने स्टील बनाया और ये स्ट्रक्चर बन सकता है. 1875 एडिसन ने बल्ब बनाया, रात को लाइट भी हो सकती है. 1880 टेस्ला एसी पावर प्लांट बनाया जिससे पावर ट्रांसमिशन हो सकता है. 1890 ऑटोमोबाइल आया. समझ लीजिए 35 इयर्स के पीरियड में ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए कहां से कहां पहुंच गए. द पॉइंट इज, हमारे जैसे फैमिली बिजनेस वालों को पास्ट में सीखने की बहुत आदत है. तो मेरे साथ में क्या हो गया, लोग फ्यूचर का तो बहुत देखते हैं, मैं थोड़ा पास्ट का देखा. तो मैंने पढ़ा एक आदमी के बारे में, उसका नाम है बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन. 1700 to 1790 Vanderbilt, 94 whatever it is, and Andrew Carnegie. तीनों मिला के खाली 200 साल का पीरियड बिटवीन थ्री ऑफ देम. All three of them great individuals, richest in their period of time. All three of them great contribution to science, great contribution to society. In fact, Benjamin Franklin picture is there in the dollar currency. All three had great university created. Benjamin Franklin, UC Pennsylvania, Vanderbilt as university, Carnegie is Carnegie Mellon. And what did I find? You know, studying all these three together, none of them had gone to school. Now, this discovery happened 6 months ago. Is there anything problem with going to school? Because these three people did what they did, and I was shocked to find they did it because they didn't go to school. And then, as I started, I knew that I was going to really create a lot of turmoil. So before speaking, I must do my research very, very well. 6 months I have been studying, and I realized the damage that the school has done to us. And now I'm not telling you, not to you all, to us who all are involved in family businesses. You know, the damage that the school did to us. The first damage was, बेटा फेल नहीं होना जिंदगी में. कुछ भी करेंगे, ट्यूशन रखेंगे, इधर जाओ उधर जाओ, लेकिन फेल नहीं होना जिंदगी में. अगर फेल हुआ ना, you are a shame not only on you but on the whole family. फेल कभी नहीं होना जिंदगी में. ये जो 3 लोगों की मैंने बात की ना, वो स्कूल में गए नहीं थे, तो उनको पता ही नहीं था कि फेल होने में कोई प्रॉब्लम है. तो वो तो फेल होते थे, करते रहते थे. आज की तारीख में हमारे सारे फैमिली बिजनेस स्टक, बिकॉज अगर कुछ करेंगे और फेल होंगे तो क्या. एंड दैट इज व्हाट बिकेम अ बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस. देन केम द सेकंड थिंग. Somehow this school education brought us an idea कि भाई एक सिलेबस होता है ना, उतना ही पढ़ने का। यहां तक कि मेरे कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट होते हैं ना, बीकॉम पढ़ते हैं, कुछ लोग तो इंटरमीडिएट सीए में है, कुछ लोग तो फाइनल सीए में है, लेकिन उनके घर पे उनका इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न करना है तो फादर बोलते हैं यहाँ पे साइन कर दे, तो वहां पे साइन कर सकते हैं। ये रिटर्न कैसे बना, आप स्कूल में पढ़े ना, लेकिन घर का रिटर्न देखने का ये हमको नहीं सिखाया गया। तो जितना सिलेबस है उतना ही सीखने का, अदर देन दैट नथिंग डूइंग। ये लोग स्कूल में गए नहीं थे। वंडरबिल्ट मजदूर आदमी था। यू कैन इमेजिन कि उस टाइम स्टीम बोट नहीं थी, ट्रेन तो था ही नहीं, कार तो था ही नहीं, कहीं से भी कहीं जाना है तो सेल बोट में जाना था। अभी सेल मतलब हवा को खींच के सेल को करके वहां से निकलना है। ये आदमी को उसके बॉस ने भेजा कि ये दूसरे शहर में जा, ये वकील को ये पेपर दिखा, वो जो बोलेगा वो सुन के आना, मुझे बता देना। वो गया वकील के पास में, वकील को उसने दिखाया, वकील ने बोला ये तुम्हारे साहब को बोलना, लेकिन ये तो आर्ग्यू करने लगा, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, इसमें तो ये लिखा है। उसने बोला हाँ यार ये भी है ये, अच्छा ऐसा बोलना, लेकिन ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, उसमें तो ये लिखा है। कुछ टाइम के बाद में वो वकील जब ओनर को मिला तो उसने बोला तूने कैसे आदमी को भेजा था, हु नोज अबाउट द मैटर मोर देन मी। Vanderbilt became one of the most successful litigations all across that he did. The point was, उसके सिलेबस में नहीं था कि तुमको ये देखने का, लेकिन वो तो सब देखते थे। एंड्रयू कार्नेगी 11 साल का था, टेलीग्राफ डिलीवर करने का काम था। अभी भाग के टेलीग्राफ देने का है, एंड अगेन यू हैव टू इमेजिन दैट पीरियड, नो टेलीफोन, नथिंग एल्स, ओनली टेलीग्राफ। वो जब खड़ा रह के देखते हैं कि टेलीग्राफ चलता कैसा। एक दिन ऑपरेटर नहीं आया तो वो सीख गया, उसने ऑपरेट कर दिया, तो इमीडिएट नाउ ही बिकेम फ्रॉम डिलीवरी बॉय टू ऑपरेटर। वहां की रेलवे कंपनी को एक सेक्रेटरी चाहिए जिसको टेलीग्राफ ऑपरेशन आना चाहिए। ऐसे तो कुछ लोग ही नहीं थे, ये 18 साल का था, उसको सेक्रेटरी बना दिया। 1 साल हुआ नहीं है, टेलीग्राफ आने लगे, बॉस कहीं बाहर गया, एक जगह पे 4 ट्रेन आमने सामने आ गई, अभी क्या करना, वेटिंग फॉर इंस्ट्रक्शन, बॉस है नहीं। 19-year-old Andrew started giving instruction one after another under the name of the boss. शाम को बॉस आया, उसने बोला सर देखिए मैंने किया है, I have sent instruction under your name. And the boss was furious. How dare you do this? Anyway, जो करना था कर दिया। जब पेशेंटली बॉस ने देखा, उसको पता चला ये लड़के ने he has given instructions better than what I would have given. He was a secretary, it was not in his syllabus to learn कि बॉस कैसे सोचता है। This particular idea of syllabus has restricted us so much that I'll tell you in my class there are 100 students of family businesses. When I say that learn from each other, there is nothing to learn from each other because I am into textile, into Surat, so I have to think only this much. This is a syllabus mindset. The third thing is, 8th standard history book 80 पेज की है। इसको खींच के हम लोग 1 साल खींचते हैं। वही लोग 400 पेज की हैरी पॉटर 2 दिन में 3 दिन में खत्म करते हैं, लेकिन हिस्ट्री की 80 पेज की बुक वो 1 साल खींचना पड़ता है। Now, this has developed our mindset कि कुछ भी सीखना है ना बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है। मेरे इतने स्टूडेंट होते हैं, मैं तो इंजीनियरिंग का आदमी हूं, मुझे फाइनेंस समझ में नहीं आएगा। एज इफ टू गो टू फाइनेंस यू नीड अ बिग कोर्स। अरे फाइनेंस में है क्या? देयर इज नथिंग सो डिफिकल्ट इन सो मेनी अदर थिंग्स। ओनली द थिंग इज टर्मिनोलॉजी कैन गो ऑन चेंजिंग, बट द थिंग्स आर नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट। So Andrew Carnegie, who has not gone to school, who has learned to make steel, started selling commercial paper in London 200 years ago. This whole idea that we can learn anything, this has got reduced because of the school. Next is the school brought the idea that marks matter, learning doesn't. तो आप क्या सीखे ना वो important नहीं है, एग्जाम में क्या आने वाला है, एग्जाम की क्या पैटर्न है, उसमें कितना मार्क के लिए कितना लिखने का, This becomes more important than learning. ये लोगों को तो एग्जाम देनी नहीं थी, तो उनको तो जो भी सीखना था सीखने के लिए सीख लिया. And once you do that, then you realize that Dilip Sanghvi, who is a commerce graduate, can run a pharma company. You don't really need a particular kind of education to run particular kind of thing. Business is very simple. That notion became restricted. So just now here Mr. Sunil was with me. Sunil साहब ना आपका Sushi साहब. He's in exports in Ethiopia. Now I'll tell somebody else, would you like to learn anything from him about Ethiopia? Ethiopia is the best place to do business for any labor-intensive industry, far better than in India. Now the question is, Ethiopia के बारे में हमने तो कभी सोचा नहीं, तो ये तो हमारे सिलेबस में आता नहीं है. So for us, what is to be learned from him? On the other end, when your eyes and ears are open, then you learn from anywhere and everywhere, and that is what belongs to your family. Look at your father, and now that you are too young, your father is also young, look at your grandfather. Absolutely uneducated, so-called, but learned great things about the things. Seth Walchand Hirachand, absolutely uneducated person, started the first aircraft manufacturing company in India, the first shipbuilding company in India, the first car manufacturing company in India. This is what is the family business is all about. Family business is about being alert to whatever is happening, whatever is the opportunity, taking the challenge, getting into it, failing and getting up. And the last thing, that is the disaster that has happened because of the school, we have to accept what the teacher says. We cannot challenge. The business required people to challenge. तो जो पढ़े लिखे कम थे ना, इनको तो सिलेबस का भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, फेल होने का प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, चैलेंज करने में प्रॉब्लम नहीं थे, तो बिजनेस के लिए they became fabulous. And if at all today we are talking about the great economy that India is going to be, you have to realize that the foundation wherever we are is great because of the family businesses. Today, all said and done, all major companies, their entire vendor base and their entire distribution base is family businesses. If telco was to make their own car 100% and sell 100%, even at double the price, they won't be viable. It is because of the family businesses that the economy thrives. It is because of the family businesses that most of the charities have been done all over the country. Till now, education and hospitals as a field were not allowed to be done by commercial thing. Everything was by charity, and that was done by family business. Somewhere, our younger generation have been given a notion of the word entrepreneur. Because to say, मैं family business में हूँ, बोलने में शर्म आती है. Somewhere a mistaken notion has come that family business में तो inheritance में आ गया ना, तुमने खुद ने क्या बनाया? Who told you कि सबको खुद ने बनाना चाहिए? The entire science has evolved not because of the Einstein created himself. He built on something that was created by people before. If Aditya Birla built something because D.D. Birla gave, from there Kumar Mangalam Birla goes to the next level. This notion that I have to do something of my own is one of the most stupid notion explored by one of our spiritual guru who came to our MBA college. Tell me whenever is the time. कॉलेज में आ गए, बोले आप लोग कॉलेज में क्या सीखते हो? दुनिया को मैनेज करने का सीखो, अपने आप को मैनेज करने का, अंतर में ध्यान करो, ये सब बोलने लगे. हमारे स्टूडेंट ने तो क्या करें, जैसे ही लेक्चर खत्म हुआ ना, तालियां बजने लगी. तभी से मुझे पता चला तालियां दो पर्पज से बन सकती हैं. थैंक गॉड खत्म हुआ, या अच्छा था. एनीवे, स्वामी जी को लेकर ग्रीन रूम में अभी हमारे सब स्टूडेंट में एनर्जी आ जाती है. अभी तो एक आया लड़का, फटाफट स्वामी जी को चाय दिया. स्वामी जी ने चाय लिया, बहुत अच्छा है, किसने बनाया? आई कम फ्रॉम अ कॉलेज विच वी आर वेरी लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज, आवर स्टूडेंट हैड टू डू एवरीथिंग. लड़के ने बोला मैंने बनाया. क्या बात करता है, कैसे बनाया? कुछ नहीं सर, टूप लिया, उसमें पानी लिया. थोड़ा धीरे धीरे बोलना, पानी कैसे बनाया? तो पानी मैंने नहीं बनाया, पानी नल में आया. कोई बात नहीं, तू नल में कैसे लेके आया? मैं नहीं लेके आया, वो रिजर्वॉयर से आया। तू रिजर्वॉयर में कैसे लाया? मैं नहीं लाया, वो बारिश से आया। अच्छा फिर क्या किया? फिर मैंने उसमें दूध डाला, आपको पूछो उसके पहले बोल देता हूँ मैंने नहीं बनाया। दूध डेयरी से आया, डेयरी में मैं नहीं लाया, गाय ने आया, गाय को मैं नहीं लाया, उस गाय ने घास खाया। अभी तो खाली पानी और दूध हुआ है, अभी तो चाय पत्ती और शक्कर बाकी है, और सब साथ में मिलाते हैं ना तो चाय नहीं बनती है, उसको फ्यूल लगता है। दिस इज द स्टूपिड नोशन दैट आई एम गोइंग टू डू समथिंग ऑन माय ओन। स्वामी जी ने बोला जब इंसान एक कप चाय खुद नहीं बना सकता है, ये कहां से आइडिया आ गया आई एम गोइंग टू डू समथिंग ऑफ माय ओन? इन फैक्ट this is actually a sickness where you forget the gratitude that you are what you are, not because you are. It is because of the sacrifice and struggles and dreams and efforts of your parents and the parents of the parents. It is when you forget this gratitude, you become one of the three idiots that was shown in that movie. You are, जब father पीएफ के सामने लोन लेके आपको लैपटॉप देते हैं ना, उसका मतलब है कि आई एम मॉर्गेजिंग माय फ्यूचर फॉर यू। एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज व्हाट इज द फैमिली वैल्यूज। इंडिया हैज बीन रिच इन मेनी वेज, बट द बिगेस्ट रिचनेस ऑफ इंडिया इज इट्स फैमिली वैल्यूज। आज अमेरिका में 25% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन इज टेकिंग डिप्रेशन ड्रग्स, largely coming to India. So-called Insta generation, there is nothing to be proud about becoming Insta generation. It's height of stupidity. If at all you want to read, understand, you must know the author. कोई भी author का कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ सकते, क्योंकि author की credibility पता होनी चाहिए. You want to see any video, you must know who is talking and what is he talking. You can't be a dumb receiver just to be blown by anything and everything people are saying. You have to be selective. And for all that, you have to understand, we are not superior than anybody else in the world. We are not inferior also. So we need to be proud about what we are, what we have as a family, get involved in our family business, just to learn about the basics, then sit on the shoulder of the father and take our family business, convert one grocery store into Walmart. That is the challenge that all the youngsters are having today. Use all the technology, but technology has not come to the world for the first time. Technology has been always used by everybody. Bombay Stock Exchange till 1992 was a big hall like this and arguing doing the deal. The day Bolt came, within 6 months the entire Bombay Stock Exchange started using the technology. So technology is a tool, is not an end by itself. Then what is the end? As far as I come from the field of family business. For us, in my field, our end is only one, to take our family name forward. Whatever wealth and value and wisdom I inherit, I have to multiply it many more times to give it to my next generation. Thank you very much.
So, with your permission, I would like to mention my favorite entrepreneur, Steve Jobs, who was a college dropout and constantly challenged status quo. Thank you so much for enlightening us, sir. Can I request our session chair, Mr. Saurabh Mehta, to summarize the session, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had the pleasure of listening to 3 very enlightened speakers. And now as we navigate this cosmic expanse of their thoughts and ideas to a well-deserved lunch, let's just quickly summarize what they spoke about. I think when we talk about architect Gulati Sahib, I think he really summarized very well what we heard in the previous session on fragility. And I think it's a classic example of how the future of construction and design and how can we really embrace the technology that we have We heard about the urbanization that is going to grow from 35%. And I think these are the ideas, this is the technology which will help us to be bold, to not make mistakes, and if we do make mistakes, cut our losses in time and really continue to grow. We had Mr. Yadav, who spoke about the entire global perspective on the Indian real estate and how it is growing. He spoke about the China +1 and the opportunity that it brings about for us. And then he again emphasized the importance of data and availability of data through RERA and other means, which are really unlocking the opportunities which are there in the Tier 1, Tier 2, and even in a regional city. Where do we grow and how do we invest? He also highlighted some of the concerns, the macro indicators, which work in the favor of India, but also the cautions which could go against the story that we have. And finally, we had Professor Merchant, who is also my teacher, who really set the tone, helping us absorb all of this by being at peace with ourselves. And I think the key points from here I would take away are: don't complicate simple things, learn from your environment, and keep jumping for opportunities. And I think that's the essence of what he said. And also the importance of family business, where we must build layer upon layer to continue to grow the business and add a lot of value. So friends, I think these three wonderful speakers have really set the context for the session 1 of this conclave. And now I would like to invite you for lunch. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Dilip K. Patnaik, Vice Chancellor, Medicaps University, Indore, to present the memento through Architect Gulati. I would request Mr. M.S. Shekhar, Vice President Operations, Commercial Vehicles, to present the memento to Mr. Yadav. And I would request Ramata G. Jaju, President RPL Maheshwari College, to present memento to Dr. Merchant. We are breaking for lunch now, and I request everyone to be back in 30 minutes so we can stick to our schedule, please. Thank you.
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने financial dreams को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो, and we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना।
कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना। नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना। बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है। कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो, उस जीत की ज़रूरत तुमसे ज़्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज़्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born,
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryant Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो, and we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
लाइफ में टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना।
तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना। नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना। बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है। कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो। उस जीत की ज़रूरत तुमसे ज़्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज़्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो and we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
लाइफ में टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना।
तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना। नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना। बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है। कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ, तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody is going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो। उस जीत की ज़रूरत तुमसे ज़्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज़्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born,
so that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो एंड वी इंश्योर दैट योर ड्रीम्स टर्न इनटू रियलिटी.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं. मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है. तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस. घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं. SBI, देश का फैन.
टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना.
तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना. नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ, तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना. बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है. कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना।
My age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact.
Says if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha.
मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो। उस जीत की ज़रूरत तुमसे ज़्यादा किसी को थी शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद। मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना। और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ। और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज़्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ।
टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना।
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born.
So that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो. And we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं. मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है. तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस. घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं. SBI, देश का फैन.
लाइफ में टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना.
That was fast, right? Well, markets demand us to be super fast.
We help you invest ताकि आपके सपने सिर्फ सपने न रहें.
We help you invest so you can live life king size.
We are Aryan Capital.
Today we have over 750 investment center across the 150 cities in India with more than 2.5 lakh loyal clients.
In the last 3 decades, हमारा एक ही मिशन रहा है, get everyone investing.
Our platform Aryan Plus was born.
So that every trader and investor can trade seamlessly across multiple platforms.
Through Aryan Institute of Financial Education, हजारों से ज़्यादा Indians have become trading and investment ready.
आप दिन रात अपने फाइनेंशियल ड्रीम्स को पूरे करने के लिए मेहनत करते हो. And we ensure that your dreams turn into reality.
Why do we do that? Because we are Aryan Capital and we believe in your growth.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दो, SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
लाइफ में टेंशन क्यों लेना, श्री राम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है ना।
Let me present.
दिन नाचा जो ट्विटर पे ट्रेंड हो गया, नासिक के ढोल पे धन 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 नाचा तो सबका दी एंड हो गया। मेरे इशारे पे तो दिन दिन नाचा जो ट्विटर पे ट्रेंड हो गया, नासिक के ढोल पे धन 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 नाचा तो सबका दी एंड हो गया। सारी दुनिया में एक ही फेमस है, मुंबई हो या और दिखा दूं तुझे मेरा वाला डांस, यह मेरा वाला डांस तो नाचू। यह मेरा वाला डांस तो नाचू। बजने दे धड़क धड़क ढोल ताश धड़क धड़क भंडारा झिड़क झिड़क मल्हारी, खड़क धड़क भड़क साली चटक मटक फटक साली, दुश्मन की देखो जो फाट लावली। अरे बजने दे धड़क धड़क ढोल ताश धड़क धड़क भंडारा झिड़क झिड़क मल्हारी, खड़क धड़क भड़क साली चटक मटक फटक साली, दुश्मन की देखो जो फाट लावली।
Hello everyone. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to
That was
announce
fast, right?
the content
Well,
Guru
markets demand us
and
to be so
Read
fast.
Guru contest
We
being
help you
held on
invest
Instagram
ताकि
and
आपके
X right
सपने
now.
सिर्फ सपने
Please
ना
do
रहें।
join us and
We
showcase
help you
your
invest.
creativity
So you
by
can
being a
live
part
life
of this
thinking.
competition
Yeah.
and stand a chance to win exciting
Today we have
prizes.
got 750 investment
For further
center
details,
across
go through
150
the
cities in
pamphlet
India
kept
with
on
more
your
than
desk
2.5
with all the rules and regulations. Moving forward, now I would like to invite Ms. Shreya Mangla, CEO at Mangla Pumps, for conducting the next session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I hope you've had a delicious and a fulfilling lunch and are now feeling refreshed. We're about to kick off with an afternoon session, and I promise you it's going to be as engaging and informative as it could be. But before we dive into our next session, let's take a moment to refresh ourselves and re-energize. Let's shake off that post-lunch fatigue and get ready for the next session ahead. Our next speaker is a renowned brand guru, an author, and a visionary in the world of marketing. Please join in welcoming to the stage Mr. Jagdeep Kapoor. I request Mr. G.S. Juneja, MD, Capco Industries, to escort Mr. Kapoor to the stage. With over 1,800 articles and several best-selling books on branding and marketing, he's the man behind strategizing the brands like Carrier AC, Otis Elevator, Navneet Publication, Mother Dairy, and many more. As the former chairman of the Advertising Works Committee and a visiting faculty member at the Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, he has mentored several management students. I would now like to request Mr. Munish Srivastav, Large Client Group, ICICI Bank, to please welcome our guest, Mr. Kapoor, with a sapling. Request the AV team to please play the video for Mr. Kapoor now.
Impressive list of clients drawn from both multinational and Indian firms. Jagdeep Kapoor is a prolific writer and has published over 1,800 articles on brand and marketing in several leading newspapers and magazines. He is the author of several successful books like 27 Brand Practices, 24 Brand Mantras, Brand Serve that are bestsellers. Mr. Kapoor has contributed to the brand building of a large number of brands including Carrier ACs, Otis Elevators, Navneet Publications, Hall's Lozenges, Mother Dairy, Fruity, Fevicol Adhesives, Shuffle Frozen Peas, and Naturals Ice Creams. He was the chairman of the Advertising Works Committee. He is a visiting faculty member of the Jamuna Lal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, of which he is an alumnus. He has also trained several management students and Indian managers. Winner of several awards, Mr. Kapoor has been awarded with Visionary of India by Next Brands in the category of Brand Guru and Lifetime Achievement Award for Outstanding Contribution in Corporate Education by HEF. A visionary who adds magic to brands. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jagdeep Kapoor.
So the stage is all yours. Whichever podium do you like?
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 2:30. I've been given 50 minutes, out of which 35 minutes is my presentation, and 15 minutes is left for question answers. If there are no question answers, I'll be very happy. I can finish my session earlier. But if there are question answers, I'll be delighted to answer them. On asking why I have been given the post-lunch session, I'm supposed to keep you awake. You all have had a wonderful lunch, so did I, and there is something in marketing which is called, if you like a brand, then you'll end up repeating it. Many years ago, I had the good fortune of being invited here at IMA, and at that point of time, the session had happened in a stadium, which was huge. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate IMA for the progress they have made and grown and in this wonderful convention center, and may you grow even more. Secondly, at that point of time, I was given feedback that the next time you come to Indore, it was not a threat, but it was a polite feedback, कि अगर आप वापस आओगे, तो आप हमारे को फ्री ऑफ चार्ज अपनी एक 19 किताबों में से लिखी हुई एक किताब हमारे को देना है, ऑडियंस को, सबको. So I had to keep that promise. So you have with you a bag. In that there is a book, it's free. There is material. Also there is a feedback form. I also had another request which was given at that time, and the request was either a t-shirt or a pin or a bag should be given of the brand mantra which I had written many years ago, the whole world uses, and the trademark is mine. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. So on the cover of the bag that is there. So I have kept my promise, and now for the next 35 minutes, I'll make my presentation. If we actually look at it, very nice topic, unlocking global potential and shaping the future of Bharat. I'd like to call it Brand Bharat. हमारा एक सिंपल कहना है कि अगर आप अपना दिमाग खोलोगे तो मार्केट खुलेगा. मार्केट खुलेगी, आपकी किस्मत खुलेगी. It all starts with your सोच. अगर आपको लगता है पोटेंशियल है बाहर और आपके अंदर, तो पोटेंशियल है. अगर आपको लगता है पोटेंशियल नहीं है, तो नहीं है. आपका नजरिया है. And I was also happy to know that it has been put that whether it's a global perspective or domestic perspective, that has to be shared with you. That's what I'm going to do. Next. Next slide, please. So you have welcomed me and I welcome you. Next. As promised, for you, which is on your table, are these things. There's the bag, there's a book, there's a profile. Next. Keep this with you. Next slide, please. There's everything that people wanted to know. But I have a request. I need something back from you. Next. There's a feedback form, which is very valuable to me. In any brand marketing effort that you do. Okay. Right. Check. क्या ना सब, आई एम वेरी लेजी. इस स्लाइड चेंज करने में भी मेरे को तकलीफ होती है, इसलिए मैं नेक्स्ट करते रहता हूं. करूंगा. So let's begin with Brand Bharat. Very good topic that you have chosen. फ्रूटी को पोजीशन कर सकते हैं, फेविकॉल को पोजीशन कर सकते हैं, इंडिको को पोजीशन कर सकते हैं, ओटिस को पोजीशन कर सकते हैं, IMA को पोजीशन कर सकते हैं. मगर अगर ब्रांड भारत को पोजीशन करना हो तो क्या करना चाहिए? तो मैं कुछ पुराना, कुछ नया, क्या पोटेंशियल है, क्या फिगर्स है, वो कम ही बात करूंगा. मगर क्या कर सकते हैं और कैसे करना है, ताकि सेशन के बाद आप एक्चुअली अपनी बिजनेस में जाके वो कर सको. यू कैन कंसिडर दिस टू बी अ मिनी कंसल्टेंसी सेशन. ध्यान दीजिए, क्योंकि पहला ब्रांड मंत्र मैं बता रहा हूं, ध्यान बट गया तो सेल्स घट गया. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज भारत के लिए हो या बिजनेस के लिए हो, दोनों बी से शुरू होते हैं, वो है ध्यान. अगर मुझे ब्रांड भारत को पोजीशन करना है, सो दिस इज हाउ आई वुड डू इट. नेक्स्ट. Don't think of India alone. Think of Bharat. Think of brand Bharat like a product or a service. कभी-कभी सोचते हैं कि यार हम लोग ओलंपिक्स में जब चल के जाती है हमारी डेलीगेशन ऑफ ऑल आर एथलीट्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स पीपल, तो आय के कारण हमारा नंबर चाइना के पीछे आता है. मगर अगर भारत होता तो हमारा नंबर चाइना से पहले आता. हमारे को ये सोचना है कि हमारा नंबर आगे कैसे जा सकता है, वो धंधे में हो, वो कंट्री में हो, वो सर्विस में हो. सो माय रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ पोजिशनिंग ब्रांड भारत, मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा कि ये है, वो है, वो आप सब जानते हो. मैं आपको स्पेसिफिकली बताऊंगा कि अगर मैं करता तो क्या करता और कैसे करता, और उसमें से अगर आपको कुछ अच्छा लगे तो कर लीजिए. The first thing about Brand Bharat is rise. We are all rising. वॉचमैन 8,000 रुपया कमाता था, 10 साल के बाद शायद उसकी पे 10,000 हो गई. 2 छोटे बच्चे थे, लड़का लड़की, वो ग्रो अप कर लिए. लड़के ने होटल में नौकरी कर ली, 10,000 वो भी कमाता है. बेटी ने मॉल में नौकरी कर ली, 10,000 वो भी कमाती है. 10,000 का, 8,000 का, 30,000 हो गया. वाइफ जो है अभी वो खाली बैठी है, वो बोलती है मैं सभी नेबर्स को ब्यूटीफाई कर लूंगी. उसने ब्यूटी पार्लर खोल लिया, वो भी 10,000 कमाने लगी. 8,000 से 40,000 हो गया. खर्चा उतना नहीं बढ़ा, मगर आमदनी बहुत बढ़ गई. दिस इज द ट्रू नेचर ऑफ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन इंडिया. So the earning is going up, and so the spending will go up, so consumption will go up, investment will go up. That's how Bharat will rise. Second, surprise. आप लोग सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, आप अपने पॉकेट में, पर्स में हाथ डाल के 10 रुपए का, 100 रुपए का, 200 रुपए का जरा नोट निकालिए, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है। और वो नोट को बहुत कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड एफर्ट से देखिए। You know what is the surprise? We are a country where our rupee note, the legal tender, has not got one, has not got two, has got 15 languages on it. Count. 15 languages तो हमारे नोट पे ही है. So anyone who comes to India is thoroughly surprised. इधर जितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं, गारंटी के साथ बताता हूं, मिनिमम 2 या 3 लैंग्वेजेस जानते ही होंगे. I met a couple in America on a cruise in Alaska. The family was discussing. He's asking me, how many languages do you know amongst your family? I said, हमने count नहीं किया, we have not counted. So I said, I'll count and tell you, give me 5 minutes. He was there with his wife. We counted. And we, in the family, knew about 13 languages. Dad was 15 when partition took place. So he knew Hindi, he knew Punjabi, he knew Urdu. Mom was a French teacher. She knew that. We come from Mumbai, Maharashtra, so we knew Marathi, and we calculated. So the big surprise in India is not just the word diversity, but every 200 kilometers, new food, new culture. A Surti from Surat behaves differently from a person from Ahmedabad. And that is the opportunity of surprising through your brands the various segments of population. I must congratulate Indore, cleanest city for 7-8 years in a row. Very nice, cozy place. I was excited, I was invited. I was also excited कि यार सुबह ज्वेलरी खरीदने तो जाना नहीं है, शाम को सराफा बाजार जाके चाट तो खाएंगे. There's a lot in India and Bharat which will surprise you, and those are opportunities. So the second part of my positioning is surprise. And the third one is enterprise. Brand Bharat offers rise, surprise, and enterprise. And if you use it fully, all this growth which you're seeing is nothing. Much better times are yet to come. But if you don't do anything about it, then you'll lose that opportunity. But if you do something about it by thinking in this particular manner, that's where you will grow, you will progress, and of course the country will progress, your family will progress, your business will progress. So let me go a little more into detail in rise, surprise, and enterprise. What is driving this brand Bharat narrative? एक छोटा एग्जाम्पल तो दे दिया वॉचमैन और उसकी फैमिली का. But there are many other things which are driving it. And if you're able to get onto that vehicle while the drive is going on and also contribute to the drive, you will be growing multifold. कल का ही देख लीजिए, सब लोग ने बोला 8.4% GDP का फिगर आ गया है. बट एक चीज भूल गए बोलने के लिए. All the experts had estimated what would be the growth. 30 experts, bankers, economists, in writing, growth will fall down. Last quarter was 7.6%. This quarter, October, December, will be 6.9%. Pessimistic. Nikla kya? 8.4%. Start thinking positively because there is much more to do and much more to earn. But for that, you will have to open your mind and, as you call it, unlock external and internal potential. So what is driving this brand Bharat narrative? Let's go further. When we talk about rise, in all positive parameters, economy is rising. There cannot be an argument now. You cannot say the figures are false. You cannot say that, something is being cooked or made up. It can't be happening again and again and again. It can't be happening quarter by quarter. It can't be happening where people's standard of living, and it can't be happening that what used to be sold for 50 lakhs or 1 crore is now being sold at 50 crore flats and 100 crore flats. So whether it be a lower level, middle level, higher level, economy is rising. Stature and sports. Who would have thought in athletics we'll get a gold? Neeraj Chopra brought it. अभी उसकी सोच सोचो. When everything is against you, कभी किसी ने किया ही नहीं है. Yes, we did win in shooting a gold, but apart from Abhinav Bindra, no one. So in terms of our stature, in terms of sports, 20 साल पहले हम लोग बाहर जाते थे. We used to be treated like, sorry to use this word, we used to be treated like shit. Today, Indians are treated with great respect anywhere in the world. Stature has gone up. And even in sports, we've gone up. 22-year-old यश जायसवाल 12 साल की उम्र में मैदान में सोता था. खाना खाने के लिए, पैसा कमाने के लिए, जो बॉम्बे में पानीपुरी बोलते हैं, दिल्ली में गोलगप्पा बोलते हैं, कोलकाता में पुचका बोलते हैं, वो बेचता था शाम को. और उसका काम वैसे ही चलता था फैमिली का. Last week, he has bought a 4.5 crore flat in Bombay. How? अपने हुनर से. India-England series going on. 2 double centuries. 22-year-old. हौसला है. Does he have a legacy? Does he come from a cricketing background? Does he have a bada baap? No. But he put his head down, learned, and applied his mind and did it. Gavaskar has the record of the highest in any series, 748. I will not be surprised if Yash Jaiswal in this series breaks Gavaskar's record. Leadership and innovation. A lot of speaking was done about innovation, leadership. You're running big business, small business. You're running an enterprise. Maybe you're heading an organization. Maybe you're heading a department. To be a leader, you'll have to lead by example. अगर आपको करवाना है तो आपको पहले करना पड़ेगा, दिखाना पड़ेगा, समझाना पड़ेगा, फिर करवाना पड़ेगा. खाली पीछे से बैठ के आप ऑर्डर देंगे तो नहीं होने वाला है. इंडियन आर्मी में कंधे से कंधा मिला के हमारा आर्मी का सोल्जर, हमारा आर्मी का ऑफिसर साथ में जाते हैं. हमारे बगल वाली कंट्री में 3 किलोमीटर पीछे से ऑर्डर दिया जाता है. वो नहीं जाते कंधा से कंधा मिला के. दैट इज द डिफरेंस. Standard of living. Everyone wants to improve their standard of living, which is good. Ambition है, और ambition को दबाओ मत. आपका बेटा बेटी, आपका एम्प्लॉय आपके पास आए और बोले कि मेरा ये सपना है, मुझे यहाँ पहुँचना है, उस पर हंसिए मत प्लीज. उसको इनकरेज कीजिए. उसको पहुँचने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? क्या काबिलियत बढ़ानी पड़ेगी? क्या मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी? इनकरेज कीजिए कि अगर सपना नहीं आप लेके आएंगे, हाउ विल यू बी एबल टू ग्रो? दैट इज ब्रांड भारत. क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ. आई वॉन्ट अ बेटर क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ. Why should I have an inferior quality of? Indian consumers today are world-class consumers. So they want world-class standards, world-class brands. And if you are into manufacturing or service, give them world-class service. वो फालतू चीज नहीं जाते. बहुत बार बोला जाता है अरे इंडिया भूखी नंगी कंट्री है, इंडिया सस्ता टिकाऊ माल खरीदेगा. नॉनसेंस. You know, in 45 towns in India, there are 65 Mercedes showrooms. And Mercedes has just announced they will be doubling their capacity. And India is a poor country. What nonsense. Think rich, think big. You will attain that. Aspiration and dreams. In India, there are two segments. One is a perspiration segment, पसीना बहाते हैं. One is an aspiration segment, जो आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं. पहले प्रोपोर्शन perspiration segment का बहुत ज़्यादा था, बहुत छोटा aspiration था. अब वो aspiration segment बढ़ रहा है. क्यों? Because as part of Brand Bharat, we perspire to aspire. And don't let that go away. So that's which will give you rise. Respect for Indians and Indian passport has gone up substantially. It is not a joke. Let's go to the second element. So, India continues to surprise the world. So many things, right from economy, right from GDP, right from largest milk producer in the world. Today morning when I took the flight from Bombay to Indore, Mumbai to Indore, मैं सोच रहा हूं कि मैं बस में जा रहा हूं कि एयरबस में जा रहा हूं. ये हवाई अड्डा है कि बस अड्डा है. The number of people who are flying, that also at 4:30 in the morning, it's not a joke. And then I went into a little detail on the flight, and I found out that India is now the third largest country in terms of the number of people who fly, after America and China. And we say we are a poor country. We are Brand Bharat, भाई. Brand Bharat को पूरी इज्जत दीजिए और देखिए क्या ग्रोथ हो रही है. जो कभी जाते नहीं थे फ्लाइट में, कभी सोचते भी नहीं थे कि वो उनके लिए है, सिर्फ रोड पे या ट्रेन पे ट्रैवल किया है, वेरी कंफर्टेबली दे आर एबल टू गो अहेड एंड डू इट. एंड वी लर्न वेरी फास्ट. सीख लेते हैं हम लोग, मगर एक अवसर मिलना चाहिए. प्रोग्रेस, इट्स हैपनिंग. Diversity, I told you about the languages, so also in terms of cuisine, in terms of music, everything. Infrastructure is growing. Someone spoke about it in great detail, so I'm not going to go into that. And the desire and ambition to grow. देखिए साहब, brand building इतने साल से कर रहा हूँ, 41 years हो गया है. Totally about 2000 brands बनाए हैं. 997 clients handle किए हैं. एक चीज बहुत जरूरी है, स्किल जो है वो सबके पास होता है. सीख लेते हो, प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हो, एक्सपीरियंस ले लेते हो. बस दो और चीज की जरूरत है जो ब्रांड भारत में है. स्किल है, विल है, इच्छा. स्किल, विल और दिल है. ओनली इफ यू हैव स्किल, विल, दिल विल यू ग्रो. Only with skill you can't grow. And that is what is driving and surprising the world. Let's come to enterprise. Ability to set up a firm. कोई कह रहे थे, employed, self-employed. Amazing. हम डरते नहीं हैं, हम करते हैं. मैंने भी जब शुरू किया उस टाइम पे स्टार्टअप कल्चर नहीं था. आई वॉज डायरेक्टर ऑफ पार्ले, सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ फेडेक्स. मैं भी MBA करके आया था जमनालाल बजाज से, वहाँ पे सिखाता हूँ 36 साल से. तो एट द एज ऑफ 34 मैंने बोला लेट मी स्टार्ट द फर्स्ट ब्रांड मार्केटिंग स्ट्रैटेजी कंसल्टेंसी इन इंडिया. एवरीवन सेड यू विल फेल. कंपनीज में मार्केटिंग डिपार्टमेंट होता है, तुम्हारी क्या जरूरत है. 34 एज है क्या खुद का शुरू करने के लिए? जब आप रिटायर हो जाएंगे तभी करना चाहिए. 3 साल तक जितने भी एडवर्टाइजिंग मार्केटिंग के लोग थे उन्होंने मुझे बोला, लिखा, वो सब सुविनियर मेरे पास पड़े हुए हैं. कब फेल होऊंगा, कैसे फेल होऊंगा, क्यों फेल होऊंगा, पर मैंने ठान लिया तो मुझे करना है। मुझे गैप दिख रहा है मार्केट में, अगर किसी को नहीं दिख रहा है उनकी प्रॉब्लम है। द फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज, someone said you have to take a risk. Not taking a risk is the biggest risk. Not trying is the biggest crime. So, if you want to build Brand Bharat and your own enterprises, stop crying and start trying. We are hardworking people. हम मेहनत करते हैं, डेडिकेटेड भी है, फैमिली को डेडिकेटेड है, काम से डेडिकेटेड है, और रेजिलियंस है, कितने भी तकलीफें आए। यू नो, येस्टरडे किंग चार्ल्स, अभी प्रिंस चार्ल्स किंग चार्ल्स हो गए हैं, उन्हें मित्तल साहब को, एयरटेल के ओनर को नाइटहुड दिया। अभी मित्तल साहब हो गए सर मित्तल, तो वो अपनी कहानी सुना रहे थे। 6-7 बार अलग अलग धंधों में फेल हुए। उनके पिताजी पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो उधर नहीं गए, वो करते गए, मेहनत करते गए। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि पहले साइकिल पे जाता था, फिर स्कूटर पे जाता था, फिर कभी कभी माल इधर से उधर पहुंचाने के लिए ट्रक के ऊपर भी जाता था। शर्म नहीं थी उनको बोलने के लिए। Today he is not only the largest telecom operator in India, he is the largest telecom operator in the world. So leadership in the world is also an enterprise that Brand Bharat is doing. And wake up, understand, we can be the leaders of the world if we want to. So Brand Bharat is moving up in all parameters, socially, politically, academically, economically, and also spiritually. Now comes my big, in my opinion, we have reached a stage where in Bharat, in Brand Bharat, we have what I call a 10-ton movement. ये क्या है 10-ton? India will not be growing at 6-7% or 8%. पूरे कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बोल रहा हूं। The first 10-ton में 10 is we will be growing consistently at 10% plus. But we must believe it and we must work for it. अभी तक क्या करते थे? लोग बोला ये देश ने ये कर लिया, वो कंपनी ने ये कर लिया, वो आदमी ने ये कर लिया, वो औरत ने ये कर लिया। अरे तुमने क्या किया? अब उनने कर लिया तो हम कम मेहनती है, हमको कम अक्ल है, हमारे पास भी है। प्रॉब्लम क्या है? इस्तेमाल नहीं करते। छोटा हो रिसोर्स या बड़ा, इस्तेमाल करो। ओनली इफ यू यूज योर पोटेंशियल यू विल ग्रो। Use your potential or you lose your potential. The second 10 is perfect 10 in terms of thinking, ambition, dedication, aspiration, dreams. हम लोग बहुत आगे निकल गए हैं। बच्चा भी सोचता है, बड़ी चीज सोचता है। उस वक्त बहुत कम लोग थे जो सोचते थे। सोचने पे भी डर लगता था। सोचने में थोड़ी पैसा लगता है यार। सोच बदलो, बड़ा सोचो और दिल का सोचो। जरूरी नहीं है कि अगर बाप ये है या माँ ये है तो बेटे या बेटी को भी वही बनना है। अलाउ देम टू ग्रो, गो आफ्टर देयर पैशन, दे विल ग्रो। आई नेवर न्यू that Milkha Singh's son is such a famous guy in golf. Till when Milkha Singh got an award and his son was standing next to him, then पता चला है जीव तो इसका बेटा है। वो अपना पाथ लिया, इन्होंने अपना पाथ लिया, दोनों ने अपना नाम कमाया, इज्जत कमाई, ग्रोथ किया। It starts with the family, then your organization, then your enterprise, then your state, then your country. Allow them to develop and grow. Because do not underestimate Indians. हमें बहुत दम है, मगर उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं करोगे तो आई एम सॉरी. The total number of people with an income over US dollars 10,000 in the working age population of India with a CAGR of 12.6% has grown where it used to be 1.4%. We are not a poor country. I'm not saying we are totally rich also, but we can be rich, we can grow, we can be the true leader of the world as Brand Bharat. The other third 10 tana 10% growth, perfect 10 trillion economy. ये 5, 6, 4 भूल जाओ. We can be a 10 trillion economy. You'll be surprised. Someone said, one of the past speakers, that वो जो बोल रहे थे ना, ये साल में हम 5 पहुंचेंगे, उससे जल्दी पहुंचेंगे. जल्दी तो पहुंचेंगे, उससे डबल पहुंचेंगे. That is the potential. If you look at it, number of postpaid connections have grown by almost 30%. If you look at some other data, individuals filing income tax returns has grown substantially. Term deposits, substantial. Number of people with demat accounts, 40 million, gone to 145 million. अरे कॉलेज का लड़का या लड़की is heavily into proper investment and literacy in financial terms. Credit cards. So what is it that I'm recommending? You need to grow based on 5 needs. First, rational needs. I call this the REAPS module. Rational मतलब हम दिमाग से सोचते हैं. पैसा कितना लगेगा, investment, installments. Yes, grow on that. Second, emotional needs. Without emotions, you cannot grow. मैंने बोला दिल से करना पड़ता है. The third, aspirational needs. अगर उसके पास वो गाड़ी है, मैं नहीं बोलता हूं कि मैं जेलस हूं, पर उसने मेहनत की, स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाई, क्या मैं नहीं कर सकता हूं? उसने अपनी कंपनी ग्रो कराई, क्या मैं नहीं कर सकता हूं? सोचने के बजाय, सिर्फ सोचने के बजाय कर भी लूं. एंड यू विल सी अ डिफरेंस. फिजिकल नीड्स. You know the owner of Zerodha. Everyone knows Zerodha here. Young people are also here. The stock market which you do online. Mr. Kamath. He got a mild heart attack few days ago. And then he said, fit is not healthy. You need to be healthy. You don't have to be fit. And health has many other things, including mental health, physical health, emotional health, and finally, spiritual needs. What is wrong in having faith? What is wrong in praying? Why are we ashamed in being in a position to follow our own faith or to be able to do things the way grandparents and parents used to do? You should be proud of it. When you have these 5, no one can stop you. Finally, I'm going to take you through my recommendation of 9 brand shastras. You want to build your country, you want to build your company, you want to build yourself, you want to build your career, follow these 9 brand shastras so that The moment the session is over, you can go and practice it. First one, need Shastra. You need to grow a category. I'll give you examples. You know, many categories have grown in India through evolving needs, like mineral water. बहुत साल पहले जब मैं मिनरल वाटर लॉन्च करने जाता था मार्केट में, दुकानदार निकाल देता था. I used to be director of Parle, Fruity, Appy, Bailey, Bisley. बोला क्या है बकवास मिनरल वाटर, पानी का पैसा कौन देगा, चले भाग जा. Today, that brand itself is valued at 7,000 crores. And it goes further. Like that, there are so many needs. Did you ever think that you would have a need where you would be ordering from Zomato or Swiggy? It is happening. Huge part of economy. And so on and so forth. New categories ko develop karo. New brands ko to kar hi sakte. Puri ki puri category develop karo. So let's have a look and take a jhalak of the largest mineral water brand in the country. Please, can you play the video?
अरे भैया 2 बिस्लरी दियो.
ये ले थारी बिस्लरी.
ये बिस्लरी है?
हाँ हाँ बिस्लरी है.
भैया ऊंट है, गधे नहीं.
अरे बिस्लरी निकाल बिस्लरी.
देखिए अक्लमंद जानते हैं कि जो बिस्लरी नहीं वो पीना नहीं.
Second video. You build the whole category and the brand.
ओ छोरा, where are you? मम्मी. अरे क्या हुआ? मम्मी पानी. ना ना, प्लीज. नो, जिद मत कर. पानी पानी. मम्मी पानी. झापड़ खा लो कहीं. मम्मा कब मिलेगा पानी? रोला मत कर. पेशेंस पेशेंस. अरे मम्मा. ठंडो ठंडो साफ साफ.
हर माँ जानती है कि सभी पानी की बोतलें बिस्लेरी नहीं, इसलिए सिर्फ
पियो बिस्लरी.
You can use communication to build your brands. Where are brands built? Brands are built not in factories, not in stores. They are built in the minds and hearts of people. You have to enter there. Let's look at the next brand Shastra, Seed Shastra, brand idea growth. You have people with such great ideas. Make the idea grow. You'll make your business grow. Great ideas are able to develop India, its market, but creatively. Let's see the video.
चुटकी में चिपकाए. Fevikwik.
Let's look at the next one. Each of these are big brands, big companies, through ideas.
चिंदी चोर था, चिंदी चोर है और चिंदी चोर ही रहेगा.
दीदी, ओए तुम क्यों हमेशा मेरे भाई को गाली देते रहते हो?
अरे वो कुर्सी बनवाने के लिए बोला था.
तो क्या हो गया?
इस लपड़ झंडूस ने फेविकॉल लगाने के लिए बोला ही नहीं.
पर तुम्हारा काम भी तो किया ना मेरे भाई ने.
काम नहीं किया, काम तमाम कर दिया. कुर्सी की टांग 3 दिन में टूट गई.
टांग ही तो टूटी है, क्या गजब हो गया?
हो गया. उस कुर्सी पे तुम्हारी माँ भी बैठी थी, उनकी भी टांग टूट गई.
लपड़ झंडूस, तो चिंदी चोर था, चिंदी चोर है और चिंदी चोर ही रहेगा.
जीजा जी,
जो फेविकॉल नहीं लगवाता है बहुत पछताता है. हमेशा पूछिए फेविकॉल लगाया कि नहीं.
Next. Heat Shastra. People must pay heed to you. Spread awareness. अगर आपको नहीं जानता कोई, नहीं पहचानता कोई, तो आप कितना भी बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट बना देते हो, कितनी भी अच्छी सर्विस करते हो, तो लगता है आप ही खरीदने वाले हो, आप ही खपत करने वाले हो। अरे अनजान से पहले जान, फिर पहचान, फिर ज्ञान, वो तो करना पड़ेगा ना। फ्रॉम अनअवेयर टू अवेयर, टू बी एबल टू गेट recall, you'll have to go through a process and make the consumers pay heed to you. There is a brand which never uses a celebrity. ये एक गलत धारणा है कि अगर फिल्म का हीरो लेंगे तो ही सक्सेस होगा। कभी ले सकते, कभी नहीं ले सकते। दोनों एग्जाम्पल दूंगा। ये ब्रांड ने कभी फिल्म का हीरो नहीं लिया या हीरोइन लिए, मगर अपनी कैटेगरी में नंबर 1 ब्रांड है और अवेयरनेस फैलाई, क्योंकि पूरा ध्यान उन्होंने पकड़ लिया। इसलिए मैं बोलता हूं जो दिखता है वो बिकता है। हेल्थ, आई स्पोक टू यू अबाउट फिजिकल, मेंटल, फाइनेंशियल, वी नीड टू इंप्रूव द हेल्थ। कैन यू प्लेस द वीडियो प्लीज? 9 ही है खाली, खत्म हो जाएगा।
अरे पहले हाथ तो धो लो।
शेर भी कभी अपने पंजे धोते हैं दीदी?
पंजे तो चूहे भी नहीं धोते मामा जी।
शेरों के पंजे भी अब से धुलेंगे, यू रोकेंगे टोकेंगे हो। खाने से पहले सदा हाथ धोना कभी भी ना भूलेंगे हो। जो माँ ने सिखाया वो सबको सिखाएंगे, एवरीबॉडी हाथ धो, ना फैले बीमारी जो आदत हमारी, डेटॉल डेटॉल हो।
अरे अब कौन जाएगा इतनी दूर?
हॉस्पिटल तो और भी दूर है अंकल, वहाँ ना जाना पड़ जाए।
कोई बहाने नहीं, अब चलेंगे, लेजी नहीं होगे हो। इन्फेक्शन मिटाना है, सबको बताना है, डेटॉल डेटॉल हो। खाने से पहले सदा हाथ धोना कभी भी ना भूलेंगे हो।
अच्छा बताओ, अब यहाँ कैसे होगा तुम्हारा डेटॉल डेटॉल हो?
घर हो या बाहर हो, पानी हो या ना हो, डेटॉल डेटॉल हो।
अरे कौन सा कीचड़ लगा, साफ ही तो है।
परवाही नहीं, नहीं नहीं नहीं, सही से हाथों को धो, ना फैले बीमारी जो आदत हमारी, डेटॉल डेटॉल हो। साबुन से सच्चा है, साबुन से अच्छा है, डेटॉल डेटॉल हो।
डेटॉल लिक्विड हैंड वॉशर सैनिटाइजर दे 100 बीमारी फैलाने वाले जर्म से सुरक्षा।
तभी तो मामा ने सिर्फ डेटॉल का धुला।
एक अभियान शुरू करना चाहिए। और वैसे भी मैं कहता हूं स्टॉप क्राइंग स्टार्ट ट्राइंग। तो रोना बंद करो, धोना शुरू करो कंपटीशन को। डीड शास्त्र बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट है, पर किसी ने ट्राई ही नहीं किया तो फायदा क्या हुआ? उसके लिए डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की जरूरत पड़ती है। 8,100 टाउन्स इन इंडिया। You know, Indore are the 14th largest town out of 8,100 towns in India. 680,000 villages. But if you are not able to reach, whether physically, whether virtually, you have lost the opportunity. Yeah. Please let's go back. Yeah. This brand, 60,000 crore.
जरा सी हंसी दुलार जरा सा,
the taste of India. जरा सी हंसी दुलार जरा सा, Amul, the taste of India.
जरा सी अनबन प्यार जरा सा,
Taste of India.
is now to make Amul the largest dairy brand in the world. And एक बहुत ट्रेंड चला है. When they started Taste of India, गर्व है भारत, इंडिया. फिर कोई आके बोलता है देश का ट्रक, कोई आके बोलता है देश का नमक. पूरा ट्रेंड शुरू हो गया. So brand Bharat is growing even by selling brands.
कैसी हंसी मुस्कानों की धुन, जिंदगी मक्खन, दिल में घुल गई खट्टी मीठी सी बातें, पिघले पिघले से हैं दिन और रातें.
Now we talk about feed shastra, which is repeats. I'll take 5 more minutes and I'll complete my presentation. There's a brand called Relaxo. उसमें हवाई चप्पल भी है, उसमें स्नीकर्स, स्पार्क्स भी है, लेडीज फ्लाइट भी है. कभी कभी क्या हो जाता है कि ब्रांड के अंदर कुछ नहीं होता, तो ब्रांड बनाने के लिए आपको ब्रांड के इर्द गिर्द कुछ करना पड़ता है. अभी 2 पट्टी के चप्पल में क्या टेक्नोलॉजी ढूंढूंगा मैं, तो उसके इर्द गिर्द करते हैं. तो हमने सोचा लोएस्ट लेवल पर कौन सबसे पॉपुलर है वो एक्टर ले लेते हैं, 2 पट्टी की चप्पल पहना लेते हैं उसको, और ऐसा रिडिकुलस कैंपेन करते हैं क्योंकि वो ही कर पाएगा. कोई डूब रही है औरत, ये चप्पल डाल के पानी पे चल रहा है, बचा लेता है. आग लग गई है 7वें माले पे, स्पाइडरमैन बन के जाके बचा लेता है, मगर चप्पल पहन के. कोई पहाड़ से गिरने वाला है, ये चप्पल को स्की के जैसे यूज करके उसको बचा लेता है. जब हमने वो बताया ये स्टोरी एक्टर को, तो वो बोला क्या मेरे से करवा रहे हो, और वैसे भी फिल्म स्टोरी राइटर का बेटा है. तो मैंने बोले नहीं, एंड में आप ये बोलना ये जरा ज़्यादा हो गया, मगर मैं पहनता हूँ रिलैक्सो हवाई, सचमुच मजबूत है. इधर तक हमारी कहानी थी. उसके आगे उसने खुद बोल दिया. ये सब बोलने के बाद उसने बोला माँ कसम. वेरी गुड, ये तो स्क्रिप्ट में था ही नहीं. हमने बोला रखेंगे. 15 दिन के बाद क्लाइंट का फोन आया दिल्ली से, अरे वो तो गाली दे रहा है. ऐसे गाली नहीं, माँ कसम बोल रहा है. वैसे भी 2 माँ है उसके पास, तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है. तो फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज दैट कभी कभी यू हैव टू थिंक, जो बोलते हैं आप लोग, आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. यू हैव टू थिंक आउट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट. यस प्लीज. नो, इससे पहले
लेट्स प्ले.
हाँ जी.
गोल.
थैंक्स.
ओए गोल तो अब हुआ है.
Add sparks to your life.
The other one which was there, which I spoke about, the Salman Khan one. Yeah.
क्या ये? ये तो खा दो. रुको. हेलो बेबी. पकड़े रहो.
ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, लेकिन रिलैक्सो हवाई है मजबूत, मैं पहनता हूँ, माँ कसम।
और टाइम वाइज भी ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, मगर मैं तो खत्म करके ही रहूंगा। मेरे को नोट आ गया है, प्लीज कंक्लूड द सेशन। आप बोलो तो बंद कर देता हूं, बोलो तो 6 मिनट और करता हूं, क्या बोलते हो? नेक्स्ट। ब्रांड की सेल्स को ग्रोथ करना है। अगर ब्रांड की सेल्स को ग्रोथ करना है तो स्पीड शास्त्र होना चाहिए। आप सब चाहते हैं कि सेल्स की ग्रोथ हो। एक डायमंड ब्रांड है किसना, 90 की रिटेलर से अभी 1500 से ज्यादा हो गए 7 साल में, 1600% ग्रोथ। ये ग्रोथ हो सकती है इंडिया में। या प्लीज।
किसने बनाया मुझको खास, दुल्हन बनने का एहसास। मैं तो चली रे, मैं तो चली, मैं तो चली। पिया की गली, पिया की गली, किसना संग पिया की गली।
किसना दुल्हनिया कलेक्शन, किसना जगाओ विश्वास प्यार का, पाओ विश्वास परिवार का।
वो जो सरप्राइज है वो 5 टाइप की दुल्हनियां थी, अलग अलग कम्युनिटी की। क्रीड शास्त्र, ये 3rd लास्ट है। ब्रांड ट्रस्ट ग्रोथ, इंडियाज थ्रस्ट इज थ्रू ट्रस्ट। ब्रांड का दूसरा मतलब है ट्रस्ट। ये पूरा ब्रांड मार्केटिंग का गेम 2 चीज का है। कंज्यूमर को आप पे विश्वास होना चाहिए और आपको अपने आप पे आत्मविश्वास होना चाहिए। बस उसमें से एक भी चीज टूटी, आपका धंधा टूटा। यस प्लीज, कैन यू?
Arey, the radiator has no water and your oil tank is empty too. How was I supposed to know? This car is a piece of junk. Come on. If you don't service your car regularly, any car can become junk. Similarly, check your POA periodically to ensure that your investments do not run into a rough patch.
सोच कर, समझ कर, इन्वेस्ट कर।
Issued in the interest of investors by NSE.
ब्रीड शास्त्र, मार्केट शेयर ग्रोथ। सबसे बढ़िया इसका जो एग्जाम्पल है इंडिगो, 20% मार्केट शेयर से 63% मार्केट। आप जाइए कोई एयरपोर्ट पे देखिए, 10 एरोप्लेन में से 6 इंडिगो के हैं। डोंट प्ले दी वीडियो, टाइम विल गो, आई विल गो फर्दर। लास्ट इज एक्सीड शास्त्र, ब्रांड प्रॉफिट ग्रोथ। क्या फायदा हुआ ये सब करके अगर प्रॉफिट नहीं कमाओगे तो? एंड माय फाइनल स्लाइड इज इंडियाज ग्रेटेस्ट एबिलिटी इज इट्स इंक्रीजिंग प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी। You have to focus on growth, sustainable growth, and sustainable profitable growth. God bless all of you. Jai Brand Bharat. Thank you very much.
Now, wasn't that an interesting and engaging session? I'm pretty sure watching all these ads, brought us back into the memory lane from our childhood. At least it did for me. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Sunil Kalyankar ji, Head, site HR Kesni Holland Construction Equipment Private India Limited to present the memento to Mr. Kapoor. Now I request Mr. Juneja to please summarize the session.
Yeah, what a great and insightful session. लंच के बाद का सेशन था, स्टिल सब लोगों का ध्यान पूरा तरह से सेशन पे लगा रहा. दैट्स द बेस्ट थिंग. इफ़ आई समराइज द सेशन, तो जो की स्ट्रेटजीज हमें पता लगी एक ब्रांड क्रिएट करने के लिए, दैट इज़ अ राइज, सरप्राइज एंड एंटरप्राइज. दैट्स अ रियली स्टेप्स विच वी कैन यूज़ टू क्रिएट अवर ब्रांड. एंड आफ्टर दैट 9 ब्रांड शास्त्र, जिनके जो हमने डिफरेंट एड्स देखे, हर एक ऐड की एक डिफरेंट स्टोरी थी. सो स्टोरी का एक इम्पॉर्टेंस जो है ब्रांड क्रिएट करने के लिए कैसा होता है, वो हम लोगों ने सीखा है. सो इट्स रियली अमेजिंग सेशन. थैंक यू जगदीप जी, थैंक यू.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for sharing your invaluable sights and expertise with us today. Your wisdom and passion for branding has truly inspired us all. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Mr. Shri R.S.Goenka to please come forward and to conduct the next session. Thank you.
Thanks, Shriya, for inviting me. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Shri R.S.Goenka and I am here to host the session. I request the AV team to please play the session AV. I now request Mr. Rishi Nandedkar, the Managing Director of Fusion Global Business Solutions, to please escort our esteemed speakers for the session. Mr. M. Balasubramaniam, CEO Strat Infinity, and Mr. Samir Garde, Executive Director and Group CEO, Capillary Technologies. Our first speaker, Mr. M. Balasubramaniam, is a seasoned business and technology leader with a great track record for building organizational capabilities and creating value through tech-enabled business transformations. With 2 decades of experience in IT, he is currently the founder and CEO of Strat Infinity and drives the innovation with his philosophy of connecting digital islands and merging the business transformation gaps. Our second speaker, Mr. Samir Garde, is the Group CEO and Executive Director of Capillary Technologies, an AI-based, SaaS-based solutions startup, and they are currently the market leaders in the loyalty and engagement spaces. He is an IIT and IIM alumni, and with his rich professional journey spanning across 4 decades, he currently has a past experience on and lead of holding positions and leadership roles at organizations like Cisco, Philips, and Dell. Looking forward to an insightful session with both the transformation leaders. I now request Dr. Upinder Dhar, Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, to please welcome Mr. M. Balasubramaniam with the plant sapling. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Anshuman Jaswal, Director, NMIMS University, Indore, to please welcome Mr. Sameer Garde with the plant sapling. Sir. I now request the AV team to please play the AV introduction of Mr. M. Balasubramaniam.
Mr. M. Balasubramaniam. Mr. M. Balasubramaniam, a distinguished board director and global CXO, leading the charge in digital transformation and reimagining the GCC landscape. With over 23 years of rich experience in the IT industry, Bala has made indelible marks at renowned organizations like Citibank, Polaris, Dun & Bradstreet USA, and TransUnion USA. As a founding director of Hire One India and founding managing director of Blackboard Inc., he spearheaded a monumental initiatives, including M&A deals worth $500 million and the establishment of R&D centers across the globe. Today, as the founder and CEO of Stratinfinity Inc., Bala continues to drive innovation, providing through leadership and strategy consultancy services worldwide. His visionary leadership extends to being a founding partner of TurboStart, a Y Combinator accelerator, and holding pivotal roles in numerous startups and investment ventures. Beyond his professional accolades, Bala is deeply engaged in fostering the startup ecosystem and advancing sustainable development goals, aligning his efforts with esteemed organizations like FICCI and NASSCOM. A true catalyst for change, Bala's contributions extend to advisory roles with government bodies, shaping policies and initiatives for the tech industry's growth and innovation. Join us in celebrating the remarkable journey and impactful contributions of M. Balasubramaniam. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. M. Balasubramaniam.
Over to you, sir.
Namaste Indore. Very good afternoon to everybody, and namaste and good afternoon to all the IMA team members, colleagues here. It's been a wonderful being here, such a large gathering and amazing hospitality. Thanks to my friend who's sitting here. It's been amazing. So since morning I've been looking at different presentation, various motivational talks and everything. Of course, most of the folks here, most of the guests here are from the corporate and from the industry. At the same time, I also had the opportunity to meet some of the college chairmen, faculty members, deans, directors, as well as a lot of students. So I thought I should touch upon share my thoughts about that would be helpful for the academia and the industry. And of course, being a technology leader, ran a global tech organization, I will also certainly touch upon the emerging trends of the technology trends in 2024. Probably I would try to put up in 4 different buckets that should set the trend for 24, how the technology landscape looks like. So first, let me talk about the academia industry collaboration today, my dear friends. I see a lot of students here, as I said. Today, the digital transformation, when we talk about the transformation that our country, Bharat, is undergoing, or in the last few years, especially last 6-7 years of the transformation that we've been looking at. The Viksit Bharat 2047 has been real talk of the country, and I see all the colleges, all the universities, entire ecosystem is truly celebrating Viksit Bharat. So I think when we talk about Viksit Bharat, I think the students community are truly going to be the catalyst for the success of Viksit Bharat, because most of them are at the age of 20, 21, 22, 23. And by 2047, another 23 years to go, I think at the age of 40, 45, I think you are going to make a fundamental, phenomenal difference in making the country very successful. Probably the Gen X and baby boomers and Gen X like us are going to little slow down. Rather, Gen Y and Gen Zs are going to really contribute for the success of Viksit Bharat. So from that perspective, I think, first, I think I should touch upon the industry-academia collaboration. So today, when everybody gets into college, everybody gets into a prestigious college, have a fancy degree and so on and so forth, I think fundamental reason is we all have to get a job, right? That's the important thing. So I just wanted to share the whole trend in the last few years have been changed from employability to deployability. So today, if somebody recruits you, my dear friends, the day one, they want you to be deployed. They want you to be fully functional. Of course, the induction, trainings, everything will be there, but deployability is the fundamental thing. There were days where we used to hire the students and train for 1 quarter or 2 quarters. But today, the fundamental shift that has been moved to train and then hire. So somebody has to train. I think you have to train yourself. You have enormous amount of opportunity to work in the internet and get trained, or colleges have a lot of skill development programs. You have a lot of opportunities given by the government of India and various other private agencies to train yourself, get up to speed, and then go and get deployed. In fact, since I'm a chairman of the IIIT Sri City, today, at least it's a practical experience. Most of our students in the second year, third year, started working with the organization as interns, earning up to 100,000 rupees a month. So that's the kind of transformation we are looking at. The third important point which I wanted all of you to understand, there were days where you would have seen in the newspaper, half a page of advertisement saying that so many thousands of students have been recruited, right? So volume hiring. Today it has moved to value hiring. Today, if I want to hire 50, I would have hired 50 people last year, and today I'm hiring about 10 people. And I need to be justifying to my management, where is the need for this 10 resources I'm adding? The value is very, very important. So this is the fundamental shift that all the students have to understand, how the digital transformation impacts even on the career growth and recruitment and so on and so forth. It doesn't stop here. I think all of us are talking about job seeking, employment, but whereas no one is worried about job givers, right? The startup arena has been really happening in the country in the last especially 6-7 years. The kind of startups that have grown in almost about 111 unicorns have come today. In fact, on the podcast, a very interesting questions was thrown to me, especially asking about women entrepreneurs becoming startup. So I think the college ecosystem is really forming up very well, geared up very well for the startup. I see a lot of students today ask me one question, very common question. Sir, a lot of startups failed in India. So, why should we be part of the startup, or what kind of risk that will be helpful for us to take the startup? I think there was an answer which our IIM director also mentioned. Failure is there everywhere, every part of the country. Everybody underwent that transformation. So it's not failure is something new to us. You must fail. That's the reason that will make you to be very successful. But coming back to your startup question, today, any ideas that you gather, my dear friends, especially in the college, you have IIC, Institution Innovation Cell, you have TBIs, Technology Business Incubators. Today, you have almost 14 ministries that funds grants from 100,000 rupees to up to 1 crore rupee, which you don't need to even return back. That is the kind of funds are available by the government of India. So 3 things. One is, we are not aware of that. That's number 1. That's the responsibility of the college as well as the responsibility of the entire ecosystem. In fact, IMA, the organization like IMA should conduct such session for the students across the region, because I see Madhya Pradesh about 3,525 active startups are there. The Indore seems to be a very vibrant place. So definitely the startup ecosystem should grow. Second important thing which the students lack, or with the startup ecosystem lack, is mentorship. That is one important area where the rest of the people in this hall should definitely help, because you need to step up and look for opportunity for co-creation. I think co-creation is very, very important for the organization, especially SMBs, especially MSME sector, or even for the enterprise that matter, where it will be an easy low-hanging fruit for you. Rather, if you want to have a problem statement, instead of investing a huge team, huge money, you can actually tie up with a co-creation model with startups, go with a problem statement, make them to come with a POC, make them to come with an MVP, and then actually get into a product line, actually. That's another interesting opportunity, because this is going to benefit not only for you, but for the entire ecosystem. The third important thing which the startup ecosystem lacks is investment. As I said, Government of India funds a lot of investment, state government funds a lot of investment. In fact, in Madhya Pradesh, I found about 15% of the incentive is given to any entrepreneurs in Madhya Pradesh, and additional 20% is given to the women entrepreneurs. What a fantastic incentive that's been given by the state government. So I think such things are available, but also the access to the market in terms of go-to-market strategy can be done mostly by the investors, because investors play a major role, because I wear the hat of an VC running an $50 million deep tech SaaS investment fund. So it is also important to have the investors access to the students. That is why recently, about the 31st of January, the Ministry of Education have come up with a new policy. We have launched an investor committee, which is going to, 100-member committee as a phase 1, which is going to work with across India, about 7,000 engineering institutions, IICs and TBIs are going to be funded, not only funded, but also to be mentored by these investment committee members. So these are all the various opportunities which are available to the students who want to get into startup, be a successful entrepreneur, and so on and so forth. Now I'm moving on to the corporate friends who are there today. So coming back to the technology aspects, the landscape that is changing today, my dear friends, digital transformation. I'm sure everybody will talk about AI, everybody will talk about Gen AI. Of course, I'm going to touch upon few interesting numbers on Gen AI. But before that, since morning we've been hearing on many jargons, many technology things. Let me quickly bucket all those things into 4 key things which has been recently published by Gartner. So one is smart world. Smart world is the first set of technology. I will also definitely let you know which are the key technologies come under smart world. Second thing is productivity revolution. First thing is smart world. Second thing is productivity revolution. Third thing is transparency and privacy. Privacy and transparency. And fourth one is critical enablers. So next 10 years or 15 years, name any technologies that see in the landscape of all the technology charts and things. Everything will be bucketed fall under these 4 categories, which is smart world, productivity revolution, privacy and transparency, and critical enablers. When I say about smart world, to be very crisp, instead of explaining everything, I think you see the convergence of online and offline experiences. Basically, that adds the contextual relevance, how the user interact with the people, interact with the things, and so on and so forth. That's what the smart world comes around, where the smart world, you talk about spatial computing, you talk about multimodal UI, you talk about smart spaces, you talk about smart UIs. All these things comes around smart world. And these are all the things where you will see in the Gartner the quadrants of next technologies next over the decade. When I talk about the productivity revolution, which is nothing other by Gen AI is the key point of productivity revolution, where you see fundamentally shift in the nature of work that we get done, the fastness, the accuracy, the kind of reduction in the manual effort, rather efficiency and quality improvement. Those things are come under productivity revolution, but especially the technologies like Gen AI, intelligent automation, synthetic data, Gen AI enabled virtual assistant, self-supervised learning. These are all the technologies that are factored under the productivity revolution. When I talk about the transparency and the privacy, this is nothing other than increasing the importance of bad agents. We talk about Gen AI, always there is a challenge of ethics and concerns in GI. So that is something, a fundamental topic that covers under the privacy and transparency. So some of the interesting technologies are decentralized identity, responsible AI, behavioral analytics, enhancing technologies with respect to privacy. These are all the various key technologies that comes under the third aspect of privacy and transparency. The last and not the least, critical enablers, nothing other than the AI chips, the quantum processor, which enables the Web3, blockchain, all those things. Those are critical enablers. I think I see the first movers of these technologies are anywhere between 6 to 9 years from the expected time of technology trends. And the fast followers should be anywhere between now and 3 to 6 years, my dear friends. And majority followers should be from the ETT, should be about anywhere between now and next 3 years. I think from now to next 3 years are going to be really beneficial in terms of transformation, otherwise you're going to miss in the game, right? And the laggard followers always are there, where even they are late or even majority of the people falls under this, but I think that transformation is slowly moving on. So having bucketed these technologies under these 4 broad category, one technology is something which I wanted to touch upon, because last week we had an ASCOM Leadership Technology Forum at Mumbai. So there's a 2 days conference. Pretty much all the 2 days we heard only 2 letters, which is AI. And everybody were embracing the AI. And again, still it is unanswered to demonstrate a clear use cases of how AI impacts in everybody's life. While everybody are working towards, academicians are working, industry is working. I just wanted to touch upon few numbers on AI, because that is very important for you to understand how the landscape is totally shifting. Okay, today you look at the global market overview. So the AI is about anywhere between $300 billion by 27, with a CAGR of about 25 to 35% with respect to the software and services agreement. I think this is a fundamental important thing for us, because India is basically the IT services and software country. Of course, the Global Capability Center, which I come from, the product, those things are really transforming, adding a lot of value to the software exports development. But still, the country predominantly, the revenue GDP comes from the IT services software, which is seriously going to be under threat because of the AI and Gen AI. We need to keep that in mind. And Gen AI is expected to comprise of 33% of the global AI market by 27, and the financial sector continues to be highest in contributing towards next by media and entertainment. If you look at the growth trend, the IT buyers kept increasing their spend on AI, especially the cloud analytics, and data analytics plays a major role. Even before Gen AI, data analytics is going to play a major role, continue to play a major role for next 3-4 years, especially in terms of the growth in the technology and transformation that you will see in day-to-day activities. And also I would like to touch upon the talent growth. See, India has highest AI skills, my dear friends, especially if you look at the other countries where 3 times the AI skills are penetrated, Indian talents are 14 times penetrated in terms of learning, willingness and learning to AI skills, which is very important. At the same time, the demand for the talent has grown to 15% of the, and the market is expected to grow 25 to 35%, which definitely need a focus from all the engineering or the academic institution, and also from the industry, because the upskilling and reskilling plays a major role. Fantastic and phenomenal funds have been floated by the government and by the private agencies for upskilling and reskilling. I think this community, I mean this association like IMA should be making use of those funds and pay way for the upskilling and reskilling. And also the tech services have begun to actively hire the AI ML specific jobs, and especially the leadership hiring in India has been increased by 15%. Always there have been, at least in the GCC sector, we used to talk about leaders in the GCC who are the centrates and site leads and MDs. We need to go with what the agenda fixed by the headquarters, but today the trend is totally changing. The global headquarters are there in one of the continents, whereas the leaders sitting in India play a global role sitting in India and managing the global talents. And AI is going to play a vital role next 1 decade or so, because of the talent scalability and the cost factor and efficiency and effectiveness, innovation and co-creation because of the startup ecosystem is going to help India, is going to transform heavily in these emerging technologies, my dear friends. And also the IT spend I want to touch upon, because I see a lot of IT system integrator entrepreneurs. I met a lot of people. I think there are few areas where the IT spends keep increasing. There are few areas where IT spends keep decreasing. Let me talk about the decreasing thing, especially the area of ERP, HR management, IT operations management, network infrastructure, storage infrastructure. These are the areas, server infrastructure. These are the areas where actually the business is on a downtrending because of the impact of AI, cloud, data analytics, so on and so forth. What it means to us, definitely we need to upskill and reskill not only ourselves but also our business model and so on and so forth. And the increasing trend is very clearly, of course, AI, ML, Gen AI, DevOps, SRE, especially digital commerce platform with respect to CRM aspect, and and so something related to CRM, DevOps, all these things are really increasing. Fundamentally, the technology landscape is totally changed in this, my dear friends. So, having said this, I just wanted to touch upon one thing. The Indore Management Association has a large gathering here. My request is, spend a lot of time, spend a quality time with a very clear agenda of interacting with the industry, should interact with the academia, which something fundamentally will pave way for our Vikshit Bharat, because the students have to be enabled, not just only the academics, their curriculum, but also get an exposure about what is happening in the industry, and also get the opportunity to have a semester-long internship with the industry, which is going to really help them to understand the dynamics that is happening in the global transformation, especially in the space of technology being an horizontal now, no more, it's a vertical. Any industry for that matter, technology is going to play an horizontal player. With that said, wishing you all the very best. Jai Hind. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for that insightful session over AI, specifically over AI. Now, I would like to request the AV team to please play the introduction AV for Mr. Sameer Garde.
Mr. Sameer Garde. Sameer brings over 33 years experience and has held several leadership roles that include the CEO role for the last 14 years across top-performing organizations. He has a proven track record of transforming operations and cultures. Sameer has worked in diverse markets across Asia, Europe and the US and has managed numerous high-performing teams. Currently, Sameer is the Global CEO and Executive Director of Capillary, a late-stage SaaS B2B startup. He served as President of Cisco's India and SaaS Theatre and led the Cisco India and SaaS team to high performance and growth. Sameer has been an elected member of NASSCOM Executive Council for the last 4 years and has co-chaired the IoT AI COE with the Meeting Secretary NASSCOM and has been a member of the Governing Council for the Sector Skill Council. Sameer holds an engineering degree from IIT Delhi and an MBA from IIM Kolkata. He loves being physically active through long-distance running, cycling, tennis, badminton, and is also a bird photography enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Sameer Garde.
Over to you, sir.
ये तो वीडियो मैंने भी नहीं भेजा था यार, ये कहाँ से निकाला तुम लोगों ने? Very interesting. Hey, firstly I must congratulate the Indore Management Association. Akhilesh, absolutely wonderful, wonderful event. I mean, I did not expect this kind of scale. This is just amazing. This is like row A till row J. And then there is a student wing after that. This is just amazing. By the way, students at the back, can you hear us? Okay, that was just to wake you guys up. Hey guys, so I am actually going to talk about this topic, but I have taken the liberty. Okay, sorry, am I screaming too much? Oh, okay. So I've taken the liberty to kind of go a little beyond unlocking the global potential. Okay, unlocking means कुछ ताला लगा हुआ है, चाबी है किसी के पास, ताला खोलोगे, दरवाजा खोलोगे, maybe एक कमरे में घुसोगे. I'm saying, can India be a superpower in a world? So by a show of hands, I want to know how many of you believe, and there are, I'm told, Akhilesh told me there are approximately 1,300 people in this room. So if 675 of you raise your hands, then I believe that you believe. If less than 675 of you raise your hands, then I believe you don't believe. How many of you believe that India can be a superpower in the next 10 years? Oh my God. That's like 1,300, Akhilesh. All of Indore literally believes that we can be a superpower. And I genuinely believe that we can be a superpower, okay? I genuinely believe that. And by the way, one last request before I get into my presentation. I want to run that drone once. I'm a tech geek. I've been wanting to buy a drone. I was just telling Ajmera that I bought one of these VR headsets recently. In your next Indore Management Association session, you should have a VR headset given to the people sitting in front. It's an amazing experience. But, you know, just getting serious, what does it take, what does it mean to be a superpower? What does it really mean to be a superpower? Who do you think is the biggest superpower in the world today? Or has been? Anybody? It's not a very difficult question. If you think about it, if you go back 250, 300 years, Great Britain, which was a really small country, right? It actually owned, literally owned, nearly 25 to 30% of the world, right? Including the US. Great Britain actually owned the US also at one point in time. So any country which has a phenomenal geopolitical or a cultural or an economic impact on other countries is considered a superpower, right? So if there are two countries fighting and a third country is asked to mediate, like you're seeing in the Israel-Hamas thing right now, you know that a superpower will be called in for that, right? So there are 3 or 4 or 5 things that are required to become a superpower. Obviously, you need a decent number of people in the country. You need a population. You need resources. I think population, nobody can beat us now, not even China. Resourcing, I would say we probably have everything other than oil, which may not be relevant given all the electrification that is happening. So we have most of the resources. Diplomacy, if you see what Jaishankar is doing over the last 2 years, I think we probably have the best diplomat in the world right now. And by the way, I'm not a BJP supporter, I'm a Jaishankar supporter. Just to make sure I make it very clear. National identity, I think we've grown from being the snake charmer elephant country to being a software country. And I'm sure we will grow in national identity as Mr. Jagdeep Kapoor talked about in terms of rise, surprise, and enterprise over the next several years. You know, Jaishankar actually says that it is probably, and you should read this book. This is a really very, very good book that he released in 2020. It's a book called Strategies for a Changing World by Mr. S. Jaishankar. And he says, how long will the world define India? Is it time that now India defines itself? And I think, in my opinion, it's time. We are at the cusp of a transformation of this country where I think it's going to be really important that we start defining. And people like Jagdeep Kapoor can really, really help the government and the citizens of this country to really define what it means to be India, what it means to be Bharat. Okay, so this was just my introduction. Okay, don't worry, I have only 5 or 6 slides. I won't take too much time. I will take my time of 20-25 minutes. How many of you remember this picture? This is, the UK Prime Minister. How ironical, also an Indian. And the chairman of the Tata Group, N. Chandrasekaran. The Tata Group decided to invest $4 billion, not 4 billion pounds actually, $5 billion in an electric vehicle battery factory in UK. Okay? This is going to be one of the world's largest battery factory of around 200 gigawatts. Okay? Now the UK government, when they announced that they wanted to actually set up this factory, Spain was in the reckoning, Germany was in the reckoning. All of them were laying out the red carpet to Mr. N. Chandrasekaran to say, come to us. Come to us. How often have you heard of that in the last 25 years? Here is an Indian company, an Indian group company, where European countries are laying out the red carpet to say, give me your 4 billion pounds or 4 billion euros. Now, finally, UK actually opened up their pockets and gave them millions and millions and millions of pounds in subsidy, and that's why they decided to put the factory in UK. And it's very close to London, in fact. It's around 200 kilometers from London. Now, this is the power of, the economic power of a country, right? How many of you know that after the US, the largest FDI investor in UK for the last 10 years, in fact, for the last 12 years, is India? The second largest FDI investor in UK is India. And nobody talks about that. And that's the whole piece that I think Mr. Kapoor was talking about in terms of making people aware of the fact that there is, I run a very small company. I used to run very, very large companies earlier. Cisco was a $1.3 billion company. Dell was a $1.2 billion company. Now I run a very small $80 million company in Bangalore called Capillary Technologies. $80 million is around 650 crores. Nearly half of my revenue comes from the US. Okay? In the last 2 years, I've acquired 3 companies in the US. And I've spent 300 crores in the US and created around 150 jobs. Now you might say, what the hell is he doing comparing 4 billion euros and 300 crores and 150 jobs? Point I'm trying to make is every one of the enterprises in this room, every one of your enterprises in this room has a global potential which goes beyond the geographical boundaries of India. Capillary for 15 years was languishing in Asia. 15 years. In the last 2 years, we've kind of transformed it to become an absolute global player. The reason I'm telling you is that it doesn't take long. In today's world, it doesn't take long. You probably heard of this quote before. Whatever you say about India, the opposite is also true. This is a country of dichotomy, right? We are the 5th largest economy in the world. When, everybody's tom-tomming the fact that we will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. But we are, out of 151 countries in the UN, the 137th in terms of per capita income, right? We are 30% of our workforce is in services. For a developing economy, that is 55% of our GDP coming from services, is a hugely anomalous behavior. That doesn't happen with developing economies, right? Manufacturing, agriculture is what drives economies. 50% of our workforce is in farming or in agriculture, but only 18% of our GDP comes from these places. And if you look at this, right, and I wish Mr. Kapoor was here to see some of these brands, right? Vishal Megamart grew 14% over the last 4 years, okay? Vishal Megamart is the most value retailer in the country today. Most value retailer, okay? Zara, and a lot of people might have heard of this brand, Zara actually grew faster than Vishal Megamart, okay? If you look at Hindustan Unilever, 10% growth. Forest Essentials, a very premium brand, actually grew faster than that, okay? So that's the kind of dichotomy that you will see in a market like India, right? Relaxo, a brand that Mr. Kapoor talked about, actually grew at 5%. Birkenstock, how many of you own a Birkenstock slipper, right? Yeah, how much does that cost? Costs a bomb, right? I would never buy a Birkenstock slipper unless I have a major issue with my foot, right? That is growing at 187% in India, year on year, at a CAGR of 187%, right? So that's the dichotomy. I'm not going to go through each one of these things. The point I'm trying to make is, whatever you can say about India, the opposite is always true. So we are the most value-conscious country in the world, but at the same time, we have some of the highest growth rates as far as premium brands are concerned, okay? We have 144 crore Indians, most populous country, and it was looked out as an opportunity and not as a resource curse for And I'll show you some data here which will hopefully blow your mind away. I think Mr. Kapoor talked about a 10 trillion economy. Yeah? This is a report by Bain. In the next 50 years, which is by 2075, in the next 50 years, this report says India will be a $50 trillion economy. Okay? We are a little less than $4 trillion right now. We have 1.4 billion people. So if you do the simple math, it's around a $2,500 per capita. By 2075, we will be a $12,000 to $13,000 per capita country. That's what's going to happen to India. Now, some of us may not be around 50 years from now, but your children might be, or will be. Folks in the room at the back, in the student section, you guys are still going to be around for the next 50 years, right? Now, this is what's going to happen. India is going to be the second largest economy. We're going to be a $50 trillion economy. US is not going to be the largest economy in the world. China is going to be the largest economy in the world. Now, what do you need for being a large economy? You need a large workforce, right? And you need a very large productive workforce. Those are the only two things that are required to become a good, large GDP in any country, right? So if you look at this, India will, and I'll show you this, I don't know how many of you can see it there, but this is a thing that Bain has done or Pew Research has done to show over the next 60, 70 years, what will be the breakup of India's population by age, okay? We'll be the only country which will have a breakup like this, where 50% of our population will be between 25 to 65 years of age, which is the working age. Anything below that is a dependent, anything above that is a dependent, typically. 50% of our population will be between 25 to 64. So anybody who's telling you that India will age and become old and we will not have enough people to work is bullshitting. This also means that the tax base will increase. This workforce increases, this tax base increases. 25 to 64, no other country in the world in the next 20 years, forget 50 years, in the next 20 years will not have this ratio of 50% of the population being between 25 to 64. And this is really, really important because what it does is it's something called the labor force productivity rate, right? Or participation rate. That is going to be significantly higher. Today, India, around 49% of India's 25 to 64 people are actually working or even seeking employment. That's likely to go up to around 65, 70% over the next 20, 30 years, right? The other is, and this is something that, again, I'll probably give feedback, Akhilesh. You know, if I look around the room, if you look at the gender diversity here, it can be way, way better, right? Today, in labor force participation, only 37% of women are participating. Nearly 50%, if 50% is the average, only 37% are women. That, imagine, was just around 5 years ago was 23%. It was as bad as 23%. In 5 years, that has jumped from 2017 to 7 years, it's jumped from 23% to 37%. So something is changing. But imagine if that gender gets more and more employed, India's productivity rate will just go through the roof. Absolutely go through the roof. And that is a very, very important part of this whole thing. I see a lot more diversity in higher education now, but I still don't see enough diversity in industry. If I go around this room right now, you know, I would say it's probably around 15, 20%. At max 25%. A lot of males, right? Look at what Indian companies have done. These are stories of what Indian companies have done. There are 4 types of Indian companies, okay? All of you have heard of Infosys, Bala spoke about that, TCS, Wipro, all of these are companies which have gone global like nobody knew. Absolutely everybody knows about this, right? I mean, these 4 companies are valuation of around 25 lakh crores, which is like $3 trillion. They employ around 1.5 million people. At least 20% of those 1.5 million, which means around 300,000 people, are outside of India. So they are truly global companies. Absolutely, truly global companies. But everybody knows about this. You go to the Tata, Birla and Mahindra. A lot of people know about the Tatas. By the way, 70% of the $125 billion that Tata does, 70% is non-India. Only 30% of their revenue now comes from India. If you go to Birlas have done 16 acquisitions in the last 11 years. 16 acquisitions. If you go back 20 years, they've done 25 acquisitions. All of them, maybe 3 of them were in India. The remaining 22 were all outside of India. The Birlas are present in 70 countries around the world. Okay? Mahindra is a company which set up an automobile factory in Detroit. The last time someone set up an automotive factory in Detroit was 100 years ago, when Ford, Chrysler, and all of these companies were there. Think about this. This is what Indian companies are doing. And Indian companies are jugadu to the hilt. You all know this, right? They are jugadu to the hilt. Look at the third category. You go anywhere in the US, you go anywhere in the UK, you throw a stone, it'll hit an Indian, right? So they have captured the diaspora there. Old Monk is the largest selling dark rum in the world. वो engineers और पीछे जो student बैठे हैं उनसे पूछो Old Monk कितना पीते हैं वो लोग. I'm telling you, when they go to the US, they'll find Old Monk there. They go to UK, they'll find Old Monk there. Old Monk is present in 40 countries around the world. I didn't know this. It's the largest selling dark rum in the world, right? Amul, we talked about it today with Mr. Kapoor. Titan, these are all companies which have leveraged the Indian diaspora. So I was just talking to Akhilesh and I was telling him, what is the amount of exports that Indore does or Indore industry does? That should be the first criteria that we should look at from industry now. India तो तुम करोगे ही. India में बैठे हो तो India में तो बेचोगे ही. US में कितना बेचा? UK में कितना बेचा? Germany में कितना बेचा? Saudi में कितना बेचा? Africa. Guys, Africa is the next frontier. $160 billion of Indian company revenue comes out of Africa. How many of you knew that? $160 billion. तो इंडिया के बारे में तो सोचना ही पड़ेगा. इंदौर में बैठे हो, इंडिया के बारे में तो सोचोगे, सेंटर ऑफ द कंट्री एंड ऑल दैट. इंडिया के बाहर सोचो. There is a much bigger world. Guys, we grew from 300 crores to 650 crores in 2 years flat in capillary, only because we expanded in the US and UK. That's all. Only 2 more countries we went into. That's all we did. Okay? So, if you look at Birlas, and now you'll see the Freshworks, the Zohos, and the Inmobis and the Razorpays. Razorpay was the only company which actually started in India. The other 3 startups did not even bother to look at India. Freshworks started in the US. Zoho started in the US. तो ये लोग जो ऊपर वाले 3 कैटेगरीज हैं, उन लोगों ने इधर गधा मजूरी करी इंडिया में, उसके बाद सोचा आज बाहर क्यों नहीं गए हम. ये लोग तो पहले से ही स्मार्ट हो गए. This 4th category decided to go abroad first and then say we'll think about India. I'm not saying India is not good, guys. All I'm trying to say is the market is way, 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 way bigger outside. And, let's accept it, guys. The global economy is 85 trillion. We are around 3.5 trillion. Do the math. That's what you're going to get from India. Right? Just do the math. Now look at this. Indian CEOs at about $1 trillion valuation. This is what Indian CEOs are sitting on. And I'm telling you, there were 5 more companies. I could not fit them on the slide. ये सब Indians चला रहे हैं. ये कंपनियां सब Indians चला रही हैं. Half of them are from IIT, my alma mater. The other half are from probably Ivy League companies. I know 2 of them personally. Around 40% of them are from tier 2, tier 3 cities of India. They don't come from metros. In fact, none of them come from metros, other than some of the people who were born and brought up in the US. And हम तो रुमाल रखने में एक्सपर्ट हैं, वो अगर उसका नाम इंडियन है, वो चाहे इंडियन सिटीजन हो ना हो, हम तो बोलेंगे इंडियन है, करेक्ट? हम तो रुमाल रख देंगे. But the point I'm trying to make is, guys, and that kind of is a good segue to my next slide, which is, think about it, India Inc. in HSR. HSR is a startup hub in Bangalore. Okay, I don't know what the startup hub in Indore is. Indore में क्या startup hub कुछ है कोई जगह? Vijayanagar. So India Inc. in Vijayanagar to India Inc. in New York City. That's the journey, right? So if there are startups, is there any startup founders in this room right now? Oh, there you are, right? You incorporated in Vijayanagar in Indore. हाँ, अब तुमको मैं लेके जा रहा हूँ New York City. ठीक है? So I think the first thing is, guys, get people who can think big, who can think beyond Indore, Madhya Pradesh, North India, and India. Okay? Who can challenge the hell out of you. I know मेरा time हो रहा है ना? कितना time रह गया मेरा?
Yes, sir, time up.
अच्छा. Question मत पूछना यार. ठीक है? So the talent is the critical part of this whole thing, guys. So don't think that you have to have, in today's world, it doesn't really matter whether the person is in Indore, in Vijayanagar, or in HSR in Bangalore, or in New York City. It doesn't matter. So get the right talent for the market that you want to go into. Capital is much easier. जो भी बोल रहे funding winter, कुछ नहीं winter. If you have a great idea, there is enough summers. If you have a great idea, there is enough and more capital. There is no dearth of capital for startups in India. Believe me. We have just raised $140 million. Okay, we are a late stage startup. We've raised $140 million. There is no winter. The whole winter is thawed. Okay? And the third is, look at the markets you want to go after. Okay? Look at, when I say market, look at the global arena first. And go downwards from there. Go attack. अब जितने भी ये लोग एग्जाम देते थे, पहले टफ क्वेश्चन आंसर करते थे कि पहले सिंपल क्वेश्चन आंसर करते थे? हैं? सिंपल. वही प्रॉब्लम है इंडियंस की. सिंपल नहीं करने का. Which is the largest market? Which is the toughest market? Go there first. क्योंकि हम लोग जुगाड़ू हैं, हम लोग बोलेंगे यार इसमें तो 2 मार्क्स मिल रहे हैं, उसमें 10 मिल रहे हैं, मैं 5 का आंसर कर दूंगा, 10 तो इसमें मिल जाएंगे मेरे को. ठीक है? हम लोग जुगाड़ू लोग हैं. But I think the important thing is, guys, that if you can define which markets you want to go after, which are the toughest and the largest markets you want to go after, that's what's going to determine success. No idea is local anymore. Every idea is global. Every idea needs to be global. Bharat Playbook for individuals. Let's say Geeta from Indore. आपका नाम क्या है? गीता नहीं है, obviously. हाँ? Ravan. So let's say Geeta from Indore to Geeta in Dallas. Okay? What do you need to do? Guys, मैंने उधर IIT और Harvard और Princeton इसलिए नहीं दिखाया कि those are the elite institutes. Those are people who invested in education. Their parents invested in education. It made a difference. The only thing I am eternally thankful for my parents is to show me a vision of saying, get the best education. Now, whether I was a good engineer or not, I was telling Ajmera, who is a very close friend of mine, that I was a pathetic engineer. Okay? मेरे को 3rd year के कॉलेज में जाकर के जब मैं इंटर्नशिप के लिए गया तो वो मेरे सुपरवाइजर ने बोला तू और कुछ भी कर ले मेरे बाप, इंजीनियरिंग मत करना. उसने बोला MBA कर ले जाकर के. But at least it opened up my eyes. Right? Education is very critical. Skilling. Guys, एक चीज डिसाइड करो लाइफ में कि तुमको क्या करना है. And what do you want to become really, 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 really good at? You can't be good at everything. And you will figure that out in the first 3 years. Today morning I was speaking to the volunteer who got me from the airport. And I said, what do you want to do? She said, sir, I want to do finance. I want to do HR. She's doing MBA, PGDM. Okay? I want to do HR. I want to do finance. And I want to do economy bhi kar leti hu main, thoda sa. And I will also do marketing. Man, ठीक है, she's confused. Nothing wrong with it. But 3 years later, if she's still as confused, it'll be a problem. 5 years later, if still she's as confused, that'll be a problem. So I'm not making fun of her. All I'm trying to say is that get focused on what you need to skill at. There are two basic skills which you need to be really good at. It doesn't matter what job you're in. Ability to communicate and the ability to understand finance. If you don't have those two capabilities, तुम कुछ भी कर लो जिंदगी में, तुम्हारे आइडियाज तुम्हारे पास ही रह जाएंगे और कोई सुनेगा नहीं. And lastly, guys, seek employment, of course. But I think, you will see this journey being done by so many individuals now. This Geeta from Indore to Geeta to Dallas, Geeta from Dallas. And then coming back to Ajmera's daughter is a very successful private equity girl. And she's thinking of bringing in a fund in India now. I mean, I was talking to her in the afternoon today, and she's saying, I want to pull together 1,000 crore private equity fund in India, in Mumbai. Now, no pressure on Nishi. But she's doing that, right? So this is like Geeta from Indore went to Geeta to Manhattan and is coming back to Geeta from Indore, right? I'll stop here because I have just one last slide, and I think the whole piece is, and if anybody wants to hear this, I'm very passionate about this one thing, which is the Louisian turning point. It's a very, very important, critical aspect of how India will transform itself. We have surplus labor in agriculture. We have less labor in industry. Industry is going to grow much faster than agriculture. A lot of migration is going to happen, which is good for the industry, not so good for the agriculture. But there is a vicious cycle of economics that works there, which actually works really well overall. I'll leave it at this. Thank you so much. I may have taken maybe 5-6 minutes more than I was supposed to, but thank you very much.
Thanks for that enlightening session, sir. I would now like to request my session chair, Mr. Rishi Nandedkar, to summarize the session.
Hi, good afternoon. What a day we have had, ladies and gentlemen, so far. And how do I summarize that? That's going to be extremely difficult, but I'm going to try my best to do a quick summary of what we have heard so far. But it's been an amazing day so far, on an amazing theme, and my only congratulations to everybody involved. Thank you for Mr. M. Balasubramaniam for your insightful address, especially on the academia and industry collaboration area. That is something of key importance as Bharat looks to unlock its potential, as well as talking about those 4 buckets of emerging trends. The smart world, the productivity revolution, the privacy and transparency, as well as some of those critical enablers, plus your insights on the artificial intelligence. Somebody was saying this, that having an AI, and especially the Gen AIs with LLMs and everything else that we have these days, it's like having an Einstein, supposedly the most smartest person, in your own basement. So everybody will have that Einstein in our own basement, and we are on the cusp of that productivity revolution. And thank you, M. Balasubramaniam ji, for covering some of those points. Moving on to Mr. Samir Galdez, starting with a very profound question of, can we be genuinely a global superpower? And thank you for, again, putting that thought of going beyond the unlocking. Not just, and as somebody, a Rishi from Indore who has been for last 10 years in Rishi in London, who again came back as Rishi in Indore, I do feel this is a question of a profound importance, that when is the time India starts to define itself? It's very deep, and maybe some other day, thank you for touching upon that. Tatas have been one of the second biggest FDI investors in the UK. They are also, I believe, second biggest private employer in the UK. And maybe some other day I'll tell you a funny story about how I was mistaken at a small town in the UK called Port Talbot. I was mistaken as a Tata employee, and the VIP treatment I got was unbelievably mind-blowing. But that brings me to and thank you for giving the Bharat playbooks for individuals, Bharat playbooks for the companies and those 4 types of companies that you have defined. This is truly the era where we have the potential. I genuinely believe, and I'm sure everybody believes, that this is our time and our time is coming. And I would end with my favorite 4 lines on this, which says, history, they say, is a bad motorist. History, they say, is a bad motorist. It never signals its intention when it is taking a turn. History is turning a page. History is taking a turn. History is writing a new chapter for our country. Let's make it our own. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Shri.
Thanks, Rishi, for summarizing this so well. I would now like to request Mr. Dharmendra Jain, CFO, Yes Technologies, to join us and present a memento to Mr. M. Balasubramaniam. Request Ms. Kavita Kalikar, Head HR, LR and Admin, John Deere, to join us and present a memento to Mr. Samir Garde. Audience, and hope the transformational leader sessions were enlightening enough to get rid of the power nap that we might have got after the heavy lunch that we had this afternoon. Looking forward to the next session. I would like to now request Dr. Subodh Srivastava to take over. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. So till now you are having a lot of sessions with a lot of facts and data, and that must have pulled up your socks. Now it's time to unwind and detox. Can we have the AV of our next speaker, Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, please?
Mr. Rakesh Tiwari. Meet Rakesh Tiwari, a versatile poet, storyteller, TEDx speaker, MC, author, and award-winning broadcaster. For 7 years, he's mesmerized audiences with his Hindi poems on top YouTube platforms and live nationwide. Rakesh has graced stages at prestigious institutions like IIT and IIM and appeared on TV shows such as Good Night India and Ba Hai Ba. He collaborated with Zakir Khan on Amazon's Farzi Mushaira. His writing prowess extends to brands like Zomato, HP India and Microsoft. He's also contributed to Disney Hotstar series Om Shanti. But his pinnacle achievement is Millennial Kavi, his acclaimed podcast on JioSaavn. With 93K subscribers and 3 million listens, it won Best Podcast at the Exchange Media Awards in 2021. Rakesh's poetry, blending stories and emotions, leaves a lasting impression on the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Rakesh Tiwari.
So I request Mr. Alpesh Shah, Executive Member, Committee Member of IMA, to escort Mr. Rakesh Tiwari on the stage, please. And can we have a floral welcome of the speaker by Mr. Akhilesh Khandelwal? Just have one-to-one interaction राकेश जी के साथ. आइए राकेश जी, प्लीज बैठ.
हेलो सर, हेलो.
राकेश जी,
बढ़िया
हमारा
है, खूबसूरत प्लान दिया आपने, थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू.
हाँ जी.
ये हमारे स्पॉन्सर का है सर. तो राकेश जी, सुबह से हमारे जो सेशन चल रहे हैं,
जी जी जी,
और उन सेशंस को देखते हुए आप एकदम डिफरेंट वे में आ रहे हैं, बिकॉज हमारे सेशंस बिजनेस एनालिस्ट वाले हैं ना, तो आप बिजनेस एनालिस्ट दिख रहे हैं.
जी नहीं.
हमारे सेशन स्ट्रैटेजिस्ट के हैं ना, आप स्ट्रैटेजिस्ट दिख रहे हैं. और ना आप कोट पहन के आए हैं.
नहीं.
तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं लग रहा आप गलत जगह आ गए हैं?
नहीं 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 नहीं, देखिए लिखने वालों की जगह, मैं कहता ना कि यार, मैं बस एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा कि दिलों में कुछ ना कुछ बनने के इशारे लिए बैठे हैं, कुछ जज्बात तो कुछ जुनून के सहारे बैठे हैं. यकीनन आज आसमान खाली हो गया होगा, क्योंकि मुझे जहां तक नजर आ रहा है सामने सितारे बैठे हैं. तो ये सारे लोग हैं. तो महफिल तो ऐसे ही सजती रहेगी और हर लिखने वाला सही जगह पहुंच जाएगा अगर तालियां वहां बजती रहेंगी. और आपने मुझसे कहा ही था कि ना किसी के इमोशन ना किसी सेंटिमेंट की तरह लगना है, तुम्हें कुछ ऐसा आना है कि डिफरेंट लगना है. तो मैंने जो है कोट अपने वॉलंटियर्स को पहना दिया और उनका जैकेट मैंने पहन लिया.
तो कभी आपने सोचा था पोएट होने के बाद भी कभी आपको ऐसे मैनेजमेंट कॉन्क्लेव में, कन्वेंशन में आपको बुलाया जाएगा यहाँ पर पोएट के रूप में?
नहीं, मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज में आने की ख्वाहिश तो बहुत थी, सच में बता रहा हूँ. मुझे करना था MBA और आना भी था ना, कि लेकिन पहुंच जाएं, MBA कर लें, ऐसा कुछ था नहीं, हमारी किस्मत में नहीं. ख्वाहिशें तो बहुत थी पर बजट नहीं. ऊपर से जो है मजबूरियों ने जो है टैलेंट के आगे एक लकीर खींच दी. आखिर में ये हुआ कि दादाजी ने हाईवे की जमीनें बेच दी. तो वो नहीं हुआ. लेकिन कहते हैं ना कि यार आपको आपके मेहनत के शिद्दत से मेहनत करने की तैयारी ले आती है. जहां आपको पढ़ाई ना ले जाए वहां कलाकारी ले आती है. तो मेरे ख्याल से मेरी कविताएं हैं जो मुझे यहाँ तक ले आई हैं, और हम सबको कोई ना कोई कलाकारी यहाँ खींच कर ले आई है. बहुत शुक्रिया सर.
मैं वॉलंटियर से चर्चा कर रहा था, बिकॉज आई वॉज इन टच विद द वॉलंटियर्स हु आर एस्कॉर्टिंग ऑल आवर गेस्ट जो आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर स्पीकर के रूप में. एंड वन ऑफ द वॉलंटियर्स जो आपके साथ है, उन्होंने कहा कि सर वो जब से लैंड किए हैं और तब से बहुत सारे फ़ोटो खींच रहे हैं, वीडियो ले रहे हैं, और पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ ये फ़ोटो और वीडियो भेज रहे हैं. तो क्या सीक्रेट है ये वीडियो बनाने का और वीडियो भेजने का?
बहुत बहुत गहरा सीक्रेट है. पहले तो मैं सबसे पहले कहता जितने लोग भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, सच में मैं आप सबके लिए जो है तालियां बजाना चाहूँगा. आप अपने लिए बजा सकते हैं. आप लोग इतने देर से बैठे हैं, इतनी शिद्दत से बैठे हैं, और सबके चेहरे पे सर एकदम इंटरेस्टिंग वाला लुक है. सब बातों को समझ रहे हैं, बातों में खोए नहीं. यकीनन सब में शिद्दत है. सब मुझे देख रहे हैं और नींद में सोए नहीं. कितनी बड़ी बात है, कितनी बड़ी बात है कि आप सब ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं. तो सर वीडियो बनाने का जो है वो ये है, जो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत लोग करते होंगे यहाँ पर. कहते ना कि आप लोग ने बहुत प्यार से बुलाया है. इतनी इज्जत जो है किसी भी तरीके से किसी भी हाल में नहीं मिलती. इतनी मोहब्बत तो हमें अपने ससुराल में नहीं मिलती. तो मैं बता रहा हूँ, मेरी शादी, मेरे चेहरे से पता नहीं चलता, मेरी शादी को जो है 10 साल के ऊपर हो गए हैं. ठीक है, 10 साल के बाद क्या होता है सर शादी, आप तो जानती होंगे सर एक तरह से.
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है मुझे?
नहीं, तो नहीं, क्या होता है शादी के 10 साल पहले ना, मतलब पहले जो 5-6 साल होते हैं, तो उसमें हर प्लेटफॉर्म के बाहर जो है साले साहब की फील्डिंग लगी होती थी कि जीजा जी जहां से निकलेंगे उठवा लो. अब 10 साल के बाद ऐसा होता है कि जीजा जी एक काम करो, अगर गाड़ी आ गई है तो 11 नंबर की बस लीजिए, 154 नंबर लीजिए और सीधे चौक पे आ जाइए. तो उन्हें बताने के लिए मतलब कि ना कहते ना कि अगर तुम ये जुनून, ये सुकून क्यों नहीं दे सकते, जब IMA इतनी इज्जत दे रहा है तो तुम क्यों नहीं दे सकते. ये बताने के लिए उन्हें वीडियोस भेजे जाते थे.
तो मतलब आपने वीडियो अपने घर वालों को भेजा?
ससुराल वालों को.
ससुराल
बिल्कुल वालों. हर कोई जो इज्जत बना रहा है कहते ना कि यार, कहते ना हर कोई जो होता है अपने घर के परिवार की शान होता है. इंसान को कहीं इज्जत मिले ना मिले, वो अपने ससुराल का शाहरुख खान होता है. हम सब अपने ससुराल के सुपरस्टार हैं, हमें वो बना के रखना है, वो चलते रहना चाहिए।
ऑन अ सीरियस नोट राकेश जी, आपने ये शुरुआत एज अ पोएट, हाउ डिड यू लैंड अप इन दिस वर्ल्ड ऑफ पोएट्री?
देखिए, लिखने वालों के बारे में, कलाकारों के बारे में एक बात आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि जिंदगी में जो है हर चीज आप बन सकते हैं। आप इंजीनियर बन सकते हैं, आप बहुत अच्छे सीईओ बन सकते हैं, आप बिजनेस एनालिस्ट बन सकते हैं, आप हर चीज बन सकते हैं, पर कलाकार आप होते हैं, वो आप लेकर आते हैं अपने अंदर, वो एक दिन आपको पता चल जाता है। यू नेवर बिकम एन आर्टिस्ट, यू डिस्कवर दैट यू आर एन आर्टिस्ट। और ये तब होता है, आपको कैसे पता चलेगा कि आपका हुनर क्या है? हाउ विल यू कहते हैं ना आपके बिजनेस टर्म्स में कि आइडेंटिफाइंग द टैलेंट। सो व्हेन यू आइडेंटिफाई दैट यू हैव दैट टैलेंट, कि जब भी आपकी जिंदगी में कुछ ऐसा हो जाए कि आपका दिल भर आए, पहला प्यार हो जाए, वो दूसरे के पास चला जाए, जिंदगी लुट जाए, दूसरे की तीसरे के साथ शादी हो जाए, कहीं भी कोई भी ऐसी चीज हो, हाथ से हो जाए आपकी जिंदगी में, और आपका मन कर रहा है कि आप उसे एक्सप्रेस करें, तो उस समय जो आपका फॉर्म ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन होता है वो आपका आर्ट होता है। मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ कि मेरी अम्मा जो है, हम लोग बचपन से कवाली बहुत सुनते थे, तो कवाली में काफ़ी राइमिंग चलती है। ये रात अंधेरी है, एक दीप जला रखना, हम आएंगे मिलने को दरवाज़ा खुला रखना। तो जवाब आता है कि तू आस न मिलने की हमसे लगा रखना, अच्छा नहीं रातों को दरवाज़ा खुला रखना। सो ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें पढ़ के बड़ा हुआ हूँ। हाँ, तो जिन्होंने दरवाजे खोले उनको पता है, तालियां बजा के। सो ये राइमिंग करते करते मुझे एहसास हुआ कि चलिए, मुझे सेंस ऑफ राइमिंग तो है, और हर मर्द, हर लड़का एक बात जानता है कि जैसे ही हम 10th 11th में आते हैं, कॉलेज में आते हैं, हमारा आईना हमको बता देता है कि सच क्या है। तो मेरे आईने ने मुझे बता दिया था कि तुम्हारे ऊपर महफिल लुटे, तालियां बजें, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, है ना, तुम्हें देखते ही कॉलेज में हंगामा मच जाए, ये बिल्कुल सच नहीं है। तो मुझे तब पता चल गया था कि मेरे पास ले देखिए एक राइमिंग टैलेंट ही है। और कवि होने का एक फ़ायदा यही है, जब आप लिखने वाले होते हैं, उसका एक फ़ायदा भी है, नुकसान भी है, कि सारे दोस्तों को, रिश्तेदारों को पता चल जाता है कि आप लिख सकते हैं। फिर दोस्तों पे कविता, दोस्तों की गर्लफ्रेंड्स पे कविता, उनकी गर्लफ्रेंड को अपना समझकर लिखी हुई कविता, ससुराल वालों के लिए कविता। हमारे ससुराल वाले जो हमको गजब के साले मिले हैं, कहते ना कि यार, हमारे साले साहब ने अभी हमसे 6 महीने पहले कहा कि ना किसी स्ट्रेस या किसी टेंशन पे लिखिए, हमारे भांजे के बाल निकल रहे हैं तो आप मुंडन पे लिखिए। मैं मुंडन पे कविता लिख रहा था सर, मतलब मैंने कहा, मैंने इसी दिन के लिए तो मैंने कलम उठाई थी कि एक दिन इस लड़के के बाल निकाले जाएं और मैं कविताएं लिखूं। मैंने 2 लाइन लिख के भेजी थी सर कि क्या गजब का जिंदगी में मसला हो गया, आदित्य के पास जुल्फें थी अब वो टकला हो गया। मेरे दोस्त ने मुझसे कहा था कि यार अब रिश्ता वैसा नहीं रहा, ब्रेकअप करना है ना, गर्लफ्रेंड काफी इरिटेटिंग होगी, तो क्या लिख के दूं उसे। मैंने जो लिख के दिया, उसका ब्रेकअप तो हुआ, उसे वो पिटवाया गया अलग, ठीक है। तो वो हमेशा कहता था कि गर्लफ्रेंड उसे हमेशा कहती कि दूसरी लड़कियों की तरफ क्यों देखते हो। तो मैंने 2 लाइनें उसकी तरफ से, उसके मोबाइल से टाइप करके भेज दी, और फिर मैं वहां से भाग गया। तो वो लाइन ऐसी थी कि तुम खुद को समझती हो खूबसूरत याद, जब खुद एक याद भूली बिसरी हो, तुम कहती हो दूसरी लड़कियों की तरफ ना देखो, जबकि तुम खुद लड़की दूसरी हो। सो कवियों की दोस्ती अच्छी नहीं है। वो मेरा बहुत अच्छा दोस्त था।
So when you started your career, I think your career started with a BPO company.
हाँ, नहीं, तो ऐसा हुआ था सर कि जैसे 3 Idiots देखी होगी आपने, तो जो राजू का जो ट्रैक होता है ना, शर्मन जोशी का, कि पिताजी को हार्ट अटैक हुआ, पैरालिसिस हुआ, लेटे पड़े हुए हैं, तो वैसा था। मुझे बनना कभी आरजे था। मैंने की BSc केमिस्ट्री और मैं चला गया था कॉल सेंटर में। सो मुझे पता था मैं राइमिंग की कला है, मैं लिख सकता हूँ, सब कुछ कर सकता हूँ, पर जिंदगी कॉल सेंटर में ले गई। सपनों की एक खास बात है, मैं आप सबको बताना चाहूँगा, है ना। दिस बिजनेस टर्म्स में कहा जाए कि स्टार्टअप किसी और चीज़ का खोलना था, फंडिंग किसी और चीज़ की मिल गई, है ना। तो वैसा हुआ था मेरे साथ, बनना कुछ और था, कर कुछ और आए। तो ऐसा था कि जिंदगी, पिताजी बीमार पड़ गए, सब ये हो गया। अब जो मिडिल क्लास लड़का होता है ना, वो बिल्कुल लगान फिल्म के भुवन की तरह होता है ना। मतलब आखिरी ओवर पड़ा है, छक्का मारना, पूरा गांव तुम्हारे पीछे पड़ा है कि भुवन ही गेंद तोहका सीमा पार करावे के पड़ी, तुमको ही खेलना है बेटा। मिडिल क्लास लड़का जब ग्रेजुएट हो रहा होता है ना, तो उसे पूरा परिवार एहसास दिलाता है कि तुम ग्रेजुएट हो गए हो, पूरा मोहल्ला बता रहा होता है। पिताजी हर बात पे कह रहे हैं अब बस 6 महीने की तो देर है, फिर तो कमाने लगेगा और हम अच्छे वाले बनिए से सामान लेंगे। तो अब ऑलरेडी आप उसमें जी रहे हो कि यार अब मुझे कमाना है। मतलब कहते हैं ना कि अब आप ये नहीं सोच सकते, जब आप मिडिल क्लास फैमिली में बड़े होते हैं, ग्रेजुएट होते हैं, तो आपके जहन में ये नहीं होता कि बहुत कमाई करनी है या समय की बर्बादी करनी है। आप बस ये सोचते हैं कि दादी के घुटनों का इलाज करना है और बहनों की शादी करनी है। उसी में जो है चक्की में पिस जाते हैं। तो वो कॉल सेंटर वाला दौर चला कुछ 13-14 साल तक, यूं ही चलती रही हमारी कहानी। कहाँ हमको कविताएं पढ़नी थी और हाउ कैन आई हेल्प यू कहते हुए ढल गई जवानी। और मैं उसका रोचक किस्सा एक सुनाता हूं आपको कि कॉल सेंटर में होने की वजह से मेरी शादी जो है काफी देर से हुई। आप लोग जानना चाहेंगे कैसे? जानना चाहते हैं? भाई मैं यूपी से हूं। हमारे यहां जैसे लड़का ग्रेजुएट होता है ना, वो ब्लैंक चेक में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है अचानक से, है ना। जैसे ही मतलब कि अगर सर मैं बता रहा हूं, अगर वो इंजीनियर हो, डॉक्टर हो, तो होंडा सिटी, है ना, वैगनार से लेकर चलिए बाइक, यहां तक कि इतना होता है कि 12वीं फेल भी जो होता है वो स्कूटी लेके चला जाता है। पर मेरी जो है, मेरी शादी के रिश्ते नहीं आ गए थे, मैं कॉल सेंटर में लग गया था। उस समय कॉल सेंटर को लेके बड़ी अजीब धारणाएं थी कि रात को गाड़ी आती थी, 2:30 बजे 2 बजे पिकअप हो रहा है, आप जा रहे हैं। एक हमारे शुक्ला अंकल थे, हम सब की जिंदगी में एक शुक्ला अंकल होते हैं जिनको पता है कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं, वो फिर भी आपसे मिलके पूछेंगे और क्या चल रहा है, पंडित जी के लड़के हो, अच्छा काम किया करो। तो बोले ये क्या चल रहा है। तो बहुत दिनों बाद मुझे पता चला कि मेरी मम्मी ने, मेरी जो कि बिजनेस टर्म्स में कहते हैं ना कि राइट प्रोडक्ट एंड रॉन्ग एडवर्टाइजिंग, मेरी माँ ने वो कर दिया था। मेरी माँ ने कॉल सेंटर का अपना ही एक मतलब निकाल लिया था। तो एक दिन जब मैंने पूछा मम्मी कि रिश्तेदार जब मेरे पूछते हैं मेरे बारे में, तो आप क्या कहती हो। नाउ दिस इज व्हाट रॉन्ग एडवर्टाइजिंग कैन डू टू यू, इट कैन लिटरली डिस्ट्रॉय योर लाइफ। आपको बहुत जरूरी है कि आप अपने कस्टमर्स को या आप अपने जिन लोगों के साथ आप बिजनेस डील करते हैं उन्हें आप समझाएं कि आपका प्रोडक्ट क्या है, वरना आपके साथ वो होगा जो मेरे साथ हुआ। हमारी अम्मा ने कहा बेटा कुछ नहीं, हमने तो हर जगह तेरी तारीफ ही की है। हमने सब अंकल लोगों से कहा है कि लड़का तो हो तो राकेश जैसा हो। जब से ग्रेजुएट हुआ नहीं सीधे कॉल बॉय बन गया। कॉल बॉय बन गया, रात को 2-2 बजे गाड़ियां लेने आती हैं, सेंट वेंट मार के जाता है बेचारा। कभी कौन लेने आता है, दोपहर को थका मरा लौटता है। इसी काम के इसको 20-25 मिल जाते हैं, बेचारी की कमर में बड़ा दर्द होता है। और मैं सोच रहा हूं अब समझ में आया शुक्ला अंकल हर बार मिलके क्यों कहते थे कि पंडित के लड़के अच्छा काम किया करो। सो अपनी प्रोडक्ट पिचिंग, अपनी पोजिशनिंग बहुत साफ कीजिएगा, वरना कॉर्पोरेट में काम करने वाले कॉर्पोरेट टॉय बना देंगे, और भले ही आप टीसीएस के कॉल सेंटर में हो पर लोग आपको कॉल बॉय बना देंगे। तो वो समय से है, सही से रखिएगा एडवर्टाइजिंग। तो ये था, तो ये सब जर्नी थी, बढ़िया से चला। और इसके बाद हम कविताओं में आए।
तो जैसे ही कविता में आता है, नॉर्मली जो कवि बनता है वो या तो इश्क का मारा होता है या कहीं आपको बहुत सारे धक्के खाए थे। तो आपके साथ ये क्या ये वाकया हुआ है?
अब कहते हैं ना कि 2 लाइन से कहना चाहूँगा, मेरी हर बात में शायरी में कहीं घूमती फिरती रहती है। मेरा इंस्टाग्राम नाम ही राइमिंग तिवारी है। मैं काफ़ी में बात करता रहता हूँ कि बस इसका जो जवाब है ना कि ज़िंदगी में कभी गम मिला है क्या, या कहीं हारे हो क्या, कि तुम्हें देख कर आते हैं जहन में ख्याल बहुत। अच्छा लगे तो वाह वाह कीजिएगा भाई, अनवाइंडिंग सेशन है, इसमें मैं कुछ बिजनेस ज्ञान नहीं देने वाला, सब आपको मिल चुका है। सुबह से आपने इतना डाउनलोड कर लिया कि यहाँ से निकलने के बाद 500 स्टार्टअप्स बनेंगे यहाँ से और 600 यूनिकॉर्न्स निकलेंगे। सही बता रहा हूँ। तो मैं वो नहीं, मैं जिंदगी की बात बताने आया हूँ कि तुम्हें देख कर आते हैं खूबसूरत से ख्याल बहुत, कोई नेक हो तो बताएं, तुम हमसे पूछते हो कितना हारे हो, कोई एक है तो बताएं। जब तक आप हारते नहीं है, कहते ना कि हर हारने वाला जो है जीतने के काबिल होता है, जितना जिसके किस्मत में हो उतना उसे हासिल होता है। सो हारे तो बहुत है सर। मतलब 13 साल मैंने कॉल सेंटर की नौकरी करी थी, और मेरे ख्याल से आपको ज़िंदगी में कहीं पर भी अगर आपको सपनों के पीछे भागना हो ना, तो आप कॉल सेंटर की नौकरी कीजिए, क्योंकि वो नौकरी करते हुए जहन में आता है कि मुझे ज़िंदगी में जो भी करना है ये नहीं करना। तो 13 साल जब वो नौकरी करते थे, हम पता है हम सबसे बड़ी गलती क्या करते हैं सर, हम अपने सपनों से सवाल कर लेते हैं, है ना। कहीं पर भी अगर आप रास्ते में बैठे हो, आपकी अपनी वैगनार जैसी गाड़ी है छोटी सी, और आपके सामने से ऑडी निकल गई, तो दुनिया में कोई नहीं, आप अपने आप से बोलते हैं कि पागल हो, होंडा सिटी तो खरीद लो, बाद में ऑडी का सोचेंगे। कोई आपसे नहीं कह रहा, आप अपने सपनों को नकार देते हैं। सो 10-12 साल हर रोज जो है वो टूटने का वक्त होता था कि यार करना क्या चाहते थे, क्या कर रहे हैं। पिताजी को जब पैरालिसिस हुआ था, एक साथ उन्हें पैरालिसिस, कैंसर, सब कुछ साथ में हो गया। एक वक्त ऐसा भी आया कि उनके इलाज के लिए जो है मुझे डोनेशन इकट्ठा करना पड़े उन्हीं लोगों से जिनके घर कभी पिताजी ने चलाए थे। जब कॉल सेंटर का वक्त थोड़ा अच्छा चल गया तो एक ऐसा दौर आया जब माता जी को किडनी फेलियर और डायलिसिस हो गया था। सो मेरी कविताओं का कोई भी सक्सेस जो है, जो भी मैंने लिख कर पाया है, वो मेरे माँ बाप दोनों नहीं देख पाए। दोनों इस सफ़र के शुरू होने से पहले चले गए। पर ऐसे कई चीज़ें जो हैं होती चली गई। पर वो कहते हैं ना कि यार अपनी ही धुन में आपको लगाए रखते हैं, सपने तो वो हैं जो आपको रातों को जगाए रखते हैं, वो होते हैं सपने। मैंने कभी अपने सपनों से सवाल नहीं किया सर। मैं हर रात जब 2:30 बजे कॉल लेता था, और ऑस्ट्रेलियन कॉल लेते थे हम लोग, ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाले बड़े पगले होते हैं अलग किस्म के, उनका अलग ही चल रहा होता है, तो मैं अपने आप को यकीन दिलाता रहता था कि यार तुम सारी जोश वाली कविताएं यूं ही तो नहीं सुने हो, तुम जिंदगी भर कॉल लेने के लिए तो नहीं बने हो। सो वहां से मैंने सोचना शुरू किया था कि एक दिन मेरी कविताएं मुझे कॉल सेंटर के गलियारों से बाहर निकल के ले जाएंगी, यहाँ से निकाल के ले जाएंगी। और फिर वो दौर आया, वो चला, और मैंने अपने सपनों से कभी सवाल नहीं किया, और इसलिए आज यहाँ पर हूँ। बहुत शुक्रिया।
सो प्रश्न मेरा अधूरा रह गया।
हाँ,
क्या इश्क हमारा ही कवि बनता है?
सर मैं है ना कि बातें जो सबके लिए लाजिम हो वही बेस्ट कहिए। इसमें आपका सवाल नहीं है, इसमें आपका इंटरेस्ट कहिए।
हाँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारे
3 बार ऐसे पूछ रहे हैं, दिल टूटा है, इश्क में हारे हो, है ना कि पहला वो ना कि उसके लिए, वो मैंने कहीं शेर सुना था कि उसके लिए दिल में हमेशा इज्जत होती है, पहली मोहब्बत होती है ना, पहली मोहब्बत होती है। लेकिन क्या कहें, वो जो उस जमाने का इश्क था, तब मैंने लिखा था कि इश्क जो था वो तो गली चौबारों में होता था, सोशल मीडिया के चैनल्स पे नहीं, बाजार और गलियारों में होता था। उसी से करेंगे शादी हंसते हंसते कहते थे, सारे दोस्त उसे भाभी नमस्ते कहते थे, तेरे नाम वाले गाने सुनकर सूफियाना माहौल करते थे, उसकी एक आवाज सुनने के लिए लैंडलाइन पर मिस कॉल करते थे, और वो भी हमारी बात जानकर अपना दिल रख लेती थी, नहीं पापा रॉन्ग नंबर कहकर फोन पटक देती थी। उसके बाद बेवफा गानों की मरसियां सजाई हमने, क्या कहें कि हो सकने वाली भाभी की शादी में कुर्सियां लगाई हमने। तब लगा कि आंखों में बाकी कोई नमी न रह जाए, जब उसके पापा ने हाथ कांधे पर रखे कहा, बेटा दीदी की शादी में कमी न रह जाए। अब इससे ज्यादा क्या गम है जो हमने हंसते हंसते कह दिया, सोचिए सर आज भी जिंदा है, जब परसों उसके बच्चों ने मामा नमस्ते कह दिया। तो गम तो बहुत है सर, इश्क के मारे हुए तब जाके।
मैं समझ गया, इस बात से समझ में आता है कि जरूरी।
सर आप आंसू पोंछ लीजिए सर, चश्मे निकाल के
पहुंच चुका हूं। हाँ, तो ये बात समझ में आ रही है, इससे जरूरी नहीं कि हर शायर इश्क का मारा हो, जिंदगी भी गम लाजवाब देती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल। और कई बार ऐसे नहीं कि आप इश्क के मारे हो या आपको जिंदगी ने मारा हो, कई बार आपकी शादी भी हो जाती है और फिर आपको कोई नहीं मार सकता। मरे हुओं को कौन मारेंगे।
तो सर शादी की बात आई तो देखिए, हमसफर का रोल तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
बहुत ज्यादा।
एक पूरे प्रोसेस में एज ए बिजनेसमैन, एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, या एज ए CEO या एज ए प्रोफेशनल, हमसफर का रोल कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहता है?
बहुत ज़्यादा। मैं तो अगर बिजनेस टर्म्स में आपसे कहूँ कि है ना कि बिजनेस टर्म्स में आपसे कहूँ तो बस इतना सा मेरा सेंटिमेंट है ना कि सारा जो ये इश्क है, ये मोहब्बत है, ये IPO है, पर जो हमसफर है वो लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट है, वो आपकी ज़िंदगी भर साथ रहता है ना। पर कभी कभी IPO के मज़े भी लेने चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है। लेकिन मेरे पिताजी ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही थी कि यार अगर आप ज़िंदगी में ये खूबसूरत काम कर लेते हो कि अगर सही हमसफर चुन लिया तो आधी ज़िंदगी का इंतज़ाम कर लेते हो। तो ये हमसफर का चुनना वही होता है सर। आपको ज़िंदगी में हमसफर, मेरे केस में जो हुआ, हमारी जो धर्मपत्नी है वो BA लिटरेचर हैं, उन्होंने BA हिंदी में ग्रेजुएशन किया हुआ है। सो मेरी जो कविताएं होती हैं वहाँ से छन कर आती हैं। तो उनका ख्वाब था कि वो टीचर बने, वो पढ़ाएं, वो पूरा नहीं कर पाई, वो वहाँ तक नहीं पहुँच पाई। तो उन्होंने अपने सपने को मेरे ज़रिए पूरा होते हुए देखा। सो हमसफर का होना उतना ही ज़रूरी है जितना आपके स्टार्टअप में मेंटर का होना है, या कहते हैं ना कि वो VC का होना है, या फिर एंजल इन्वेस्टर का होना है। कोई तो हो कहते ना तुम सफलता की सारी सीढ़ियां जो है अपने आप चढ़ सकते हो, तुम्हें बस कांधे पर एक हाथ चाहिए और कोई ये कहे कि मैं हूं ना, तुम आगे बढ़ सकते हो, बस सफर निकल जाता है उसके बाद।
तो जब सफ़र निकल जाता है तो देखिए सफ़र करते करते बहुत सारा ऐसा समय आता है जहाँ पर हम सक्सेसफुल हो जाते हैं।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
तो क्या सक्सेस इंसान को बदल देता है?
सक्सेस जैसा कुछ नहीं बदलता इंसान को, मैं बता रहा हूँ। नथिंग चेंजेस, नथिंग डाउनग्रेड्स यू लाइक अ फेलियर, नथिंग अपग्रेड्स यू लाइक अ सक्सेस। तो मैं जैसे हर जगह जाता हूँ कवि सम्मेलन में यहाँ से, तो मैं कहता हूँ कि भाई पोस्टर लगवा दो या एक आध स्टोरी हम शेयर कर देते हैं। जैसे ही मुझे पता चला कि IMA में आ रहे हैं, मैंने अपने मैनेजर को साथ ले लिया और उसके हाथ में आईफोन पकड़ा दिया। मैं कहा तस्वीरें खींचते रहो, बदल देता है सर। लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना कि वो जो शेर है कि जो खानदानी रईस है वो मिजाज रखते हैं नर्म अपना, तुम्हारा लहजा बता रहा है अभी ये शोहरत नई नई है। तो कई बार लहजे बदल जाते हैं सर लोगों के, कई बार बात करने के सलीके बदल जाते हैं, पर कहते हैं ना कि वही जो है आसमान में उड़ा हुआ बहुत देर तक उड़ा हुआ रहता है जिसकी जड़ें नीचे हैं, जो ज़मीन से जुड़ा हुआ रहता है। सो आई हैव सीन सक्सेस चेंजिंग पीपल। हमारे कवि सम्मेलन में ही जब कवि लोग आते हैं, जब पहले युवा कवि बन के आते हैं, तो सारे पैर वैर छू रहे हैं कि अरे अरे सर अरे बढ़िया आगे बढ़िया बढ़िया, और फिर जिन पैरों को छुआ है उन्हीं को उखाड़ के जो है फिर उन्हीं की सीटों पर बैठते हैं और फिर वो अपनी अपनी गाड़ियों में आते हैं। तो नथिंग चेंजेस एज इफ सक्सेस, बट देन अ लॉन्ग टर्म सक्सेस स्टोरी इज द सेम, दैट डजंट चेंजेस यू, है ना। कि कहते हैं ना कि आप जो है अपने बात करने के, अपने पेश आने के ढंग ना बदलें, रास्ता वही रहेगा अगर आप चलते रहें और आप अपने तेवर अपने रंग ना बदलें, आप बस चलते रहिएगा, वही फायदा होता है मेरे ख्याल से।
एंड आपको क्या लगता है कि हमारे भारत देश में क्या पोटेंशियल है कि वो सक्सेसफुल है और कितना हो जाएगा?
सर मेरे से कहने से मेरे ख्याल से मुझसे बेहतर जानने समझने वाले लोग बैठे हैं जो जानते हैं कि इंडिया का पोटेंशियल क्या है। पर देखा ना, मतलब मैं बस अगर 2 लाइनों में समेट दूँ इस चीज़ को कि है ना कि दुनिया जो है हमारी ताकत, हमारी महारत की तरफ देख रहा है। एक वक्त था जब हम देखते थे दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है, आज पूरी दुनिया जो है, आज पूरा जहान भारत की तरफ देख रहा है ना। जो दुनिया चख सकती है वो हर व्यंजन हमारे पास है, कारें तुम बना लो कारों का इंजन हमारे पास है ना। हर कुछ जो तुम समझते हो वो खास हमारे पास है, आगे बढ़ने का हर एहसास हमारे पास है। ये वो देश है जो अपनी ताकत पर दमकेगा, तुम बस रोशनी देखते रहो, भारत खुद ब खुद चमकेगा। ये हमारा पोटेंशियल है।
एंड क्योंकि आखिरी क्वेश्चन है मेरे पास, भारत के बारे में कह दिया, इंदौर के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हाय हाय हाय, इंदौर की खूबसूरती ये है ना, यहाँ से इंदौर ने बहुत सारे कलाकार दिए हैं। मशहूर स्टैंड अप जो है जाकिर खान साहब, वो यहाँ से हैं। राहत इंदौर के नाम से जाने जाते थे, यहाँ से हैं। पर मुझे जो इंदौर का खास लगता है ना, जैसे ही मुझे कहा जाता है कि सर आपको इंदौर आना है, अगले हफ्ते मैं IIT इंदौर भी आ रहा हूँ, इसी बहाने मैंने आप लोगों को बता दिया कि भाई मिलना हो तो अगले हफ्ते भी मिलना। तो इंदौर का जो सबसे जो खास बात है इंदौर की, वो है इंदौर का स्वाद, है ना। आप में से जितने भी लोग इंदौर आए होंगे तो सबने कुछ चीज़ कही होगी कि अच्छा वहाँ जा रहे हो तो यहाँ जरूर जाना, ये ज़रूर खाना। तो मैंने इंदौर के स्वाद के ऊपर कुछ लिखा है सर, इंदौर के बारे में क्या है कि तुमने जो है चटपटी यादों को जो है दिल से चखा नहीं, अगर इंदौर के स्वाद को अपने ज़बान पर रखा नहीं। आप मिलने कभी अपने यादों के बचपन से नहीं गए, क्या खाक इंदौर आए जो यहां सफर किया और 56 से नहीं गए। जिंदगी खूबसूरत है, इस बात पर आप अपना भरोसा जताएंगे जब आप विजय की चाट के साथ रमेश का डोसा खाएंगे, है ना। जॉनी के हॉट डॉग के स्वाद से वाकिफ जब आपकी ज़बान होगी, उस पर जब आप शिकंजी पी लेंगे तो आपको अपनी भी खबर कहां होगी। आपके और हजम करते करते आपके पेट की सारी अतड़ियां, सारे पसलियां सब पिस जाएंगे जब आप रात को खाएंगे कोको क्रश और साथ में भुट्टा की किस खाएंगे। आपके इज्जत के जायके में, आपकी खुशी में और इजाफा होगा जब शाम तक आप रुक जाएंगे और रात को आपके हिस्से में सराफा होगा। तब कहते ना कि तब हर कोई जो है खाते खाते गिर पड़ेगा, कोई ना होगा पैरों पे खड़ा जब चखेंगे सराफे का स्वाद और खासकर जोशी का दही बड़ा। तो मैं तो बोलूंगा कि बिना किसी मतलब के, बिना किसी बहाने चलते हैं, सर आपने इतना सवाल पूछ लिया है कि भूख लग गई है, चलिए खाने चलते हैं। क्या
तो सबने कुछ कहा, लास्ट है कि आपने पोहे का जिक्र नहीं किया इस पूरे।
मुझसे कहा गया था कि भाई कहना कि चाहो तो सेशन में सवाल पूछे जाएंगे, अपने मन के राज खोलो, जो सब बोलते हैं वो तुम ना बोलो। फिर भी मैं कहूंगा कि जैसे मीरा का भजन, कबीर का दोहा, वैसे बनारस की चाट और इंदौर का पोहा।
जाते जाते लास्ट में क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सो दैट वी कैन वाइंड अप द सेशन सर?
मैं क्या ही मैसेज दूंगा यार, मुझसे ज्यादा समझने वाले, जानने वाले, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ आप लोग यहाँ ज़हीन लोग बैठे हुए हैं। कई लोग ऐसे बैठ कर सोच भी कि कहते ना कि किसी के किस्मत का सितारा चमक गया, किसी का रूठा है। आधे मेरी बातों से खुश हैं, आधे सोच रहे हैं इसने क्या किया जो ये यहाँ बैठा है इसने ऐसा क्या कर दिया। हर किसी के हिस्से में कुछ सपने आते हैं, सपनों की कामयाबी आती, कभी जल्दी आती, कभी आती है। मैं बस आखिरी जो एक बात कहना चाहूँगा सर, मैं खड़े होकर एक अपनी आखिरी कविता कहना चाहूँगा। सब बढ़िया, सब सही चल रहे हैं आप लोग? पता है ना कि यार कि सारा जो जिंदगी का मजा है ना इसके बाद लीजिएगा। मुझे बताया गया है कि IMA की कैटरिंग बहुत अच्छी है, तो जाते जाते यहाँ के बुफे का स्वाद लीजिएगा, क्योंकि लोग खिलाते बहुत अच्छा है, ऐसा मैंने सुना। अब तक तो मैंने खाया नहीं। मैं खाने का जिक्र हर बार करता हूँ क्योंकि है ना, बिना मतलब के ही मैं नहीं कोई किस्से सुनाता हूँ। सफर तो ये है कि शादी को 10 साल हो गए हैं, अब मैं ससुराल जाता हूँ तो अपना खाना भी खुद बनाता हूँ तो मैं जहाँ अच्छा खाना मिलता करता हूँ। अब मैं जो आखिरी चीज़ आपसे कहना चाहूँगा ना, जो कई लोग जो है बहुत बेहतरीन बातें करके चले गए। कई लोग हमेशा ये बताते हैं कि सपने सच कैसे किए जाएं, सपनों के पीछे कैसे भागा जाए, है ना। कई लोग ये बात करते हैं, किताबों में आपको ये बात मिलेगी कि सपनों के पीछे जाओ, सपने अचीव करो, जीतो, आगे बढ़ाओ, सच कर दो। कोई ये नहीं बताता कि जब सपने सच नहीं हो या अगर वो टूट जाएं तो उसके बाद क्या होगा। मैं उन लोगों में से हूं या कहीं आप लोगों में से ही हूं जिनके सपने थोड़े बहुत सच होने के पहले 1000 टूट चुके हैं। और कसम से बता रहा हूं, उस वक्त कुछ समझ में नहीं आता, उस वक्त सदगुरु भी अच्छे नहीं लगते, उस वक्त संदीप महेश्वरी को ब्लॉक कर देता हूं मैं कि तुम दिखाई मत दो यार, कुछ भी नहीं अच्छा लगता। दुनिया भर का ज्ञान लगता है कि या तो मैं जाके इसको मार दूं या तो खुद भाग जाऊं यहां से। सपने टूटने के बाद कुछ नहीं अच्छा लगता। तो कभी अगर आपके भी सपने टूटे हैं या टूटेंगे, मैं नहीं चाहता कि टूटे, पर कभी ना कभी वो वक्त तो आता है जब आपको लगता है कि शायद आप कुछ नहीं हैं, तो उस वक्त आप मेरी इस कविता को अपने साथ रखिएगा। इसके लफ्ज जितने भी आपको याद रखेंगे, याद रखिएगा। तो ये कविता आखिरी में आपके लिए, और इसके बाद मेरा कुछ काम नहीं है, मैं तो निकल जाऊंगा क्योंकि 56 भी तो जाना है। तो खैर, जब वक्त का दरिया मारे थपेड़े, दिल बस अफसोस का ही साज छेड़े, ये उस मौसिकी उस धुन के लिए है जिनके सपने टूटे हैं या टूटेंगे, ये उनके लिए है। सुनो सुनो, मैं जानता हूं कि तुम्हें अपनी बातों में, शब्दों में उलझाने आएंगे, तुम्हें समझने वाले तुम्हें समझाने आएंगे। वो तुमसे कहेंगे मेरे मीत, जिंदगी है हारो जीत, ये तो बस एक जुआ है, और तुम ही नहीं हो जिसके साथ ये सब कुछ हुआ है। तुम ही नहीं हो जिसने बिखरे ख्वाबों के टुकड़ों को संजोया है, तो उन्हें माफ करना दोस्त, वो नहीं जानते कि तुमने क्या खोया है। वो नहीं जानते कि जब तुम्हारी जिंदगी में तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, इस झूठ के सिवा कोई सच नहीं था, तब तुम्हारे पास इन सपनों के सिवा कुछ नहीं था। ये तो मैं कर ही दूंगा, तुमने दुनिया से कह दिया था, तुमने जान लड़ा दी थी, तुमने सब कुछ दे दिया था, तुम चलते चलते वहां तक आ गए थे जहां कोई पहुंचा ही नहीं था। तो ये नहीं हुआ तो क्या करूंगा तुमने सोचा ही नहीं था। तुम्हें समझाने वाले नहीं जानते कि तुम्हें कैसा महसूस हुआ जब तुम्हें मंच से खाली हाथ उतारा गया, जब तुम जीतने वाले थे और किसी और का नाम पुकारा गया। ऐसे में खामोश हो जाना जरूरी है, बुज़दिली नहीं। उस मुसाफिर के बारे में क्या कहिए जो चलता रहा पर उसे मंजिल मिली नहीं। ऐसे में मन ग्रंथ में लिखी किसी भी बात को पहचानेगा नहीं। मन को मनाने की कोशिश ना करना, वो मानेगा नहीं, क्योंकि चलते रहने का हुनर उसे तुमने ही तो सिखाया था। जिसने कोशिश की वो पा गया, ये उसे तुमने ही तो बताया था। तो मैं नहीं तुम्हें कोई दुनिया भर की बात बताने आया हूं, जो तजुर्बे से सीखा है बस वही समझाने आया हूं। और समझाने आओगे, समझ जाओगे तो बताना मुझे कि जैसे वक्त के लिए लाजिम है लम्हा दर लम्हा बदलते रहना, मुसाफिर के लिए जरूरी है कि मंजिल मिले ना मिले बेपरवाह होके बस चलते रहना। तुम्हारे सफर से भी तो किसी को हैरानी होनी चाहिए, तुम्हारे पास सुनाने के लिए कोई कहानी तो होनी चाहिए। कहानी के जब लोग तुमसे पूछेंगे कि ख्वाबों को जिया तो जिया क्या है, अपने सपनों के लिए कुछ किया तो किया क्या है, तो उन्हें फख्र से कहना कि मुश्किलों से ज्यादा तो तुम्हारे हौसले बड़े थे, तुम जीते या नहीं फर्क नहीं पड़ा, क्योंकि तुम क्या खूब लड़े थे। तब ये जमाना नहीं तुमसे कोई सवाल करेगा। कुछ लोग चलने के लिए बनते हैं, उस लिस्ट में पेश तुम्हारी मिसाल करेगा। हम कहानी के नायक क्यों नहीं बने, ये सोच के परेशान हर बार होते हैं, पर कुछ कहानियां हमारे लिए नहीं होती, हम उनके किरदार होते हैं। पर इस वक्त जो उन बातों को मानेगा नहीं, जो तुम्हारे मन की बात को पहचानेगा नहीं, ये उस ना समझने वाले मन के लिए है, जिनके सपने टूटे हैं और जो अब आगे बढ़ेंगे, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए है। बहुत शुक्रिया। बस हर सुनने वालों को ऐसे ही ताली मिले, है ना। दिल में तारीफों के लिए जगह खास रखिएगा। सराफा रात को 9 बजे खुलता है, तब तक उपवास रखिएगा। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you, Rakesh ji. May I invite Rakesh Jaju ji to present a memento to our speaker, Rakesh Tiwari ji, please.
मैं बस आखिरी बात कहूंगा कि ना, होकर बहुत जज्बाती और खुश ही देंगे, इसे हमारी किस्मत ही कह लीजिए कि कवियों को जो है फूल और मोमेंटो हमेशा पुरुष ही देंगे।
Distinguished delegates and our esteemed speakers, may I please request to play the session AV.
Session 5.
Welcome once again to this gathering of intellect and insight. I now request Mr. Sanjeev Patni, Head of AIC Prestige, and our session chair, Mr. Savan Ladda, Founder CEO of Worky, to escort our esteemed guest speakers, Mr. Amay Mashelkar, Head of Geogen Next Reliance, and Mr. Jatin Vahane, world's youngest rocket scientist, scientific advisor, Orbitix India Aerospace Private Limited, to the dais. It is with great consideration that I emphasize the significance of this upcoming session for the aspiring entrepreneurs and the dynamic young individuals among us. Your attentive engagement is highly encouraged and appreciated. You will learn the secret of building a successful startup today. I now request Mr. Hitesh Bindal, co-founder and director, Swastik Coal Corporation, to welcome Mr. Amay Mashelkar with plant sapling. Vice President People, Infobeans, to welcome Mr. Chandra Agarwal with
$550 million in venture capital funding. 28 of these ventures have been acquired and 3 ventures have been acquired by RIL. IMA has driven more than 50 proof of concept commercial engagements between startups and RIL across industries. Prior to leading GeoGenNext, IMA was an analyst at GenNext Ventures, a rupees 1,000 crore, that is $120 million corporate venture fund sponsored by RIL, and part of a team that designed and deployed internal innovation programs at RIL. IMA has been named one of the top 10 leaders of India in corporate innovation. IMA has served on the jury of London Business School's Entrepreneurship Edge program and NASSCOM Product Conclave's Emerge 50 Awards. He has also been an angel investor in 10 startups. Prior to RIL, IMA worked at Vishnet and Microsoft 1999 to 2005 in program management and business development roles. IMA holds an executive MBA in general management from Asian Institute of Management, Manila 2004-05 and a bachelor's in economics from Delhi University 1996 to 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ahmedabad-based.
The conclave is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ahmedabad-based.
Thank you very much for that really amazing introduction. I've never seen this photograph for quite some time now. So first of all, it's really hard to go after some astounding poetry, but I'm going to still try and make it as interesting as possible. Startups is obviously a very interesting topic in the country today. And last night, or rather early in the morning, I landed in Indore, and as I was coming, I was astounded to see, the cleanliness in the city. So it's just really, really amazing to see how emerging Indore is, or is probably emerged already. But I was just looking at some statistics on Indore as far as the startup ecosystem is concerned, and there are some data points that I came across. The first is that there are almost 730 technology startups here, and I'm not counting sort of the other startups that have come. I don't know if this number is accurate, but it's pretty interesting that 730 deep tech startups are right here in Indore. There are 6,000 plus angel investors in the city who can invest in multiple startups. In fact, at GeoGenNext, and there was a bit of an introduction about the program, we have a couple of startups right here, that are based in Indore. I think it's really remarkable in terms of the advantages that this city provides, quality of life, obviously less traffic that all of us are suffering from nowadays, top educational institutions like IIMs and IITs. Also, a lot of great talent out here as a result of great institutions. And of course, affordability and lower cost of living. So I think, one has to start thinking differently about the startup ecosystem and really see how we can sort of, look at cities like Indore and, really evangelize the city and try and get as many tech startups to move here as much as possible. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, and based on my personal experience of working with founders, advising them, investing in them, and also looking at the ecosystem over the last 15, 16 years, what are some of the changes that I've noticed. And I wanted to crystallize all that in some key messages that I want to leave with you, especially if you're going to start a startup. There are a lot of students out here as well, or you could be working somewhere and thinking of doing a startup. And I wanted to really bring it down to kind of the first 30 days plan that you should have. Oftentimes the way we start is by thinking about, okay, what is the problem that I want to solve based on my experience or based on my observations, and who can join me in this journey. And then we go about starting to work on that problem and building a product. And then we bring that product into the market. And then once it's in the market, we pivot, we change, we keep growing, right? And sometimes what happens is that we get caught in a process where it really is no longer in our control. You know, you raise capital, you raise more capital than you need, you don't know where to spend that capital, you grow ineffectively, and there's a lot of indigestion that happens essentially because of a wrong start to your startup. So I think the first thing is that, you know, I want to say that you have to find the right mentors and advisors, and I think incubators like Dr. Patni's incubator, AIC out here, which is doing an incredible job in incubating and mentoring tech startups. I think you have to find platforms like these where you can get a good start. But I just want to come back to the 30 days plan, right? And I think if you look at India and if you look at people who are doing startups, they are no longer just family business owners, right? I mean, these are middle class working professionals who have big ambitions, big ideas, and who want to do startups, right? These are professionals who want to become founders. And specifically for that audience, I feel that getting the core values and culture in place first is really, really important. So I believe that, you know, as a founder, as a founding member of a startup, you have to bring a team together that is excited about doing a startup, first of all. Because not a lot of people are, you know, excited off the bat. I mean, they're still kind of, you know, nervous. They don't know too much risk, this, that, and the other. So I don't think that you should focus on prior education experience, but just the fact that the people that you're going to spend the next 10, 15 years with, are they excited about doing a startup, right? Are they excited about solving that pain point? And that's really important. The second thing is that, do you have shared goals in life? Right? A lot of us have personal liabilities, obligations, responsibilities. We have accountability towards our family, our, you know, our ecosystem. And are we willing to, I'm not saying set that aside, but are we willing to account for it? And do we still have some shared goals between us as a team when we want to get started? So I feel that in the first 30 days, you have to really sit with your co-founders and talk about everything, right? Who you are, where you come from, what your experience has been, including how much money you want to make, how much money is going to be enough for you, right? Because a lot of times, founders don't talk about these things because they're shy. I mean, you know, like I said, some of us from middle-class families growing up, our parents were working somewhere in the government or in the private sector. There was never any conversation about money at the dinner table, right? Money came magically from somewhere and went magically somewhere else, right? But we never kind of, you know, understood how money worked for a lot of us. So I think talking about money is really important with your co-founders. That if I want to make $50 million, right, over the life of this startup, is a good thing to say to yourself, is a good thing to say to your co-founders, to see the reaction. Are they on the same page? Right? The second thing is, apart from money, what is the impact that you want to make when you do a startup, right? Because not everything is about money. Money is a byproduct. But what is it, how are you planning to impact the lives of people around you, your customers, your stakeholders? And quantifying that impact is really important. And how close is that to your core value system, right? Are you going to create an impact in an industry which you're uncomfortable about? Or do you see some shared values, values that you have seen, experienced growing up? Do you share those same values, right? So I think discussing money and sort of non-money value system is really important when you're getting started. You need to also talk about the 10-15 year game plan, and things change, and things change every 6 months, especially in technology. So you need to have some short-term goals that you can be focused on, but you need to have a long-term strategy that this is the flip I want to bring in this industry. This is the small change I want to bring here, right? If you look at the view, and we have Jatin out here, who's a space scientist, the youngest space scientist. So if you have a look at our planet from the top, right? Imagine going into space and looking at a planet. You are a tiny speck on this planet, and what is the difference you want to create being a tiny speck on this planet? And how much time do you want to give that journey is something that you need to really introspect about. So zoom out a little bit, think about the next 10, 15 years. Think about short-term goals, think about long-term strategy. Think about the impact that you want to create. Talk about stakeholders. How do I want to treat my customer? Does my customer have a board seat in my boardroom? Talk about investors. How do I want to treat my investors? Right? Are investors people that you take money from and forget? Are investors people that you take money from and return that money to? Are investors that you become friends with? What is the relationship that you want to develop with your investors? And this has to be talked about freely, right? Explore each other's minds on your key stakeholders, your investors, your customers, and how you want to treat your employees, right? What are are they going to have the same shared values as you, right? Or are you going to hire people only for their intelligence, right? Because culture is everything when you're starting off. Talk, like I said, openly about your goals, each other's financial goals. Also talk about if there are liabilities that you want to take care of, and at what point it won't be feasible for you to continue should those liabilities take the front seat, right? Also, I feel that, when founders come together, not everybody is from a family business. Like I said, working professionals, you probably work with each other, you're all friends. But what if you all are not friends? You all met somewhere, you all know each other briefly, right? Talk to each other's families as well, talk to each other's close friends, understand who influences each other, right, in the core team. Who are your big influences in life, right? Build a personal financial forecast as well and discuss it with others. This is really important to, take it out of the system, take it out of the way before you start building your startup. Once all this is done, you've sowed the seeds of your culture, of your company culture. Now you have a strong foundation, right? And based on the strong foundation, now you can make changes as you move along, because there will be changes. Every 6 months there will be changes. In some cases there are changes every few weeks, right? So these are the seeds of culture that you sow very early in your organization. Use the incubator like Dr. Patni's to sow these seeds, to build the right foundation based on first principles. Build the right culture, shared values, core values, understand each other, all of that stuff. The next key thing to understand is your market. A lot of founders have found will start building a product not understanding, having a zoomed out view of the entire market. And when you think about the market, reimagine how your contribution to this market is going to change it, right? Figure out how much of that market you will be able to take. One thing that I don't see founders doing is trying to understand what is the growth rate in that market. Has that market been growing, or is it stagnant, or is it shrinking, right? They believe that because they have a great technology, that market is going to change and it's only going to go up. But honestly, it doesn't work that way. So you need to see if there are tailwinds that this market has, which can propel that market forward, right? If there are new regulatory policies, if there are changing market dynamics, entry of new players that is growing the pie, what is it specifically that is giving this market some tailwind, and how big is this? Is it interesting enough for me to spend the next 10 to 15 years in? And trust me, you don't need to have experience in that market to start a business in that market. But you need to understand it. Take 6 months to do your study. Let it be secondary research, talk to people, do interviews, write down your thoughts about the market. understand it fully, right? Live your customer's life, your potential customer's life. Before you write even a single line of code, I believe that you should go out there and really understand your market. Also try and understand what can go wrong in that market. As we are seeing more recently how regulation plays a big role in changing the dynamics of the industry that we operate in, right? So what are the different risks and what are the unforeseen factors that you need to take a note of? And that's extremely important. You know, sometimes founders get into a very exciting space, but they only later on figure out that the biggest player in that market is only a small player whose probably revenue is a few hundred crores, let's say, right? If you want to raise capital, you cannot go with a market that is that small. So understand the category leader and how much revenue they are making and over how much period of time. Because if they've made only few hundred crores over the last 20 years, which means they're not growing for some fundamental reason, their participation in the market hasn't been meaningful. They are the category leader, obviously they've done something right. But why are they not growing? So try and understand all those underlying factors. I think it's really important to prove in India, if you're in India, and then look at exporting outside. I don't personally support the idea of flipping your company to overseas. I think India offers a fantastic opportunity now for even enterprise startups. Lastly, I would say that, you know, look at how unorganized the market is and how much of the unorganized market, how much is that as a percentage of the total market. So if the unorganized part is really big, then you have a good opportunity out there, right? And that opportunity is to bring in technology, training and talent to fundamentally transform that market. So having said all of these things, I just want to move to the last aspect that you should do in the first 30 days. I believe that artificial intelligence, and there were some sessions out here on AI, I believe, is a technology that is going to be in everything that we do tomorrow. And you have to fundamentally reimagine how AI is going to disrupt the very market that you're operating in. And every market is going to get disrupted by this technology. So I'll give you an example. Our current cohort at GeoGenNext has a startup that has built an AI recruiter. This AI recruiter basically goes and sources candidates from across the web, the internet. It is integrated into 1,000+ job portals around the world. It matches the candidates with the skill sets that the employer is looking for. And if the rating and the match is 99%, then it contacts the candidate automatically. Once it contacts the candidate, it calendars a meeting. The candidate comes on the video and the bot actually conducts the interview. The bot summarizes the call, gives a rating to the candidate. After that is done, the bot makes the recommendation to the employer on behalf of which it is working. And if the employer approves, it even extends an offer to the candidate and sends all the requisite material to the candidate for joining, and then cross-checks if the candidate that was interviewed on video is the same candidate that is joining the organization. Now you can imagine in this entire flow of this AI recruiter, there is no human element. It is entirely the bot that is doing 100% of the work. Now, will it replace the talent recruiters? No, because this has to be used as a co-pilot. 100% automation can only work in this situation only if the job is fairly standard, there is a high churn rate and you have to recruit in volumes. But if it is specialized, it is at a senior level, etc., there is obviously the human instinct that is involved. But this is a great co-pilot that can sit with you and understand the candidate and do most of your gada mazuri, right? So I feel that companies like this are reimagining what AI can do for that industry, right? Honestly, I don't know the category leader in HR in terms of, how much money they're making, but if a technology like this comes, can the market become bigger? Growing the pie, right? Rather than taking a share of the pie. I think ultimately with AI, we have to find the man-machine balance. It can't be this or that. But there's certainly something that you can do if you're thinking of starting an AI startup. Think about reskilling and upskilling. Do it as CSR. The customer's stakeholder whose job you will be disrupting in some sense, you have to take that person and see what else that person can do in life that can give that person more money and can be better at doing something else. And I believe that if every AI company takes that responsibility, I think we'll have a balanced situation overall. Lastly, I just want to say a little bit about GeoGenX because that's the organization I represent. We are a corporate accelerator program. We have something called Market Access Program, where we become an early customer for early stage tech startups. We test your product to the hilt. In India, if you survive our proof of concept and pilot, you can go and sell confidently to any customer in the world. We take about 10 to 15 startups every year in our cohort. The application form is live on geogenx.com. If any of you are building in any of the areas listed on the website, happy to hear from you. Of course, I'll be around to meet you as well. And lastly, I would just say that I think the ecosystem has really matured over the last 15 years. And we are going to see more and more entrepreneurs who come with very deep understanding of what they're building and why they're building it. A lot of the youngsters that I meet, they're very clear-headed about what they're doing. And that's an encouraging sign. I hope more of it happens in Indore. I'm beginning to love the city and, hopefully GeoGenX will also have some presence out here in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amay, for the insightful presentation. It's been impactful and left a lasting impression. May we now please proceed with the audiovisual introduction of Mr. Jatin Vahane.
Mr. Jatin Vahane, Karamveer Chakra awardee and the world's youngest rocket scientist. As people know him, is also a 23-year-old entrepreneur, rocket scientist, physicist, and most importantly, a curious student. Jatin is the chairperson of the Advisory Federation of India, scientific secretary at Orbitex India Aerospace, Top 100 BRICS Entrepreneurs 2022, Padma Shri nominee, speaker for NASA, TEDx speaker, Youth Icon 2019, Head for Mission X for Europe Space Agency, teaches robotics to underprivileged, run an NGO and much more. From the age of 7, he has desired to travel to space and become an astronaut. Jatin has been building robots since the age of 12. Winning several regional and national honors, he was recognized as a Russian scholar in 2017. As a result of his enthusiasm for physics and robotics, he is in charge of the rocket program as scientific secretary. Jatin is in charge of all the aspects of scientific research and development, from conception through manufacturing and launch. Additionally, he plans to build India's first fully functional reusable rocket using cryogenic fuels. Jatin also conducts demotivation sessions in several institutes and schools and directs an NGO program that teaches young people how to build robots. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Jatin Vahane.
The conclave eagerly awaits you, Mr. Vahane. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jatin Vahane.
Good evening, everybody. This is Dr. Jatin Vahane, world's youngest rocket scientist, and the best thing I could start my presentation with was the word perfection, because that is what rocket science is usually pursued as. Like if there is something very tough, we usually refer as this is not rocket science. So this is the first thing I wanted to start. I'm sorry I missed my flights and I made a bit of delay. And I'm suffering a sort of headache, and I'm sort of forgetting what I wanted to say. If you don't mind, can I just restart the presentation? Sure? 100%? I wonder, sir, you just forgave a person जिसको आप जानते भी नहीं हो, जिसने इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आके भूल गया क्या बोलना है, एंड यू डोंट फॉरगेट योरसेल्फ व्हेन यू डू मिस्टेक. जब आप ये सोचे थे अपने क्रश के सामने जाने के समय कि मैं ये बोल दूंगा और वो इम्प्रेस हो जाएगी, पर आप जाके पूछते हो कि नोटबुक है क्या, है ना. सो आई जस्ट वांटेड टू स्टार्ट द टॉपिक फ्रॉम देयर इटसेल्फ कि यू नो अगर आप जस्ट प्रूविंग द फैक्टर कि हाँ आपने अगर मुझे माफ कर दिया है तो आई एम जस्ट कंसिडरिंग द पॉसिबिलिटी कि आप खुद को भी कर सकते हैं. मूविंग ऑन हेड, तो व्हाट आई जस्ट मेक एरर्स. फर्स्ट रूल ऑफ रॉकेट साइंस इज मेक एरर्स. ठीक है, व्हाट वी डू इन रॉकेट साइंस इज वेरी सिंपल. वी हैव 99% ऑफ फेलियर रेट. व्हाट वी डू इज कंसिडर फेलियर्स, मूव ऑन. हाउ दीज थिंग्स आर गोइंग टू बी कनेक्टेड इज soon. So I have made a PPT. The PPT goes this way. And the topic for the PPT would be एक तरफा प्यार. This sounds weird. How is that connected to the rockets and stuff like that? Let's see. Let's start with the pyar part. How do you love? Has anybody been in love? और इंदौर में अरेंज मैरिज ज़्यादा होती है. Okay, let's start with a small story. The stages of love. सबसे पहले क्या होता है? If you try to remember आपका बचपन, you might have started, you know, your crush 7th, 8th, 9th standard में, है ना? Freshly teenage आएगा, and आप स्कूल सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं जाते हो क्योंकि पढ़ना है. आप स्कूल इसलिए जाते हो क्योंकि सिर्फ देखेंगे कोई है, कोई क्लास में आ रहा है, एंड दैट इज द रीजन यू आर कमिंग टू योर स्कूल, टू योर कॉलेज, और कुछ बोल नहीं रहे, सिर्फ देख रहे. दैट इज द फर्स्ट फेज ऑफ लाइफ, लव लाइफ, व्हाट आई कॉल्ड एज पीपिंग. द सेकेंड इज नोइंग अबाउट देम, नॉट फ्रॉम देम. फिर वो एक दोस्त होता है हर एक का जो उसकी दोस्त से कनेक्टेड होता है, जिसके कारण बाद में चीट्स एंड स्टफ पास होते, लेटर्स एंड स्टफ. But you know information from them. अच्छा वो यहाँ रहती है, वो ये बस से जाती है, stuff like that. छोटी छोटी डिटेल्स, वो जो फीलिंग है वो बढ़ रही है इसमें. When we move ahead, अपने को पता चलता है यार इसका तो बॉयफ्रेंड था, या इसकी तो गर्लफ्रेंड थी, और मे बी इसको ये नहीं पता, उसको कुछ वो पसंद है जो मुझे नहीं पसंद है, मुझे वो पसंद है जो उसे नहीं पसंद है. A lot of things goes on in your head कि भाई मैंने तुझसे बात, this is the stage आपने बात भी नहीं की हो पर फिर भी हार्ट ब्रेक हो चुका है. But you know what love teaches you? You still accept them for what they are. And you look for something else कि भाई ठीक है, हो सकता है मैं ओपनहाइमर देखूंगा, वो बार भी देखेगी, पर ठीक है तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा भी देख लेंगे शाम को. ठीक है, you try to find short common things जिससे आपका common interest होगा. Very simple, very simple. अब ठीक है, everything well good. Relationship में आ गए hypothetically, everything is nice, charming, पर बोर हो गए क्योंकि रोज वही schedule. So people in relationship might know, people who are single might fantasize that they need to spice their life. ठीक है, so this is another stage of love life, what I call. Eventually heartbreak होता है, and it is a part of the love cycle. Eventually it comes at some point or the other. And the last part is, ये बहुत लोग मिस कर जाते हैं कि why was he or she beautiful, जिसके लिए I simply summarize it by usually a lot of people compare their partner to moon, कि यार चांद जैसा दिखता है. What I put it here is, आज चांद तुझसा खूबसूरत दिख रहा है, इसलिए नहीं सिर्फ वो महज का टुकड़ा, ज़मीन का टुकड़ा जिस पे मैं खड़े हो, जिस पे तुम खड़े हो, सिर्फ वो ज़मीन का टुकड़ा मुझे इतना खूबसूरत दिख रहा है क्योंकि मैं उसे खूबसूरत देख पा रहा हूँ. दिस इज द बेसिकली समरी ऑफ 7 पॉइंट्स जिसमें आप कोई भी लव डिटरमाइन कर सकते हो. अब हाउ इज दैट कनेक्टेड टू रॉकेट साइंस? रॉकेट साइंस, स्पेस साइंस इज लाइक टीनेज लव. Why? Everybody talks about it. That space. Nobody knows what is happening initially, but everybody is talking about it. ISRO ने नया launch किया है, NASA. Nobody really knows around what is happening in the space industry, why it is important, and what it actually does. Nobody knows how to do it. Nobody. This is coming from insider news, as you can say that. Nobody in the ecosystem except ISRO and some of the organizations, nobody knows what they are doing. Nobody. They just know कि rocket बनाना. That is it. They don't know how to build it. They don't know why to build it, and the list goes on. Everyone thinks everybody else is doing it. Everybody thinks that if space is the new era, everybody is coming in. Chandrayaan 3 का सबने स्टोरी लगाया. Nobody knows why that was put there for. So everybody is showing interest in the space science. So everybody claims they are doing it too. Again, some story लगाएंगे, सब बताएंगे कि हाँ, we are very much interested into space and we are keeping updates and we are going to have next launch. But that is not enough. Again ये slide और वो slide का क्या connection था? Will come back. The small journey I have. People who are from middle-aged households might relate that एक समय आता है मिडिल क्लास घरों में ना, आपके पास पापा मम्मी ने तो डांट दिया पर रोने के लिए जगह नहीं है, घर पे रो नहीं सकते, and because it is too humiliating, तो क्या करें? तब एक चीज दिमाग में आई, जब आप छत पे जाते थे, अकेले बैठते थे, कुछ नहीं है दिमाग में, बस अपने प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में सोच रहे हो, एंड यू लुक अप एंड यू फाइंड स्टार्स एंड यू फाइंड पीस. हुआ है किसी के साथ? हुआ है किसी के साथ? तो दैट इज द फेज वेयर आई स्टार्टेड माय रॉकेट या स्पेस का इंटरेस्ट. दैट इज बाय पीपिंग इनटू स्टार्स. बस देख रहे, आई डोंट नो स्टार्स क्या होते हैं, just looking into it. Then I started knowing about them. पता चला कि हाँ स्टार्स, अच्छा ओके ये सन जैसे ही होते हैं. स्मॉल बेसिक डिटेल्स. How many of you have heard about the formula F is equal to MA? Ladies and gentlemen, the formula is wrong. There comes my first knowledge heartbreak. F is equal to MA, and a lot of other equations which we study in school does not really work in rocket science. So there is the part where I had my knowledge heartbreak. कि यार ये क्या हो गया? ये तो basic था. Then I started considering again the common aspects what we had in space. Tried to understand कि अच्छा ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है. And I tried to change my ideology towards space. Here comes the most interesting story. I'm sorry for the slides. Spicing up. I always wanted to be an astronaut. बचपन में शायद अपने ख्वाब देखा होगा कि स्पेस में जाएंगे, स्पेस में जाएंगे. मेरा भी वही ख्वाब था, पर मैं पढ़ा नहीं हो पाया. I was very much indulged into rocket science, but इसरो के पास उस समय, इंडिया के पास उस समय कोई स्पेस प्रोग्राम नहीं था. Now we have गगनयान, उस समय कुछ नहीं था. I was directly speaking to ISRO chairman on this, and he said, Jatin, we do not have any program such of that right now. And छोटा सा बच्चा सोचता है यार अगर इसरो चेयरमैन नहीं भेजेगा ना तो मैं खुद का रॉकेट बना के चले जाऊंगा. That sounds exactly, that sounds foolish. People might laugh at it, but that is exactly what I did. I tried to make my own rocket, intending to go, being selfish, intending to go into space someday. But that is the beauty of love. See, if you pursue your career as something you wanted to do, jisse badi gaadi, badi paisa, a lot of good things can be done. But again, तब आपको हो सकता है कि यार चिढ़ आने लगे आपकी दिक्कत से. But the best thing about love is, आप माफ कर देते हो ना. अब वो इंसान हो, करियर हो. Best thing about my career is we have 99% of failure, but if I love it, I can make it. I know. So we had a couple of tests where we basically bursted engines worth a couple of crores. But that's the beauty about it, na? Love में आप माफ कर देते हो. We tried to build it again. We tried to build it again. And today itself, I was introducing this to Dr. Patni that we are trying to make the cryogenic engine, which is basically heart of rockets, with waste material produced by cows. So apparently, if my thing works and it is almost at the end of POC, we will have a rocket engine which will be working on waste material of cows, poop and urine basically. And that is how these 7 aspects help you to reach whatever profession you want. It's just that you need to know how to love it. It is not that you have to go to college and study it every day. It is the small processes what matters. Until and unless you feel about that field, and I think you would very much agree that an entrepreneur who is not passionate about his startup is a failed entrepreneur himself. So these are the aspects you need to think about, and I don't wish to talk about heartbreak too and the other part, because this is the thing. I don't want my startup to fail. Apart from that, कुछ basic life aspects भी है प्यार के अलावा जो आपको आना चाहिए. If you have control over this, you can win the world. How many of you believe in self-love? So I would just say that छोड़ दो. See, the thing is, in the ecosystem we are working in, self-love beyond an expectation is really bad. What happens is you pamper yourself so much that you are not open to a lot of challenges in this world. Every small problem can be hyped up. So you need to have a small balance where you love yourself but also be cruel to you. I remember days where I used to push myself into the most cruelest side so that I could say कि भाई किसी दिन स्टेज पे जाएंगे तो एक कहानी सुनाने लायक होगी. So simple aspect to push yourself. How many of you thinks कि यार किसी का सिलेक्शन हो जाता है, किसी को फेवर मिल जाता है just because वो सुंदर है या just because वो लड़की है? Things happen. I would say I'm very lucky to be born as male and to look ugly. The reason is because I know if I'm getting a certain achievement, a certain hype, this is because of my work, to be specific, and nothing else. Also, there is a common saying कि यार जो जज करते हैं यार उनको छोड़ो यार, मतलब that is a common saying कि जज करने वालों को बुरा देखा जाता है. I would suggest you keep people around who judge you constantly, so that you can get updates basically कि हाँ where have you reached, what are the other milestones you can work on, basic चीजें कुछ. Also, in the entrepreneurship journey, I understood a good thing. यार हमको आज की जनरेशन में ना सब कुछ जानना है. अगर हमने स्विगी से कुछ ऑर्डर किया है, मेरे को जानना है ड्राइवर कौन से चौक पे खड़ा है, कहाँ है, कितने बजे आएगा, कितने मिनट पे आएगा, कहाँ. The simple thing is क्यों वो at the end वो उतने ही समय में आने वाला है, right? So this is a thing. If you get into any I won't be very specific to rocket science, but I'll give an example of that. Rocket science में कई सारी चीज़ें ऐसी है, कई सारे formulas ऐसे. If you apply that in a 10th class या 12th class का physics, you will fail. ठीक है, it's not just formulas. There are a lot of concepts. If I include quantum physics, quantum entanglement, a lot of laws of physics are different there. तो अगर मुझे सब पता होगा तो मैं focus नहीं कर पाऊँगा. I'll have a lot of confusion in my head. So it is very important to know what to know and only what to know. उसके आगे you don't have to push your limits. And the fifth point, I won't deny it. Everything, every action you take should be, very focused कि भाई अपन जो जिए मस्त जिए. And creating history basically. कि even if you have to relive your own life, initial 4 point deny कर दिया, बस 5वां I'll stick to it. कि whatever you have did, if you get a life to relive it, you'll do it as well. So that would be all from my side. Yes, sir.
Jatin, I would like you to talk about certain things which are essential and we don't know. India as a, let's say, poor country, why does it need a space program first of all? And what was the achievement out of Mission Moon for a common man? I mean, we as individuals, we just are celebrating that Chand pe gaye, but why did we go there and what was achieved out of that? Probably you are a scientist and you can reflect upon that clearly.
Definitely. So how many of you use or have ever used Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Zomato or Google Maps? Probably all of you. That tech is because of space industry, first of all. So every time you open a map, there is a satellite. In fact, there are 3 satellites minimum working for you to get a precise position. So starting from a basic thing that ordering food and getting it delivered, वो basic चीज भी is connected to space science. What else happens in space is there are a lot of medical researches. There are a lot of medicines we don't have good labs in the entire world, if I would be precise, so that the world won't be contaminated. So we conduct those experiments in space, so that hypothetically, if a virus or another bacteria hits the planet, we can still save it, and we have already done those experiments out in space. What more can be done is life on Earth is very limited. Resources are limited. We have limited span jab tak ye Earth exists karega. There are a lot of other factors. What we are trying to do over other planets or other satellites is getting data that if life is possible on another planet. Also, there is a very interesting thing people usually do not think about is, we have a periodic table in our chemistry subject, and we think these are the elements which exist, but possibility of new elements, if there are any, that is also carried out in space. And again, telling you a small fact which the space studies has generated recently. The white energy we talk about around us and the white matter, basically matter and energy what we talk about, is comprising less than 30% of the universe. What is the next 70%? We don't know. That is the amount of unknown we have. We don't know how the materials react. There is a possibility if you drop that element, it will go up. It might go against gravity. We don't know anything about those particles. And hypothetically, if we found those particles, we can generate infinite amount of energy. So that is again an aspect. So there are a lot of things which can happen. If I talk about Chandrayaan-3 specifically, it is not just an achievement to reach the moon. First achievement was, if we are able to take something over another planet or another heavenly body across space, that is, first of all, that is a confidence for us that, okay, if this can be done, we can send humans. We won't risk human life elsewise. So this is the first thing Chandrayaan mission was supposed to prove. Second was, of course, there were a lot of research, specifically in moon, if I say, if we have water in moon, we can use it as a, for easy understanding, charging station for rockets. It can be refueled over there, it can be maintained over there, so it can propel itself. Basically, gravity on moon is 1/6 of that of Earth. Agar aap yahan 60 kgs ke, you might be 10 kgs there. So, what happens is, sorry, 6 kgs ke. What happens is, agar aap wahan se lift off karoge, you can have much higher velocity, much higher vector velocities as well, so that you can propel way too far in way less fuel. That is what the research was about. That. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jatin, for a very unique presentation. I would now request Mr. Savan Ladda to please summarize the session quickly.
Thank you, Subodh. Actually, we wanted to do a Q&A, but we are short of time, so I'll simply summarize the session. Thank you so much, Amay, for sharing your valuable thoughts at the start of a startup. It is indeed very important to have clarity related to core values, culture, impact, market, risk. Likely it is rightly said, uncertainty can lead to disappointment, but with clarity comes conviction. It is indeed the lack of clarity that creates chaos and frustration. Jatin, we really enjoyed listening to you, your passion for space. I'm sure it has inspired our audience to follow their dreams, and your ek tarfa pyar also. So every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars to change the world. Thank you everyone being so awesome. See you tomorrow. And thanks for staying back till 6 o'clock. I think it's 6 o'clock now. Thank you.
Thank you, Savan. I now request Mrs. Purvi Jain, Head Marketing, Avi Oils and Food, to present the memento to Mr. Amay Mashelkar. I also request Mr. Anil Jaiswal, Head HR Piramal Pharma Limited, to present a memento to Mr. Jatin Sawhney. of speakers will grace the conclave tomorrow. But today, we have high tea served in the lunch area. You all are requested to join us. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much.